A nervous gulp catches in his throat as the pressure starts to mount during this intense confession. Suddenly, this gorgeous blonde girl is staring him down with those massive green eyes while admitting she really loves manga. She looks like a classic lead heroine straight out of a high-budget anime series. Then a short-haired redhead joins in with a bright smile that could melt just about anyone in the room. A girl in a short skirt looms over him with a sharp glare and demands to know if that is really all he has to say for himself. Before he can even answer, quiet girl in a traditional kimono stares him down with a look of pure expectation. Everything about her screams mysterious and elegant, which just adds to the crazy harem vibes he is feeling. And check out this blue-haired beauty who looks like she just stepped straight out of a classic school rom-com. She stands there with her arms crossed, looking completely confident in whatever is happening. Everything starts to blur as a hand reaches out and pulls him back toward the waking world with a sudden snap. Our boy Kim Yoo-sung clutches his head in agony as if his brain is about to explode into a million pieces. The transition from that dream world to reality is hitting him like a freight train. The light fades into a hazy mist as the world around him begins to dissolve into total nothingness. His eyes flutter open, and the first thing he sees is the dim light of a ceiling he does not recognize at all. A voice cries out to the teacher that Yoo-sung has finally opened his eyes, but he is just confused. He looks around the sterile room, wondering how he ended up in a hospital bed with bandages on his face. The darkness lingers in his mind as he tries to piece together the shattered fragments of his recent memory. It all comes rushing back like a nightmare, starting with the massive fire that broke out in his research lab. He was just an average grad student trying to save his precious hard drive with years of data before everything went up in flames. But the smoke was too thick, and he could not make it out of the burning building in time before he blacked out. He tries to steady his breathing while staring at the ceiling, struggling to accept that he actually survived that inferno. But the sterile smell and the heavy silence of the room confirm that he is definitely not in the lab anymore. When he catches a glimpse of his reflection in a glass cup, his heart nearly stops because the person staring back is not him. This face is much younger and definitely more handsome than the tired grad student he used to be. A sleek white car glides down the road as he begins his journey away from the hospital and into this strange new reality. He stares into the window glass, trying to get used to the black hair and sharp eyes of his new vessel. It is a surreal feeling to realize that his soul has completely taken over someone else's life. It turns out the original owner of this body was also named Kim Yoo-sung, and he was just an average second-year high schooler. His new mom talks to the nurse while our boy stands there in a daze trying to play the part of a dutiful son. He has no choice but to blend in and hope nobody notices the swap. Apparently, the kid got into a random car accident over the weekend, which left him unconscious until he woke up today. It seems like the perfect cover for why he might be acting a little bit strange. His heart thumps against his ribs as the reality of the situation finally starts to sink in. He is no longer a struggling researcher buried in books, but a teenager with a healthy body and a completely blank slate. A wave of relief washes over him because he finally escaped the endless hell of grad school and research papers. This is the ultimate second chance for a normal life. Even so, he tells himself not to jump to any conclusions until he sees exactly what kind of life this kid was living before the crash. But something tells him that things are about to get a whole lot weirder than he ever expected. The car pulls up to a cozy-looking house, and he realizes this is where his new story truly begins for real. His mom tells him to head upstairs and get plenty of rest so he can recover from the trauma of the accident. He nods and starts climbing the stairs to find his bedroom. After being discharged, he stands nervously in front of his bedroom door, wondering what kind of life this boy actually led. His body seems to move on instinct as he prepares to uncover the secrets hidden inside this unfamiliar room. He slowly creaks the door open and peeks inside only to freeze dead in his tracks from what he sees. His jaw hits the floor as he realizes that something is very familiar about the setup of this specific room. His jaw drops as he sees rows of colorful manga volumes packed onto every single shelf. This isn't a hobby, it's a serious obsession. Then he sees a massive poster of a magical girl wink at him from the wall in all her sparkly glory. This is definitely not the room of an average student. A terrifying thought begins to take shape in his mind as he looks around at the specific titles on the shelf. The room is a literal shrine to anime and manga, featuring figurines of every character design he just saw in his dream. And that is when it finally clicks that this entire world looks exactly like a rom-com story he used to read back in his old life. He stands frozen, surrounded by wall-to-wall merch that would make any professional collector jealous. It is a massive sensory overload of cute characters and box sets that prove the previous Yusung was completely obsessed with this fictional world. It is official. Our boy has landed in the body of a top-tier otaku who clearly valued fictional girls over real life. This transition is going to be way more complicated than he thought. He stares down at his outfit, realizing that even his clothes scream shut in anime fan. This is going to be a long day of trying to look normal. Even his hair has that weird little protagonist flick on top, and it is driving him crazy. It is like the universe is mocking his situation. The sheer absurdity of it all finally breaks him as he collapses to the floor in total despair. With the heroine from his dream standing right there, he starts questioning if he can even survive a single day in this rom-com world. He looks at a cheerleader figurine on his desk and sighs. He admits to himself that he really does not share the previous owner's taste in collectibles. Just then, he catches a glimpse of a poster in the mirror and stops. Something about the guy staring back at him feels way too familiar to be a coincidence. This guy is the textbook definition of a popular shounen main character, complete with a cheesy finger gun and a smug grin. He looks like he walked straight out of a classic action series. Our boy falls back in total shock as the realization hits him with the force of a lightning bolt. This is not just any random poster, as he recognizes this guy and his exact role from his past life. Seeing the protagonist surrounded by monster girls makes Yusung break out in a cold sweat. If this world follows the same logic as that series, things are about to get much more dangerous than he expected. He looks down at the red bracelet on his wrist and starts to panic as he connects it to the story. He desperately hopes that this is not a setup to force him into a specific role. Desperate for answers, he frantically digs through the bookshelves to see if this world follows any rules. It turns out he and the previous owner have the exact same taste, as the shelves are packed with action and fantasy. He pulls out a volume of his favorite action novel, though he has to admit the Chunibyo-style cover is pretty embarrassing. Even so, this was the masterpiece that kept him up all night reading. He can't help but crack open the book to see if the story is just as good as he remembers. He needs to find any clue that might help him navigate this new reality. Seeing the iconic flowery background of a shounen romance makes his skin crawl. He realizes that despite his love for action, he has actually been dropped into a world of cringy tropes instead. The title of the book is Scramble Love, a classic shounen manga about a blonde dude stuck in a messy love triangle with two girls. It is a story he knows all too well. The manga is filled with all the usual tropes, like beach episodes and high-speed confessions that made the series famous back when it was being published. He reaches the final chapter where the blonde guy marries the brown-haired girl. Meanwhile, the second lead is left crying in the background as the series officially ends. The illustration of the bride holding her bouquet is the image that supposedly caused the massive fandom explosion and led to endless online arguments. He looks at the floor, surrounded by scraps of paper, as he recalls the chaotic comment sections where fans were absolutely losing it over the ending. The comments were a total war zone, with fans arguing over who the main guy should have ended up with. Yusung remembers reading every single angry post online once. He sits there on the floor, realizing that he has not just possessed a random kid. He is actually trapped inside that infamous romance manga he only knows through online spoilers. The sheer scale of the situation starts to sink in, and he feels like his brain is about to short-circuit. Being a side character in a rom-com is its own kind of nightmare. A close-up of, he lets out a silent gasp as the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. Everything from the posters to the books points to one terrifying truth about his new identity. A little while later, our boy is sitting in a booth at his family restaurant. He finds that being out in the real world is actually more fun than he expected. A woman walks over and shows him something on her phone. She is acting totally casual, which is a huge relief after the chaos he just went through in his room. He just nods and goes along with it, thinking that he has to play the part of a dutiful son for now if he wants to avoid any unwanted attention. Since he is the son of a restaurant owner, he figures he should probably start eating more protein. He needs to get this weak body into better shape for the future. He stands up and ties on an apron, ready to help out with the family business. It is a good way to blend in while he tries to figure things out. Suddenly, the front door opens and our boy looks up. He sees someone walk in, and his heart nearly skips a beat as he recognizes the newcomer immediately. Tall blonde guy enters the restaurant with a bright-eyed girl literally hanging off his arm. He is trying his best to get her to stop, but she is staying glued to him. The girl is beaming with joy, telling him that she is going to be the one feeding him today. She is full of energy and seems totally oblivious to his obvious discomfort. The blonde guy looks absolutely exhausted and worried as he tries to deal with her constant clinging. It is the exact same stressed-out expression from the manga illustrations. Yu-sung stares at him in disbelief, his mind racing. It is Ryo-ji, the actual protagonist of the rom-com world. Seeing him in person confirms that our boy is really in the story. It is him, Sakamoto Ryoji, the legendary main character from that rom-com manga Scramble Love. Our boy cannot believe his eyes because seeing the real deal in person confirms everything he feared. This is not a dream. He is actually trapped inside a world of cliches and harem drama. Hold on a second. Yu-sung completely freezes up as he watches the protagonist and the main heroine standing right in front of him. Seeing these two together confirms that the main plot is about to kick off in his family shop. His heart is pounding against his chest like a drum. This is not just some weird hallucination. This is his new reality, and it is absolutely terrifying to realize how close he is to the main plot. He needs to keep his distance if he wants to survive. He realizes he needs to sit down and actually organize his thoughts before he loses his mind completely. This is a lot to take in for one day. Here is the breakdown. He was just a normal college student until a fire broke out and he lost consciousness. When he finally opened his eyes, everything had changed in an instant. He woke up in the body of Kim Yu-sung, who is nothing more than a nameless extra in this crazy world. He is literally just that guy in the background while the real drama happens to someone else. It is a lonely role, but for him, it might be the perfect hiding spot. The real kicker is that he was never even a fan of this series. He spent all his time reading action masterpieces about leveling up and getting stronger, not schoolyard romance. The problem is he never actually reads Scramble Love himself. He only knows the ending through fan outrage, meaning he's stuck in a story where he doesn't know the middle. Looking at Ryoji getting fed by a girl while looking miserable, Yu-sung realizes there is absolutely no upside to being a main character. It looks like a total nightmare of constant harassment and social exhaustion. He is more than happy to stay on the sidelines and watch the chaos. Ryoji tries to laugh it off, but he is clearly drowning in all the unwanted female attention. Our protagonist watches from the shadows, feeling a weird sense of relief that he is not the one in the spotlight. The realization hits him like a freezing wave. As long as he stays away from Ryoji and the main plot, he can live a quiet and peaceful life. He just needs to stay an extra and keep his head down at all costs. The goal is simple: avoid the spotlight and enjoy a normal existence far away from the heroines. Our boy gets to work immediately to secure his future. He spends his days reading every book in his room and studying like his life depends on it. He even manages to secure a top scholarship to a private school far away from the original setting. Since he is just an extra, he plans on being the very best one. He joins the student council and keeps things moving slowly. He is meticulously preparing for a future where he does not have to depend on anyone else for his success. After a long day of pretending to be the perfect student, he collapses into his chair. Being a background character is actually a lot more work than he originally thought. He checks off his list of goals. Tuition is covered and his path to university looks solid. But then he notices one last thing he wrote down in the corner of the page. Working out, he remembers a saying that stamina is the ultimate national power. If he wants to survive any situation, he needs a body that can handle the pressure. The gym becomes his second home. He hits the treadmill every single day, pushing himself until he is completely drenched in sweat and gasping for air. He starts with the basics, trembling through sets of push-ups while a massive gym rat watches him curiously from the background. It is a slow and painful process. Soon he is moving on to the heavy weights. Even when his muscles scream at him to stop, he pushes through for just one more rep. He is not just building muscle. He is building the stamina he needs to handle whatever this weird world throws at him next. The intense training starts to show on his face. He is no longer that frail kid who woke up in a hospital bed with bandages everywhere. He is actually starting to enjoy the burn. He flexes his growing muscles, earning a silent thumbs up from the local meatheads who admire his dedication. And just like that, a significant amount of time passes while he focuses on his self-improvement. Spring finally arrives, and the cherry blossoms are in full bloom over the new high school. It is the perfect setting for a fresh start in a new environment. Students walk through the gates, admiring the beautiful scenery. A girl blushes as someone walks past her, though she does not quite understand why she feels so flustered. A guy with blonde hair looks over, sensing a strange presence nearby. The atmosphere in the school feels different than it should for a normal first day. Our boy stands in front of the class list, looking for his name. He has transformed so much over the break that he barely recognizes his own reflection anymore. A confident smirk plays on his lips. The plan to stay a background character is still in motion, but he is doing it on his own terms now with a new body. He turns around with a bright smile when someone calls out to him from the crowd. But hold on, who is this absolute unit? This guy looks like he stepped out of a high-stakes action manhwa rather than a soft high school rom-com. He towers over the other students and asks which class they ended up in. The sheer presence he radiates is enough to stop everyone in their tracks. The transformation is complete. Kim Yoo-sung has officially leveled up his physical stats to the point where he looks like a total protagonist himself. If this was a battle manga, he would already be the final boss. Spring is in the air as our boy Kim Yoo-sung realizes his first year of high school just flew by. He is officially a second year now, and the cherry blossoms are everywhere. Kim Yoo-sung walks through the school gates as cherry blossoms fall, feeling ready for a fresh start. He heads toward the main building while other students gather to begin their new academic year. Our protagonist is far from an average student. Having spent months intensely preparing himself for the inevitable chaos he knows is coming this new semester. Over the last several months, he pushed his body to the absolute limit. He spent every waking hour lifting heavy weights and bulking up like crazy because he knew he needed the extra strength for what was coming. Every rep was fueled by a desperate need to survive the events of the story. He was not just doing this for the aesthetic or to look good for the girls. Every drop of sweat was a calculated move to make sure he could protect himself in this unpredictable world. When he was not at the gym, he was busy studying all kinds of supernatural stories. From aliens to ghosts, he consumed every bit of information he could find in those books to prepare his mind. He tells himself that all this intense preparation is for the sake of an uncertain future. He is not taking any chances with the life he has been given, and wants to be ready for anything. It definitely was not just about the gains. It had been so long since something like this happened, and he credits his massive physical progress to the hidden power of magic flowing through his veins. Our protagonist walks down the hallway with a determined stride, ignoring the flurry of petals drifting through the air. He is mentally preparing himself to face the challenges of his new life in this world. He arrives at Class 2B, and hears the familiar sound of his classmates shouting morning greetings to one another. The new school year has officially started with a lot of noise. A cheerful girl with short brown hair waves and greets the class with a big smile. Everyone seems excited to be back together, except for our boy Yoo-sung, who feels out of place. The blonde-haired guy sitting at the desk looks up in surprise when he hears his name being called out. Sakamoto Ryuji seems caught off guard by the sudden attention from his new classmate. This is a total nightmare scenario for him. He sits down at his desk with his arms crossed, feeling like everything is already going south on the very first day of the year. He purposely picked a school that was far away specifically to avoid ending up in the same place as Ryuji. Now he realizes he probably should have just stayed closer to home since fate had other plans. It seems avoiding the protagonist is harder than he thought. Kim Yoo-sung realizes that his dream of a quiet and peaceful school life is officially over before it even began. He can already tell that things are going to get incredibly complicated very quickly. He watches Ryoji from across the room and notices the guy seems completely oblivious to the chaos he represents in Yu-sung's mind. The tension in the room is only just beginning to build. Suddenly, the classroom door slides open with a loud thud that echoes through the room. Every student stops what they are doing and turns their head to see who is entering next. The teacher walks in with some papers and tells everyone to settle down and get back to their seats. He has a big announcement to make that will change the class dynamic. The teacher is clearly enjoying himself as he prepares to drop some big news that he knows the students are going to absolutely love hearing. Ryoji leans back in his chair looking curious while the girl in front of him is dying to know what the teacher is about to say. The anticipation in the air is palpable. The teacher looks back toward the hallway and signals for someone to finally come inside. He tells the class they have a new transfer student joining them on this first day. A radiant presence fills the room even before the new arrival steps through the door, immediately grabbing everyone's attention with a strange and glowing energy. A stunning blonde girl walks in, and the whole class is instantly mesmerized by her radiant looks. She has a bright smile and a look that screams main heroine energy as she greets everyone. Flowers seem to bloom around her as she stands at the front. The students immediately start whispering among themselves and wondering if she is from another country. Her striking appearance is definitely not something they see every day in this average high school. The teacher can hardly contain his excitement as he presents the newcomer, who seems just as thrilled to be making her debut in front of her new classmates. She introduces herself and explains that she just moved here from Shizuoka. She speaks with a lot of energy and seems like a very friendly and approachable person at first glance. She continues her introduction by listing her favorite things, which include cat's sweets and taking long naps. She ends it with a polite greeting saying it is nice to meet everyone. Yu-sung stares at her from the back of the room as the rest of the class continues to buzz with excitement over the new arrival. He realizes things are getting complicated. Yu-sung realizes the plot is moving way faster than he anticipated, and this is definitely not just some random transfer student joining his class. Yu-sung confirms he is stuck in the middle of a massive multi-heroine story, where the girl in the center of this photo is fated to be a key player. As the teacher introduces her, Yu-sung continues to observe the blonde girl, noting the strange aura that seems to radiate from her presence. The teacher points toward an empty seat and tells the girl to go sit down so they can finally start the lesson. He wants her to settle in nicely with her peers. Ryoji leans his head on his hand and looks toward the front of the room with a confused expression. He wonders why this specific situation feels so strange and what the new girl might be planning. Ryoji suddenly freezes as he recognizes the transfer student from their disastrous meeting earlier that morning, realizing he is in for a serious world of trouble. The blonde girl looks directly at Ryoji and points her finger at him with an angry shout. It looks like their school reunion is going to be anything but peaceful today. The blonde girl is absolutely fuming, screaming that Ryoji is the exact same guy she bumped into earlier this morning. It is like fate is playing a cruel prank on her by putting them in the same class. The teacher just smiles, completely oblivious to the heat between them, and thinks it is wonderful that they already have a connection. She stomps over to her new desk, grumbling about her terrible luck while Ryoji just stares at the floor in disbelief. As she takes her seat, she burns a hole through the back of his head with a lethal glare that promises trouble. She lets out a sharp huff and turns her head away, clearly wanting nothing to do with him for the rest of the day. The atmosphere is so intense that the nearby students look like their brains are short-circuiting from the sudden drama unfolding in their classroom. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-sung is watching the whole thing unfold from his desk with a very calm and analytical eye. He is soaking in every detail of the interaction, treating this high school drama like a high-stakes investigation he needs to solve. Time ticks by on the classroom clock, but the heavy tension in the room does not fade even a little bit. During the break, a classmate notices Yu-sung has a magazine and casually asks if he can take a look at it. Yu-sung hands it over with a smirk, but his mind is actually miles away from whatever is written in those pages. He realizes this world operates on strict rom-com logic, which means he can predict exactly what the next plot point will be. He knows that in these kinds of stories, The status quo never stays quiet for very long before a big event happens. This is exactly why he keeps up with all the latest manga, studying the patterns of different heroines and their specific tropes. Whether it is the tsundere transfer student or the secret childhood friend, he has seen every single plot twist play out 100 times. Right on cue, Ryuji stands up and grabs the girl by the hands, urgently asking her to step outside for a private talk. The entire room goes silent as Ryuji looks at her, with an intensity that could melt iron right there in the classroom. He clenches his teeth, clearly ready to address the elephant in the room from their chaotic encounter earlier that morning. The blonde transfer student stares back with wide, green eyes as she recognizes someone she never expected to see here. Her heart skips a beat as the realization of their past encounter hits her all at once. She lets out a shocked gasp, her mouth hanging open as she tries to process his sudden and very public boldness. Without another word, they head out into the hallway together, leaving the rest of the class whispering about what is going down. One of the guys nearby leans in and asks Yu-sung if he thinks something romantic is finally brewing between those two. Kim Yu-sung decides that he needs to take immediate action rather than just sitting around waiting for things to happen. He makes a bold statement that leaves everyone in the room wondering what he will do next. He stands up and starts heading toward the door, determined to see how this specific plot point plays out in real time. He slides the classroom door open with a sharp click, stepping out into the corridor to follow the main characters. As he steps into the light, his natural aura makes him look like a final boss entering the stage for a showdown. The atmosphere around him shifts instantly, turning heavy and cold for everyone standing nearby. The power of his presence is overwhelming, causing the air in the hallway to feel thick with a sense of impending danger. The other students in the hall literally pale, shrinking back against the walls as if they just saw a ghost walking. Whispers start flying immediately as the students recognize him as the infamous and terrifying Kim Yu-sung. They start questioning if a guy with that kind of intense and dark presence can even be a regular high schooler. Rumors swirl that he is secretly high-level assassin sent from a shadowy death agency to monitor the school. Someone even suggests he is the top intellectual enforcer for a powerful Yakuza family, here on some secret business. Yu-sung catches the vibe and sighs, wondering why he is such a natural magnet for this kind of misunderstood trouble. He ignores the terrified looks and refocuses on his mission to observe the rom-com events in person to confirm his theories. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he prepares to witness the next big shift in the logic of this world. Yu-sung narrows his eyes, focusing all his attention on the scene unfolding. He's not about to miss a single detail of how these tropes play out. The sunlight filters through the trees. It's the kind of perfect afternoon where something big is destined to happen. Sure enough, Yu-sung finds exactly what he was looking for. The blonde girl stands trembling with nerves as she faces off against Ryuji. They're surrounded by a shimmering romantic aura during this textbook confrontation, and the scene is playing out just as predicted. It finally clicks for him. They have arrived at the back of the school, the holy ground for confessions. We open with this golden-haired dude doing a full-on dramatic bow like his entire life is on the line. He's practically begging for forgiveness with his eyes squeezed shut and his hands pressed together in a desperate prayer. The blonde boy remains in his dramatic bowing pose, waiting for the girl's response as speed lines emphasize the intensity of his apology. Our boy Kim Yu-sung is watching the whole thing from the safety of the bushes, and he is not buying it for a second. He realizes immediately that this is a classic apology trap meant to lower someone's guard. As he watches from his hiding spot, he cannot believe the blonde guy is actually pulling off such a cringy pose. He notes that this is exactly the kind of over-the-top drama you would expect from a typical rom-com protagonist who is desperate to win back a girl's favor. The girl in the pink cardigan stands there with her arms crossed looking down at her classmate with a cold and judgmental expression. She looks like she is about to deliver a brutal verbal beatdown to the poor guy on the ground. But wait a minute, look closely at her face, because that stern expression is starting to crack. She is biting her lip and puffing out her cheeks as she desperately tries to hold back a massive wave of laughter. She finally loses it and bursts out laughing while the guy stands there looking completely confused. She is clutching her stomach and howling while our boy in the bushes just watches the total chaos unfold with a blank stare. She leans in with this mischievous fox-like grin and a playful sparkle in her eyes. It is clear she was just messing with him the entire time, and she is absolutely loving every single second of his confusion. She tells him that what happened this morning was just an accident, and she is not the type to stay mad over something so petty. The blonde guy looks relieved, but he is still clearly on edge around her unpredictable energy. He asks why she was acting so mean just now, and she casually admits it was because his shocked face is just too funny to pass up. Yu-sung watches from the greenery and sighs, because these leads are making way too much noise for a simple Tuesday morning. He just wants to stay hidden and avoid any of the resulting fallout. He identifies the girl as Kishimoto Rika, who is the #1 most popular girl in school with a bright personality. She grabs the boy's arm and starts dragging him along while he tries to keep up with her sudden burst of energy. Kim Yu-sung is currently hiding in the bushes like a total creep while he spies on the main characters. He knows this specific moment is a scripted event where the female lead is supposed to meet her destined lover for the first time. As he watches them walk away, he suddenly senses someone standing right behind him in the garden. He freezes up as a shadow looms over his hiding spot, and he realizes his cover might be totally blown. A voice calls out his name, and he looks up to see an elegant girl with long, dark hair holding a red fan. She wants to know what a future student council secretary is doing crouching in the dirt like a common creep. Her presence is imposing, and she looks like she stepped straight out of a high society function. A beautiful pattern of roses and intricate wallpaper serves as a backdrop, signaling the entrance of a high-status character into the scene. She hides the lower half of her face behind her fan, but her sharp eyes are locked onto our boy. She is waiting for an explanation, and it looks like she is not going to let him slide with a simple excuse. This elegant girl with the long black hair and a red ribbon is actually a major player in this world's social hierarchy. She holds a red fan and gives off an aura of mystery and authority that immediately puts everyone on edge. Yu-sung realizes that he is dealing with the archetype of a rival-type character who usually exists just to cause trouble. Dealing with someone like her is a high-level threat to his goal of living a quiet and peaceful school life. In his mind, a chibai version of him is arguing with a chibai version of the fangirl. He knows that even a side heroine is still a heroine, and he cannot afford to get romantically involved with any of them in any way. She leans down and peeks through the same bush he was using as a shield, looking curious about what was so interesting. She is invading his personal space, and our boy is starting to sweat as his secret observation post becomes a shared spot. Yu-sung holds onto a branch and reminds himself that to live a peaceful extra's life, he has to act like a perfectly ordinary guy. He needs to blend into the background so well that even the most dramatic characters in school forget he exists. But looking at the girl next to him, he knows that is going to be difficult. The girl hides behind her fan again and lets out a soft hum as she watches him closely. She seems to be analyzing his every move, and he can tell she is wondering why he is trying so hard to be a nobody. She peers over the top of her fan with a sharp, calculating gaze that suggests she sees right through his act. Her eyes are locked onto our protagonist, trying to figure out if he is a threat or just another background character. A hand reaches out and gently touches the leaves of the bush he is holding as they both stay huddled in the greenery. The proximity is getting a bit too close for comfort, and the atmosphere is shifting in a way he did not expect. Our boy looks genuinely surprised by her sudden move, and he is not sure if he should run away or keep hiding. He is caught between his desire for peace and the reality of a very pretty girl being inches away from his face. She starts to blush and looks away while nervously fidgeting with the leaves of the plant. It looks like the Ice Queen villainess might actually have a shy side, and she is struggling to maintain her composed and elegant image. Yu-sung lets out a long sigh of relief as the immediate tension breaks, and he realizes he survived another encounter. He just wants to go back to his classroom and pretend this weird interaction never happened, but the universe has other plans. She stands up and looks down at him with a lingering gaze that makes him feel like he is under a microscope again. She is not ready to let him go just yet, and she clearly has more on her mind than just gardening tips. She suddenly flashes a bright smile behind her fan and lets out a sophisticated laugh. It is like a complete from her cold persona, and our boy is left wondering which version of her is the real one. They end up walking away together with her leading the way and a playful skip in her step. Yu-sung follows behind looking like he is being led to his doom, while she continues to tease him with her newfound energy. The camera focus shifts down to their legs as they walk side by side through the school garden, highlighting their close proximity. The girl stops in her tracks and turns her head slightly as if she just remembered something important. Her expression becomes soft, and she looks like she is about to make a very interesting proposal for their lunch plans. She looks back over her shoulder with a confident and slightly mischievous glint in her eyes. She asks him if he really thinks she does not understand commoner food and culture, which caught him completely off guard. She brings up a pork stir-fry rice bowl they had at the staff restaurant and admits she had no problem with it at all. Surrounded by sparkling roses and glowing light, she explains that she is not narrow-minded and is willing to try anything as long as it tastes good. She is determined to show him that she is quite relatable. In her chibai form, she proudly declares that if it is at the level of a typical commoner dish, she can eat it without any issues. Our boy can only watch as this elegant lady tries her best to be relatable while still acting like a total noble. Our boy can't help but feel like this elegant lady is secretly roasting the entire commoner lifestyle. In her mind, she thinks a tiny portion of high-grade Wagyu steak is barely enough to count as a snack, let alone a real meal. He finds it hilarious that she spends her time in the student council room just casually cutting into expensive steaks. It is a level of privilege that he is still trying to wrap his head around. Kim Yu-sung has to break the news to her that the school cafeteria definitely does not serve anything as fancy as her preferred stir-fry bowls. The reality of school food is about to hit her hard. This revelation catches her completely off guard, and she hides her shocked expression behind her folding fan. Our protagonist stands over her, waiting to see how she will handle this culinary downgrade. She gets defensive immediately, trying to argue that a simple bowl of rice with meat should be available everywhere. Her pride is on the line as she tries to maintain her noble persona. Dejection settles in as she realizes she might actually have to eat what everyone else eats. She admits that even the names of commoner dishes sound strange and blunt to her refined ears. Feeling defeated, she begins to walk away while our boy watches her. He can practically see the dark aura of disappointment radiating off her back as she processes her lunch options. He is suddenly put on the spot when she asks if they were just being arrogant toward the commoner students. He really does not want to deal with another lecture about his attitude right now. A new challenger appears in the form of Akaki Shinjiro, the student council vice president. He is Kumiko's partner, and he looks like he takes his job way too seriously. The quiet moment in the garden is suddenly interrupted when a guy with glasses spots them together. The girl with the red ribbons is completely caught off guard by his sudden arrival, looking absolutely stunned that they were found out. Akaki adjusts his glasses with a sharp, clinical movement that screams trouble. This guy definitely has an agenda, and he is looking right at our protagonist with pure disdain. He points an accusing finger at Kim Yu-sung, yelling at him for his lack of commitment to his duties. Apparently, being part of the student council means you do not just get to skip out whenever you want. Her face turns a bright shade of crimson as she processes the embarrassing situation she has landed in. She looks completely flustered with wide eyes, losing all of her previous composure in a single moment of pure shock. Our boy is just standing there with a blank expression, wondering why this guy is so worked up. He really did not sign up for this level of school drama. Akaki continues his rant, claiming that poor Kumiko had to skip her own meal just to go looking for our lazy protagonist. He is making it sound like a life-or-death situation. The poor girl is clutching a bunch of leaves and her fan, looking completely overwhelmed by her partner's intense overprotectiveness. She is caught in the middle of a very loud argument. Akaki declares that he will no longer stand by and watch anyone act so insolent toward his lady. Behind him, Kumiko's chibai form is screaming for him to just stop talking. Realizing things are getting way too embarrassing, she grabs Akaki's arm and starts pulling him away. She needs to get him out of there before he says something she can never take back. As he is being dragged off, he shouts back that their scheduled meal will have to be postponed for another time. Kim Yoo-sung can only watch the chaos retreat into the distance. His internal monologue is a total mess right now because nothing about this day is making sense. He just wanted a quiet life, but instead, he is surrounded by these theatrical noble types. He stands there for a moment with a glazed-over look in his eyes, feeling the weight of the absurdity. This world is definitely a lot more exhausting than he expected it to be. The scene finally shifts as school lets out and the cherry blossoms drift through the air. It is the end of another long day in this bizarre reincarnation story. Later that afternoon, the bustle of the city takes over as students head toward the subway station. Our boy is just looking forward to getting home and relaxing. Standing in the crowd, his physical transformation is hard to ignore as he towers over the other commuters. All that intense training has definitely paid off in the looks department. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out to him, asking if he finished that manga magazine yet. It is a guy from his class who seems way too happy to see him. Our boy is feeling confident that he can dodge the main plot if he just stays away from the original protagonist Ryoji. He believes focusing on his physical gains is the ultimate way to stay invisible. He stops by a vending machine to grab a drink, watching as a can of orange soda drops into the slot. A little refreshment is exactly what he needs after all that student council nonsense. Kim Yoo-sung cracks open the can with a satisfied click, enjoying a rare moment of peace. He is finally starting to feel like he has a handle on his new life. But of course, the universe has other plans, and he feels a small hand tugging at his jacket from behind. He still thinks everything is going according to his plan to stay in the background. He turns his head slightly, noticing the unexpected presence as a cold sweat starts to form. Something about this feels way too familiar, and not in a good way. A bright and bubbly blonde girl introduces herself as Kishimoto Rika, the new transfer student. She is a major character from the original story, and her sudden appearance has our boy internally screaming. His heart sinks as he realizes that no matter how hard he tries to stay on the sidelines, the plot keeps finding him. He is officially terrified that his normal life is about to be ruined forever. Rika is standing there with the biggest smile on her face, clutching her phone like she just won the lottery. She rushes over to Kim Yoo-sung and shoves the screen in his face, catching him completely off guard as he tries to step back. Our boy is sweating bullets because he has no idea why this popular girl is suddenly cornering him in the middle of the station. Rika points right at his name tag, revealing that she figured out exactly who he is without him saying a single word. She gives him this dazzling, sparkly look and tells him that she knew it was him all along because of that tiny detail. Kim just stands there feeling like an idiot because he totally forgot he was literally wearing his name for the whole world to see. Rika gets this mischievous little cat grin, clearly enjoying the fact that she has him flustered and trapped in a conversation. She tells him straight up that he is actually a really good guy, and that her instincts about him were spot on from the start. Our protagonist is just staring at her, his brain trying to process why the class queen thinks so highly of a guy like him. Kim Yoo-sung is completely lost as he tries to make sense of the strange nonsense coming out of her mouth. He wonders if he missed a crucial part of the conversation, because absolutely nothing she says is making any sense to him. A giant question mark pops up over his head as he tries to make sense of her sudden intense interest in him. The sweat starts rolling down his face, because he knows that getting close to someone like her is a recipe for disaster in this world. Rika keeps going, telling him that he is exactly the kind of person she expected him to be after watching him so closely in class. She mentions that he was radiating such a weird, dark energy all by himself that it was impossible for her not to notice him. Then she just laughs it off with a bright smile, acting like his edgy loner vibe is the most charming thing she has ever seen. Kim is speechless as she doubles down, insisting that despite his scary appearance, he is definitely a good person at heart. Inside, he is screaming because she has made a massive mistake in her judgment of his actual character. Kim realizes he has somehow gotten involved with one of the two main heroines of this world, and he is definitely not happy about it. Knowing Rika is the most popular girl in school who always ranks first in every poll, he considers just leaning into the scary rumors about his past to drive her away before things get even more complicated for his quiet life. He just stares at her blankly, wondering if his life as a quiet background character is officially over before it even started. The girl with the blonde ponytail puffs out her cheeks in frustration because he is not giving her the reaction she wants. She crosses her arms and looks incredibly annoyed that our protagonist is being so difficult during their conversation. Finally, he manages to squeeze out a confused thanks for the compliment, though he still looks totally lost in the situation. Rika just smiles even wider, satisfied that she finally got him to say something instead of just standing there like a statue. Kim watches her closely, realizing that this girl is far more persistent than any of the characters he read about in the original story. They stand there together by the vending machines, a strange pair that definitely does not belong in the same scene together. Rika drops a bombshell and tells him that from now on, she is going to be his friend whether he likes it or not. She tells him to take good care of her from now on, officially sealing their new and very unexpected bond. Kim just gives her a skeptical look, his mind already racing with all the ways this could ruin his plan to stay hidden. He pictures himself as a simple extra trying to keep things quiet, while Rika is this chaotic cat girl jumping into his life. He decides that even if she is hanging around, he must keep up his act as an ordinary background character to avoid suspicion. He looks at her and tells her he will be counting on her too, officially calling her Rika for the first time since they met, while his intense gaze tries to hide how much he hates this situation. A shower of stars and sound effects explode around them as the deal is struck, changing the course of his school life forever. Rika giggles with pure joy, looking like she just made the best deal of her life with the most interesting guy in class. Our boy thinks to himself that his plan worked for now, even if it means letting her believe whatever she wants about him. He checks his phone to find her address, while Rika hovers next to him looking like a kicked puppy who just wants attention. Looking at the neighborhood map, he realizes that Rika is actually from a super wealthy residential district called Seijo. Rika clenches her fists with excitement, looking ready to take on the world now that she has officially joined forces with our protagonist. Rika's eyes go wide as she stares at the item in Kim's hand, her curiosity and surprise reaching their peak in this moment. Kim Yoo-sung finally hands the card over, his expression neutral while Rika stands there with her mouth agape, totally stunned by the interaction. Rika beams, exclaiming that this meeting feels like total fate, while our boy just sighs, thinking that fated encounters are usually way more trouble than they are worth. He pauses for a second, a dark look crossing his face as he realizes he might be able to use this unexpected twist to his advantage. He starts thinking back to the mechanics of the original story, knowing that even a minor side character can turn a drama into a comedy if they play their cards right. Kim lets out a bit of his intense aura, looking like a total final boss as he contemplates how to manipulate the plot for his own survival. A small, calculating smirk tugs at his lips because in the original story, this is exactly where the protagonist would get help to show off later. He snaps back to reality and looks down at Rika, who is still hovering around him like he is the most fascinating thing she's ever seen. A quick stop at the vending machine seems like the best way to pause the conversation, especially since a cold drink only costs 110 yen. Rika grabs a cola and starts chugging it down like she hasn't had a drink in days. Rich girls and their sugary addictions, right? She lets out a satisfied sigh, her face lighting up as she mentions that since she lives near Seijo and he is at Chiro's Funabashi, they will be taking the same train every day. She looks up at him with those big green eyes, completely unaware of the intense mental gymnastics our protagonist is currently performing to stay ahead of the game. Rika gives him a knowing smile, looking like she has a secret she is just dying to share with her new favorite partner in crime. She whips out her phone to show off a photo from her past, revealing that she used to be a famous fashion magazine model before high school started and bragging about her hard work. Kim stares at the screen, remaining completely unimpressed even as Rika brags about how hard she works to maintain her perfect idol-like figure and magazine-ready looks. When he doesn't give her the shocked reaction she was hoping for, she gets all flustered and starts yelling about how his casual attitude is totally rude. She keeps yelling at him for his indifference, but she's quickly interrupted by the sound of footsteps and the arrival of their transport. The green train pulls into the station with a loud screech, signaling that their awkward little hangout is finally moving to the next location. As they wait to board, the other passengers start whispering, looking at Kim's messy hair and intense expression like he is some kind of dangerous delinquent. Even inside the crowded car, people naturally give him a wide berth. Clearly intimidated by the scary aura he is unintentionally radiating while standing next to Rika. Rika doesn't seem to mind the attention at all, giggling about how she found a shortcut thanks to him, while Kim thinks this feels more like a route hijack. He points out their exact route on the station map, trying to be helpful despite the fact that his presence is making everyone else on the train nervous. Our boy starts walking with purpose, and Rika has to scramble to keep up, complaining that he is moving way too fast for her to follow him easily. He steps into the train car without looking back, prompting Rika to panic and ask if he is actually trying to ditch her in the middle of the crowded station. They finally reach the sign for Chido's Funabashi station, and Rika catches her breath while thanking him for looking after her all afternoon. Kim gives her a brief, sideways glance, perhaps wondering if getting involved with the class queen was a genius move or a massive mistake for his school life. As he walks away, her cheerful voice follows him, announcing that she will be counting on him to help her out tomorrow too. Rika stands behind the closing doors of the train, waving enthusiastically with a huge grin on her face, as she heads toward her wealthy neighborhood while the intercom announces the departure. As the train speeds away from the platform, Kim Yoo-sung watches it disappear with a heavy feeling in his chest. He realizes with pure dread that this chaotic girl plans on showing up to bother him again the very next day. A single word echoes in his head as he watches the train depart, his mind unable to process the whirlwind that is Rika. He stands there for a long moment, looking like a man who just realized he successfully escaped one trap only to walk straight into another. Kim Yoo-sung clenches his fist in frustration, wondering why he was the one destined to be targeted by such a chaotic girl. Kim Yoo-sung is hiding out in a quiet corner of the school parking lot to avoid his classmates. He just wanted a peaceful lunch break near the recycling bins where nobody would bother him while he ate. He opens up his lunchbox to reveal a perfectly packed set of kimbap. This looks way better than your average school lunch, and he is ready to enjoy his meal in peace. Kim picks up a piece with his chopsticks and is just about to enjoy his first bite when he is suddenly interrupted by a loud voice calling his name. His peaceful seclusion is shattered as a high-pitched scream echoes through the lot. It turns out his secret hideout was not as clever as he thought, and his unwanted visitor has finally cornered him. Our boy stops mid-bite and looks up with a confused expression as he tries to figure out who found him. He was not expecting anyone to stumble upon his secret lunch spot today. It is Rika, and she looks like she is having a total emotional breakdown right in front of him. She stands there trembling with her hands clutched together, and tears welled up in her eyes. She looks absolutely heartbroken as she approaches him, and she seems to be struggling to keep herself together. Whatever happened must have been pretty serious to get her this worked up over lunch. Kim Yoo-sung explains his lonely habits and why he prefers the seclusion of the recycling area for lunch. He admits that his presence in the classroom makes his fellow students feel awkward and uncomfortable. He looks at her with a calm but skeptical gaze while he tries to process her sudden outburst. He is used to being a loner, so her emotional reaction is a lot for him to handle. Rika blushes and tells him that even if he thinks he is alone, it doesn't feel that way to her because she is standing right there. She clutches her own lunch bag tightly while trying to convince him that he needs to be more social. Her tragic mood takes a sharp turn the second she notices the gourmet kimbap sitting in his lap. Her stomach has clearly taken control of her brain, and all her previous heartbreak is instantly forgotten. She is completely mesmerized by the quality of the rolls compared to her own mediocre meal. It looks way better than anything she expected, and she is practically drooling over his lunch. In the blink of an eye, her sadness vanishes, and she looks like the happiest girl on earth. Her mood swings are honestly quite impressive, and she looks ready to feast. Kim is just sitting there thinking to himself that she can cry on command way too fast for his liking. He is honestly a little bit overwhelmed by her chaotic energy and how quickly she can flip her emotions. Rika is now all smiles and sunshine as she looks at his food with greedy eyes. The heavy atmosphere from a few minutes ago is completely gone and replaced by pure excitement for lunch. Rika suddenly transforms into a chibi cat version of herself, complete with ears and a tail, as she starts shouting. She seems to be throwing a playful yet loud tantrum while Kim looks on from the side. Rika reaches in with her chopsticks to try some of the kimbap for the first time in her life. She was confused at first thinking it was noramaki, but she is excited to see what the Korean version tastes like. Rika takes a massive bite, and her expression immediately begins to change. She is savoring every single flavor in that roll with a look of pure bliss on her face. Her eyes literally sparkle as she realizes how amazing the food tastes, and her face lights up with pure joy. This kimbap is on a whole different level compared to anything she has ever had before, and she wants more. Rika asks him if his family really runs a Korean restaurant because the kimbap is way too good to be homemade. She is genuinely impressed and wants to know the secret behind such a delicious recipe. Kim is just glad that she is finally enjoying herself instead of crying and causing a scene. They sit together on the wooden bench sharing their lunch, and for a second it feels like they might actually become good friends. Now it is her turn to share, and she offers him some of her own lunch as a fair trade. She looks very proud of what she brought today and wants him to enjoy it. To break the ice, the blonde girl offers up her beautifully prepared bento box as a peace offering. She insists that he try some of her food to prove that sharing a meal can actually be an enjoyable experience. Kim takes a bite of her omelet hoping for something savory, but his expression immediately begins to change. He has no idea what he just put in his mouth, but he knows it was a huge mistake. Kim looks like he just saw a ghost as the overwhelming sweetness hits his tongue and makes his brain short-circuit. He cannot believe how much sugar she managed to pack into a single piece of egg, and he starts to choke. It turns out Rika is a total sugar evangelist who thinks that half of life is made of sugar. Kim imagines a fancy chef literally showering her meal in piles of white powder like a total professional. Our boy thinks this meal is way too sweet even for his tastes, and he wonders if her taste buds are broken. He asks her if she based her recipe on some kind of sugar story because it is basically candy. He stares at her in disbelief as she continues to eat the sugary mess with a big smile on her face. He finally asks her if she really likes sugar that much because it is honestly a bit concerning. A fire ignites in his eyes as he tells her that eating only sweets is going to absolutely ruin her health and her taste buds. He cannot just stand by and let her destroy herself with all that sugar without saying something. He makes a bold declaration that next time he is going to show her what a real zero-sugar Korean-style omelet is supposed to taste like. He is determined to save her from her own terrible cooking. Rika laughs and tells him to make sure he thanks his mom for the delicious food because she loved it. She even offers to trade some of her sweet eggs for more kimbap in the future, which makes her very happy. But their little moment is cut short by a loud, piercing whistle that echoes through the empty lot and makes them both freeze. Someone has been watching them from a distance, and they do not look happy. Two figures in black uniforms appear in the distance, and they look like they are on a mission to uphold school dignity. Louis and the council girl are furious that a boy and girl are hiding away to eat together. The girl with the red bows is shaking with pure rage, and her face is turning bright red from the anger. She has been watching them this entire time and is absolutely disgusted by their improper school relationship. She blows her whistle with her cheeks puffed out while staring them down with a terrifying intensity. It looks like our boy and Rika are in for some serious trouble with the student council for meeting in secret. The quiet afternoon takes a sharp turn as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. What started as a peaceful lunch is about to turn into a full-blown interrogation by the campus elite. Yu-sung starts sweating bullets the moment the student council president crashes their private lunch with her trademark red fan. Rika is so focused on eating that she hasn't even realized they are in big trouble yet. The atmosphere suddenly turns heavy as a dark aura begins to radiate from a newcomer. A lecture begins about the strict rules regarding student conduct and the forbidden nature of certain social interactions. The mysterious girl with the red bows starts ranting about improper relationships between male and female students. She claims that while heaven might forgive such things, she certainly won't let it slide on her watch. She is practically vibrating with righteous fury, her face hidden in the shadows as she looks down on them. To her, this secret lunch meeting is the ultimate betrayal of school dignity. However, she is just getting started with her dramatic monologue. She is clearly the type who loves the sound of her own voice when she is lecturing others. This student council tyrant isn't backing down as she doubles down on her authority to intimidate the students. She clearly views this school as her personal kingdom and won't tolerate any disruptions to her order while she is on duty. It is a performance that would be impressive if it weren't so incredibly annoying. Kim Yoo-sung just stares at her with a look of pure confusion. He is trying to figure out if this girl is actually for real or if he just stumbled into a low-budget drama rehearsal. Footsteps echo across the pavement as another figure approaches the scene. It seems the student council president didn't come alone to bust our favorite duo. Louis, the guy with the glasses and the strict uniform, steps forward with a stern expression. He looks like the kind of guy who has the entire school handbook memorized and follows it to the letter. Our boy is definitely not intimidated by this display of power. He looks more annoyed than anything else, wondering why these two can't just let him eat his lunch in peace. Rika completely ignores the hostile energy and keeps stuffing her face like nothing is happening at all. She is way more interested in finishing her delicious meal than listening to some uptight girl go on a massive power trip. The girl tries to regain control of the situation by demanding a proper explanation for their behavior while hiding behind her fan. She won't let them off the hook until they show some respect for her position and authority. Suddenly, Rika snaps her fingers with a huge smile as she remembers exactly who this girl is. She points a finger and calls her out as the famous dark student council president. Rika giggles and says that now she has seen her in person, she totally gets why everyone calls her that. She is being so bubbly and sweet that the tension in the air starts to evaporate. The council girl is absolutely mortified to be called that out loud. She starts yelling back, her face turning bright red as her cool and scary persona completely crumbles in front of them. Rika suggests that if the president is going to act like a fictional character, she might as well lean into the role and own it. It's a savage reality check that leaves the girl completely speechless and trembling with embarrassment. Her cool persona has officially left the building. Rika holds up a piece of her omelet with her chopsticks and cheerfully offers it to the fuming girl. She asks if she wants a taste of her egg bread, acting like they are the best of friends. Rika suddenly stops her cheerful display and looks at the girl with a blank, serious expression. The sudden shift in her mood is enough to make anyone feel uneasy. She finally snaps and screams that she will let it slide just for today, but they better mark her words. She is clearly just looking for an excuse to escape this awkward situation. She turns on her heel and shouts that she will be back again, refusing to accept total defeat. It is the classic line of a villain who just got humiliated. The girl sprints away as fast as she can, hiding her face behind her fan and crying about the humiliation. Louis watches her go with a panicked expression, his jaw dropping at her sudden retreat. Louis yells for his lady to wait up as he chases after her, leaving Kim and Rika standing there alone again. Our boy just watches the chaos unfold with a deadpan expression, barely processing what just happened. Later on, the classroom where students are chatting and getting ready for the next period. Kim Yoo-sung is sitting at his desk, lost in thought after the wild lunch encounter. He senses someone approaching his desk and looks up with a slight start. It seems his quiet time is about to be interrupted once again. Rika walks over with a big grin, carrying her school bag and looking more energetic than ever. She has a way of brightening up the room just by walking into it. She pulls out a booklet titled the Isekai'd Academy Club Guide. It is full of information about all the different clubs students can join to make the most of their school life. Rika flashes a mischievous grin as she prepares to drag our protagonist into her next big idea. She is clearly determined to make sure he doesn't spend his high school days being a loner. Kim Yoo-sung looks at the booklet and ponders the idea for a moment. He has been flying under the radar so far, and joining a club might complicate things. Kim Yoo-sung stands up from his desk, his chair scraping against the floor. He decides that maybe checking out these clubs is the best way to spend his afternoon after all. Our boy looks at her with a serious expression, noticing how dedicated she is to getting him involved. He realizes that she is not going to take no for an answer. Everything suddenly shifts as Kim's internal monologue takes a much darker turn. He starts revealing the true motive behind his seemingly ordinary actions in this new life, and why he is really entertaining Rika's club ideas. A dark, wicked grin slowly spreads across Kim Yoo-sung's face as his eyes take on a sinister purple glow. The mask of the ordinary high schooler is slipping, revealing something much more dangerous underneath. He thinks to himself that he is truly curious about how this is all going to play out. He is surrounded by an aura of dark energy that would make the council girl faint from actual fear. Our boy cracks his knuckles as the dark energy swirls around him, his mind already spinning with new plans. He is ready to see exactly what this school and its clubs have to offer him. He isn't just joining a club for fun or to make friends like a normal teenager. This is all part of a larger plan to test the absolute limits of his power in this new environment. His true motivation finally comes to light. Our boy wants to push his limits and see just how far his absolute strength can carry him in this world. The match kicks off with a powerful strike, but the form is completely off. A soccer ball rockets across the gym floor with more force than finesse as the players struggle to keep control. It sails high into the air, completely missing the intended target. The trajectory is a total disaster, proving that someone on this field seriously needs to work on their aim. The goalkeeper stands there in disbelief, watching the ball fly wide. He cannot believe how awful the shooting has been today and wonders if they will ever manage to score a single goal. Our protagonist, Kim Yoo-sung, is the blonde guy with the undercut standing on the sidelines with his friend. They are having a blast mocking the soccer team and laughing about how they missed 5 shots in a row. The soccer players are fuming, clenching their fists as they remind the punks that they were using the field first. The tension is thick as the athletes try to ignore the insults from the gallery. Suddenly, a tall figure approaches from behind the fence, casting a long shadow over the confrontation. The delinquents do not realize that someone much more imposing is about to step into the mix. The two troublemakers turn around with aggressive looks, demanding to know who thinks they can interrupt the top striker duo of the school. They are clearly looking for a fight and think they have the upper hand. Their confidence evaporates instantly as they come face to face with Ryohei. The redhead soccer captain stares them down with a cold, piercing gaze that says he is not in the mood for their games. The delinquents freeze as they spot the number 10 on his back. That jersey carries a lot of weight in this school, and they realize they just picked a fight with the wrong guy. Ryohei tells them to clear out because his team needs the field, and his presence alone is enough to make the bullies start sweating. This is zero-back Ryohei, the third-year captain, and even the toughest punks know better than to mouth off to him. The blue-haired delinquent immediately changes his tune, stammering apologies as he tries to play it cool. He and his blonde friend start backing away as fast as they can to avoid Ryohei's wrath. Ryohei's teammate watches them scramble away, commenting on how cool the captain is for handling the situation so easily. Ryohei just sighs, seemingly exhausted by the constant distractions during practice. As the troublemakers vanish, Ryohei admits to his friend that he has not seen any talented freshmen yet. He is looking for someone special to join the ranks, but the current prospects are leaving him underwhelmed. Ryohei looks out over the field with a serious expression, thinking about his dream to win the national championship this year. He knows they are short on talent, and without a powerhouse recruit, their chances of victory are looking slim. He worries that the club simply does not have enough raw skill to compete at the highest level right now. It is a frustrating realization for a captain who is so dedicated to his sport. The sun beats down on the school buildings as the day continues. While the soccer team worries about their future, other forces are moving through the hallways of the academy. Everything seems quiet around the main school building, but the peace is about to be shattered. The delinquents from the field are still roaming around, nursing their bruised egos after the encounter with Ryohei. The blonde punk grits his teeth in anger, clearly still fuming about being forced to back down. He is looking for someone to take his frustration out on, desperate to reclaim his lost pride. His blue-haired companion tries to keep up, listening to the blonde guy complain about how they should have stood their ground. They are walking with purpose, unaware that they are about to run into a real monster. The blonde delinquent tells his friend to handle things himself if he is so worried, claiming he wants no part of the soccer club anymore. He is trying to act tough despite his earlier cowardice. They continue their heated argument, bickering back and forth about who was more scared. Their focus is so entirely on each other that they are completely blind to the person walking right toward them. Suddenly, a massive student walks past and accidentally shoulder checks the blonde delinquent. The impact is significant, nearly knocking the smaller guy off his feet as the stranger continues walking without a word. The blonde punk spins around, his face turning red with rage as he yells at the guy to watch where he is going. He thinks he found a victim he can finally bully to feel better about himself. Something completely unexpected catches him off guard, leaving him totally frozen in disbelief. He can't help but shout out in shock as the situation takes a wild turn he never saw coming. This massive student looks absolutely terrifying as he stares down the punks with a cold intensity. He peers back at the bully with a gaze that feels like a heavy physical weight. The delinquents mistake this massive student for a legendary monster, and their survival instincts kick into overdrive. They scream in terror and sprint away as fast as possible, desperate to live another day. Rika looks up from her book with a dazed expression, wondering what on earth just happened to those guys. Right beside her, the dark-haired giant stands with a look of pure confusion as he tries to process the scene. Students in the background start whispering among themselves, recognizing the legendary fighter in their midst. They are amazed that he managed to terrify those bullies just by glancing in their direction. Rika looks up at the scary newcomer with a skeptical expression, wondering if he did something to scare them off. He just shrugs it off, explaining that he only looked back at them when they spoke. Back at the soccer field, a player is busy collecting balls near the goal. He is focused on his chores, unaware that the most feared student in school is heading straight for his club. The player pauses when he hears a commotion nearby, looking up with a confused expression. He wonders what all the noise is about, and if there is more trouble coming toward the field. Rika excitedly leads the way toward the soccer club, telling the massive student they should start their search here. He follows close behind her, his presence causing a stir among the students who are terrified of him. The two delinquents from earlier are watching from a safe distance, shaking with fear as they wonder if he is there for revenge. They are terrified of what might happen if the mad dog heir really decides to go off. Inside the field area, a steady hand reaches out and grips the shoulder of the confused soccer player. It is a firm, commanding gesture that demands immediate attention. Ryohei stands behind his teammate, his eyes fixed on the approaching giant. The captain recognizes that a major power has just entered his domain, and the atmosphere on the field shifts instantly. The soccer player breaks into a cold sweat, feeling the heavy atmosphere as the newcomers approach the field. He stands frozen, his eyes wide with anxiety as he realizes the situation is becoming far more serious than a simple practice session. The captain of the team narrows his eyes, focusing intently on our protagonist. He is sizing up the competition, trying to figure out exactly what kind of person he is dealing with here. A slight grin tugs at the corner of his mouth as he prepares to speak. This is not going to be an easy introduction for anyone involved in this meeting. This massive stranger stands tall, radiating a heavy, intimidating pressure that fills the entire field. Based on his physique alone, he looks like a top-tier delinquent who could handle a whole crowd. It is clear that whatever he has planned, it is going to be far more than just a simple club visit. The captain takes a firm step forward, his athletic shoes crunching against the dirt of the field. He is not backing down despite the overwhelming presence standing right in front of him. Our boy looks back with a calm, almost bored expression. He is waiting for the captain to make the first move or say something that makes his trip here worthwhile. Ryohei crosses his arms and offers a formal welcome to the club. He has decided to handle this professionally for now, giving the giant a chance to prove his intentions. As the redhead tries to get in his face, Kim Yu-sung remains remarkably calm and collected. He stares down his opponent with an intense gaze that clearly shows he isn't intimidated by the aggressive posturing at all. Up close, Ryohei is absolutely stunned by the sheer scale of the guy. Even though there is only a small height difference between them, the captain feels like a total dwarf standing next to this absolute unit. The pressure coming off our boy is unlike anything he has felt before. Ryohei cannot help but stare at the massive muscles that even the school uniform cannot hide. He remembers the rumors about Kim Yu-sung being a powerhouse who does not just hang around for fun. If this guy actually joins the soccer club, everything is about to change. He suddenly imagines the two of them standing side by side, lifting a massive championship trophy high into the air. The thought of having such a weapon on his team brings a huge smile to his face. With a recruit like this, winning the national championship this year would not just be a pipe dream anymore. It would be an absolute certainty. The protagonist locks eyes with his rival, radiating a serious energy that signals things are about to get real. His expression is unreadable, but you can tell he is analyzing every possible move for the battle ahead. Ryohei asks what is with that look, wondering if his excitement is too obvious. He quickly shakes it off and decides to set up a test for the newcomer. A soccer ball is placed carefully on the white penalty line. This is the moment of truth where all the talk ends and the actual skill has to be shown. Kim Yu-sung stands alone before the goal, looking down at the ball at his feet. The entire field has gone quiet as everyone waits to see what he can do. He takes a deep breath, thinking about the instructions he was just given. He only has one chance to prove himself, and he needs to use every bit of strength he has to make it count. A terrifying purple aura begins to erupt from our boy as he gets into his stance. His eyes sharpen with a predatory focus that makes the air around him feel heavy. He clenches his fists tightly, centering his energy and focusing every muscle in his body for the strike. He is not just looking to score, he is looking to dominate. He makes a firm declaration that it is time to stop playing around and show his real strength. The surrounding energy intensifies as he prepares to strike with everything he has got in this final showdown. His leg begins to glow with an intense, magical light as he initiates his power reporting. The ground beneath his feet starts to crack from the sheer pressure of his buildup. He drops into a deep squat, loading his legs like massive springs ready to release all that pent-up force in a single instant. A close-up of the Korean SFX for a massive, sharp cutting or swinging motion highlights the sheer speed of his movement. The weight of his strike registers at a staggering 300 kilograms of force. This is a level of power that should be physically impossible for a high school student. With his eye glowing and his teeth bared, our protagonist looks like a demon unleashed on the pitch. He swings his leg forward with everything he has got. He launches into a spectacular high kick, his body twisting through the air with perfect form. The shock wave from the motion alone sends dust flying in every direction. The impact is thunderous as his foot connects with the ball, sending it screaming toward the goal like a literal cannonball. It moves so fast that it leaves a trail of purple fire in its wake, blurring the vision of everyone watching. The other players are frozen in absolute terror, their mouths hanging open as they try to process the insane speed of the shot. They have never seen anything like this in their lives. Ryohei and his teammates can barely even see the ball as it flies past them. Their eyes are wide with shock, and the captain realizes he might have completely underestimated this guy. The goal is left wide open, but the ball is moving with so much violence that it is hard to tell if it even hit the net. The silence that follows is deafening as everyone stares at the goal. Ryohei is shaking with fear because the ball did not just go in, it literally exploded on impact. Our boy just stands there calmly next to the shredded remains of the soccer ball like it was nothing. Kim Yu-sung looks completely unfazed by the destruction he just caused, while Rika stares at him with a mix of surprise and worry. She knew he was strong, but this is just ridiculous. Rika skips away happily, joking about how it feels like they are just going around breaking stages in a game. Behind them, Ryohei is left in a daze, wondering if he just witnessed the end of his school career. The rumor mill starts spinning immediately across the campus. Students begin to wonder if our protagonist is planning to wreck every single sports team at the school one by one. A mysterious girl with dark hair and a red ribbon watches from a distance, her interest piqued by the commotion. She is not about to miss out on a show this entertaining. A mysterious long-haired girl observes from the sidelines, finally noticing that Kim Yu-sung is making his big move. She seems to have been waiting for this exact moment to see what the legendary fighter is truly capable of doing. Our boy is on a total rampage today. First, he shatters the backboard at the basketball club, then he sends a baseball into orbit with a single swing, and finally he leaves a literal crater on the tennis court. Talk about a sports tryout from hell. Everyone is terrified of this high school kid who seems to have godlike strength. Rika marks another one off the list as she goes through the school clubs. Soccer, baseball, and tennis are all officially crossed out with a heart after Kim Yoo-sung's display of absolute dominance. She's cheering about his one-hit clear, while our protagonist just stands there looking like this is a normal Tuesday. Honestly, his lack of reaction is the most intimidating part of his whole vibe. Kim Yoo-sung looks over at her, probably wondering why she is making such a big deal out of it. He is just looking for a club, not trying to become a school legend in a single afternoon. Rika gets this mischievous look in her eyes as she glances at her notebook. She has definitely got something planned for our boy that he is probably not going to like very much. Rika pulls out a pair of red-rimmed glasses, preparing to switch into her serious analyst mode to help him find the right club. Rika transforms into a professional consultant who is ready to map out the perfect path for his school career. Our boy is just standing there with a massive question mark over his head. He has no idea why she went from cute cheerleader to professional consultant in less than 5 seconds. She starts breaking down the benefits of the track and field club to improve his stamina and focus for future battles. Rika even imagines herself as a swift cat girl outrunning the rest of the competition to prove how effective the training would be. The swimming club is next on her list, because nothing builds full-body strength like crushing dozens of laps in the pool. She finishes her pitch with kendo for mental fortitude, while visualizing herself delivering a perfectly timed strike to an opponent. After all that analysis, Rika concludes that there are only 3 clubs left that offer trial sessions today. She is keeping a very tight schedule for our protagonist to ensure they find the perfect fit. She takes the glasses off and flashes him a big, toothy grin. She tells him she is ready to guide him anywhere he wants to go next on their tour, but then she suddenly freezes up and starts blushing hard. Something about the way he is looking at her just threw her completely off her game and ruined her cool persona. She stammers out that she will guide him anywhere he needs. Poor girl is suddenly so flustered she can barely get the words out while she stares up at him. She starts nervously playing with her hair, her fingers twisting a blonde lock as she tries to hide her mounting embarrassment. Rika looks up at him, her face glowing red while she tries to regain some of her composure. She is really struggling to stay professional despite her growing feelings. Kim Yoo-sung catches on and gives her a suspicious look. He knows something is up, and he is not sure if he likes where this conversation is heading. He wonders if she is actually embarrassed by something. He remembers that ominous back shot from earlier and starts getting some really bad vibes about the whole situation. She looks at him with those big green eyes, still looking like she is about to overheat. The silence between them is getting pretty awkward as they stand in the hall. She suddenly reaches out and grabs his arm, her hand gripping his sleeve as she prepares to lead him away from the awkward silence. Rika starts dragging him along the hallway with a determined look on her face. She has clearly decided to just push through the embarrassment and get moving. Our boy decides it is better not to push the topic since she is already so worked up. He knows she probably wouldn't give him a straight answer anyway. They walk away together, heading toward their next destination. It is quite the sight seeing this tiny girl lead around a guy who just demolished half the school's sports teams. A crowd of students has gathered outside the next clubroom. It seems like word has spread about the human wrecking ball making his way through the campus. One of the students spots them and immediately gets on his phone. He shouts out to everyone in the hall that the monster has finally arrived at their door. Kim Yoo-sung puts on his game face, looking like a total delinquent boss. He knows he is the center of attention, and he is leaning into the intimidation. Rika is right by his side, looking like the proudest manager in the world. She is loving the fact that her boy is causing such a massive stir. A close-up of a student's head as they whisper and gossip about the arrival of the legendary student who has been destroying every club he visits. A girl with a microphone tries to step in their way for a quick interview. She looks absolutely terrified to be talking to the guy who broke a basketball backboard. Rika isn't about to let the media circus distract them, so she steps in as his official gatekeeper to handle the annoying crowd. The doors to the final club room slide open with a heavy creak, revealing the entrance to the martial arts dojo. Kim Yoo-sung looks inside, his expression turning serious as he senses a different kind of energy from this specific club compared to the others. A new challenger finally emerges from the shadows of the dojo, and she doesn't seem the least bit impressed by his reputation. Yu-sung's eyes widen slightly as he feels the weight of a training sword being pointed directly at his throat. Lydia declares that this is where his rampage finally ends. She is not intimidated by his reputation at all and seems eager to be the one to bring him down. The energy she is putting off is intense. She issues a direct challenge by thrusting a training sword his way, as the rest of the students erupt in excitement. Our protagonist just stares back at her. He did not expect to run into someone with this much confidence so early in his journey through the school clubs. Her gaze is piercing. It is the look of someone who has spent years perfecting her craft and has zero patience for delinquents using club trials as an excuse to wreck things. Without breaking eye contact, she effortlessly swings her gear over her shoulder. She is already preparing for the inevitable showdown that is about to go down. Standing tall and commanding the entire room, Lydia looks like a final boss in her own right. The pressure she is emitting is suffocating, and even the students who were cheering before are starting to sweat. One of the students in the crowd starts losing his mind with excitement. He has been waiting for someone to finally put Kim in his place. The entire hallway is a circus of people cheering and recording on their phones. Everyone wants to see the unstoppable force hit an immovable object. Rika gets a kick out of the chaos while adjusting her glasses, but Kim is definitely feeling the heat. He realizes that all these students are starting to treat him like some kind of legendary final boss. Suddenly, Lydia lets out a scream for silence that echoes through the entire building. This girl clearly does not take any nonsense in her dojo, and she is not afraid to show it. Just like that, the noisy crowd instantly shuts up. They are all terrified of the captain, and for a very good reason. She demands order in her dojo. This is a place of discipline and mental fortitude, not a spectacle for bored students to gawk at while they skip class. Lydia's eyes flash with a dangerous purple light. This is not just regular skill. She is hiding some serious supernatural power behind that cold and calculated stare. The spectators are visibly trembling. They can feel the sheer killing intent pouring off her, and they do not want to be anywhere near the blast zone when the fight starts. Even Rika is starting to get a bit nervous. She realizes this girl might actually be a threat to our protagonist after seeing the intense look in Lydia's eyes. Kim feels the weight of her presence pressing down on him and realizes she is no joke. Behind Lydia, a massive spectral snake looms as the aura of her power fills the room. Recognizing the danger, Kim tells Rika to stay back and wait outside. He does not want her getting caught in the crossfire of this fight. Rika is more than happy to oblige. She knows she would just get yelled at if she tried to follow him into that den of monsters. The interior of the dojo is filled with traditional equipment and a heavy sense of history. It is the perfect stage for a high-stakes duel between two monsters. Lydia takes her stance in the center of the room, gripping her wooden sword with absolute focus. She looks perfectly composed, like a predator waiting for her prey to make a move. Kim steps onto the mat and picks up a training sword of his own. The two warriors face off in a silence that is almost deafening to the few remaining witnesses. Our boy grips the handle and gets ready for business. He is not used to being the underdog, but he is certainly enjoying the change of pace. Lydia tightens her grip on her weapon. You can practically see the sparks flying between them as they prepare to clash in this trial match. She mocks him, saying he won't even come close to touching her uniform during their match. She is completely certain that she is the superior warrior here. Her focus is absolute and her eyes are cold. In her mind, she has already won the fight before the first strike has even been thrown. She tells Kim to prepare himself. The real test is about to begin, and she is not going to hold anything back against him. The Kendo Club equipment room sits silent for a moment before the storm breaks. Racks of wooden swords and protective gear line the walls as a heavy tension fills the air. The wooden blades clash with a sharp crack as the duel begins in earnest. Kim Yu-sung stands his ground against the aggressive assault of his opponent as the match heats up. Karen moves with the fluidity of a seasoned pro as she drives our boy backward. Every strike of her shinai is calculated and precise, but Yu-sung is keeping up with every move. The purple-haired girl is looking down on Kim Yu-sung and thinks that his basic training is nothing compared to her mastery. She believes that a mere fitness enthusiast has no chance when facing off against a truly elite martial artist like herself. Karen lunges forward with a series of rapid strikes, but our boy is way too fast for her. He dodges the wooden blade with millimetric precision and shifts his weight to find a better opening. The speed of his opponent is impressive, but Kim Yu-sung looks like he is barely even breaking a sweat. He tightens his grip on the shinai as he waits for the exact millisecond to strike back and end this annoying confrontation once and for all. With a sudden burst of speed, Yu-sung parries a heavy blow and sends Karen's wooden sword flying upward. The kendo club girl is caught completely off guard by his sudden change in pace. Our boy stares her down with a look of pure boredom on his face. It is clear that despite her years of training, she has not even managed to make him try yet. Karen screams out in frustration, calling him foolish boy for underestimating her. She is not used to being looked down upon by someone who is not even in a club. She smirks as she believes she has him trapped in a simple magic circle. She thinks there is no way for a regular person to break through her specialized techniques. The wooden swords spin through the air in a blur of motion as the exchange intensifies. Our boy reaches out to reclaim his weapon with a look of absolute focus and intensity. He is not just reacting anymore as he begins to read the rhythm of the battle and prepare his own counter-attack. That creepy grin of his tells you everything you need to know. An intense and terrifying expression crosses Yu-sung's face as he closes the distance. The aura around him has shifted from bored to predatory in the blink of an eye. Karen is frozen in place as a wave of pure terror washes over her. She has never felt this kind of pressure from an opponent, and her confidence starts to crumble. She barely manages to leap back as our boy brings his sword down with massive force. The impact of his strike echoes through the gym and shakes her to the core. She forces herself back into a defensive stance, but her hands are shaking and sweat is pouring down her face. She realizes that she is fighting for her life here. Kim Yu-sung stands perfectly still and holds his practice sword with a terrifying level of calmness. The purple-haired girl is completely rattled and begins to wonder if he is actually holding back to spare her life during this duel. She realizes that if she had been even a moment slower, that last exchange would have ended very badly. The gap in their skill is becoming impossible for her to ignore. She grits her teeth and decides that dragging this out will only put her at a disadvantage. If she does not end this now, she will be the one in danger. A massive blue serpent phantom rises behind the kendo club girl as she prepares her ultimate move. This is the secret art of her clan, and she is determined to finish the fight with the very next strike. The atmosphere in the room shifts as her killing intent manifests into a terrifying physical form. The legendary secret art of the Fuma clan is finally revealed as she prepares to slay the wicked. This is a move designed to end any battle in a single stroke. With a desperate cry, Karen lunges forward with the full power of her clan's secret technique. The blue energy of the serpent phantom spirals around her wooden blade as she strikes. She is putting every single ounce of her pride and strength into this final desperate gambit. She screams that this is the end for Kim Yu-sung as she closes in. Our boy just stands there watching her approach with a calm and unbothered expression. The impact of the secret art creates a blinding explosion of light that consumes the entire area. Karen pours every ounce of her spiritual energy into this final strike, hoping to end Kim Yu-sung once and for all. The pressure is immense as the two forces collide in a struggle for dominance. As the light fades, our boy is still standing exactly where he was before the attack. He lets out a small grunt as he absorbs the force of the strike. Karen is in total shock as she stares at him from behind her defensive stance. She cannot understand how he withstood a secret technique passed down through the Fuma clan. She refuses to believe he actually withstood her clan's ultimate move, since nobody has ever survived it before. She is convinced that this low-budget fitness enthusiast is just bluffing his way through the pain. She tries to keep her composure as she declares that his name ends here today. Even though she is terrified, she refuses to back down from the challenge. Just as she thinks victory is hers, a massive impact slams into her chest and sends shockwaves through the entire room. She lets out a pained gasp as his brutal counterattack completely shatters her pride and defenses. She is sent flying backward through the air, wondering what could have possibly hit her so hard. She questions if it was some kind of invisible killing aura from him. Karen collapses to the floor as her strength completely fails her, and she loses her grip on reality. Looking down, she realizes her wooden sword has been shattered into pieces by the force of the final blow. The fight is over, and the Kendo Club prodigy has been soundly defeated by a supposed nobody. The realization of his true power is overwhelming as Karen looks up from the ground in pure terror. She can hardly believe the monster she has just unleashed. Our boy stands tall despite the impact, looking like a total beast now that his clothes are shredded. He realizes the strange sensation was actually his muscle enhancement skill leveling up during the fight. The scene shifts back to classroom 2B, where students are already buzzing with excitement over the news. Word of the massive beatdown in the kendo gym is spreading through the school like wildfire. The girls in the hallway whisper to each other about the shocking news they just heard from the gym. They cannot believe that a total nobody actually managed to take down the elite kendo club. Back in the classroom, Kim Yoo-sung sits with his arms crossed as his classmates gossip about the fight all around him. He acts like nothing happened while everyone else tries to figure out the truth. Students are already recalculating the school hierarchy and are convinced our boy is the new top dog. They are terrified and impressed by the way he dismantled the strongest club in the building. Our boy listens in and feels the weight of the situation as the kendo club mess really lit the rumor mill on fire. He just wanted a quiet life, but his actions have made him famous. Yoo-sung senses that he has grown far more powerful than he initially realized. He wonders if this is the effect of some kind of hidden protagonist buff from the system. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired Ryuji is chatting with his classmates, who are already trying to link him to the kendo club drama happening at the school. Rika walks into the classroom with her usual bright energy and notices that Yoo-sung is looking extra radiant today. She greets him with a warm smile, oblivious to the absolute chaos he caused just moments ago. A red-haired girl slams the classroom door open and screams for Sakamoto Ryuji to come out right now. The red-haired intruder stands defiantly in the doorway, while the confused classmates whisper among themselves to figure out who she is and why she is so angry. Ryuji breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes he is the target of her rage, which is definitely not the kind of attention he wanted today. Tojo Karen marches right up and gets in his face, looking tiny compared to him, but her temper is absolutely massive. She accuses him of laying hands on her first-year club members and demands a confession, while Ryuji tries to explain it was all just a misunderstanding. Kim Yoo-sung and Rika watch from the sidelines, and our boy can tell this situation is about to get even more complicated than a simple fight. Just as things heat up, the girl with the green headband jumps in to defend him because she is not about to let Karen keep bullying him. The two girls lock eyes in a tense standoff, and neither of them looks ready to back down from this heated confrontation. Karen is momentarily stunned into silence by the sudden intervention and the raw intensity coming from Ryuji's new defender. The girl with the headband shouts that it was not his fault and reveals that the first years were actually the ones who started the trouble. She turns away, clearly embarrassed to be admitting the truth in front of everyone, which causes the mood in the room to shift instantly. She looks down while struggling with her own feelings, since she knows she owes him for stepping in when things looked bad. Karen takes a deep breath as a new idea forms in her head, and she realizes she might have completely misjudged the situation. Karen's expression shifts as she prepares to make an announcement that will change the entire atmosphere of the room. She tells him right there in front of the whole class that he has to be her man, which is full-blown public confession that leaves the room stunned. Ryuji stands there completely frozen in disbelief, because he can barely even process the wild declaration of ownership he just heard. The finger stays pointed directly at the guy's chest as he stands there completely frozen in disbelief. He can barely even process what just happened while the red-haired girl waits for a response to her wild declaration of ownership. The girl with the headband can only stare in total shock as she tries to comprehend how the argument turned into a romance drama. Karen grabs Ryuji's arm and pulls him close to mark her territory, while the students in the background are losing their minds over the drama. The girl with the headband finally snaps and starts screaming at the top of her lungs in protest, because she refuses to let Karen claim him. Kim Yoo-sung watches the spectacle and thinks to himself that rom-com worlds are truly brutal, because this is the ultimate heroine trap in action. Even Rika is getting caught up in the romance of it all, and she is beaming with excitement while loving every second of this drama. Karen looks up with a beaming smile and a look of pure triumph because she believes she has finally secured her chosen man, regardless of what anyone else thinks. The classroom was buzzing with the usual high school gossip, as students huddled together to talk about their favorite romance tropes. One guy argued that a girl like Akashi was clearly the best choice for any protagonist worth his salt. But his friend disagreed, claiming the real appeal is a girl who acts fierce to everyone else, but turns into a total puppy for her man. Right on cue, the red-haired girl named Tojo pointed a finger at Sakamoto and demanded he become her man, while Kim Yoo-sung and Rika watched the drama unfold. Rika turned to Kim Yoo-sung and asked for his opinion, calling him Ryo-chan as he looked on with a completely blank expression. Our protagonist started thinking about the original plot of this world, noting that Sakamoto was actually supposed to end up with his childhood friend, Maya. Rika gave a playful wink and insisted that in this version of events, Sakamoto is definitely going to date Tojo. She declared that she simply had to be the one to give Tojo love advice, while Kim Yoo-sung looked like he was already exhausted by her meddling. He asked her if she was really that confident about giving out relationship tips, and she shot back with a proud of course. Rika doubled down on her self-proclaimed expertise, while Kim Yoo-sung just sighed, thinking about what a huge meddler she was turning out to be. Our boy stood there speechless, unable to find the right words to respond to her overwhelming energy and confidence. Later on, Kim Yoo-sung walked into the classroom and spotted Tojo sitting alone at a desk, looking uncharacteristically gloomy and defeated. Kim Yoo-sung overhears his classmates whispering about Tojo being in their classroom, with rumors spreading that she has been pestering Sakamoto non-stop. Kim Yoo-sung caught wind of a rumor that Tojo was some kind of big shot, which immediately piqued his curiosity. Kim Yoo-sung looks at Tojo and recalls the rumors that she is actually the daughter of the boss of the notorious Yakuza group, Isekai'd. A classmate confirms that Tojo's family runs a massive Yakuza group, leaving Kim Yoo-sung to watch her walk away while he processes the shocking news. Despite the shocking news, our protagonist looked completely unfazed, which honestly just confused his panicked classmate even more. The guy was so impressed by Kim Yoo-sung's calm demeanor that he joked about calling our boy the boss instead. Kim Yoo-sung reminded himself that they were already living inside a manga world, so a Yakuza daughter trope was actually pretty standard. Suddenly, Tojo jumps up and screams Sakamoto's name at the top of her lungs, displaying the intense energy Kim Yoo-sung had expected. She insisted on giving him a proper apology, but Kim Yoo-sung just watched from the sidelines, glad that the protagonist was the one getting tangled up in this mess. Tojo turned her fury toward the others and shouted that this situation had absolutely nothing to do with them. She went into a full sprint, sliding past the teacher and dashing out of the classroom to track down her target. Tojo burst into the room and immediately spotted Sakamoto, shouting at him as the other students looked on in shock. Sakamoto looks completely panicked as he realizes there is no escaping the persistent girl who just cornered him in the locker room. The poor guy was practically in tears, begging for his life as Tojo loomed over him with an intense expression. Back in the peaceful cafeteria, Kim Yoo-sung and Rika grabbed their lunch trays and prepared to find a place to sit. They finally sit down to enjoy their lunch, blissfully unaware of the chaotic conversation Rika is about to start. While they were eating, Rika casually asked if he had some free time and if he wanted to come over to her place. Kim Yoo-sung froze, his brain momentarily short-circuiting at the unexpected invitation from his blonde friend. She quickly clarified that she just wanted to show off her massive manga collection, imagining herself proudly presenting her full bookshelves to him. They went back to their food, but Rika seemed to have something else on her mind as she tilted her head curiously. She looked him right in the eye and claimed that for some reason, everything she eats lately has been changing her body. She bluntly stated that the weight goes straight to her chest, which sent our poor protagonist into a state of total shock. Before he could even react, she acted all defensive and asked what he was staring at, leaving Kim Yoo-sung realizing he had been completely set up. Rika laughs at her successful prank, but her playful mood shifts instantly when she catches sight of a familiar face sitting just a few tables away. Rika suddenly screams Tokyo at the top of her lungs, nearly jumping out of her seat. The outburst catches Kim Yoo-sung and the red-haired student at the next table by surprise. Rika starts celebrating, thinking this is finally her big moment to shine. Meanwhile, Yu-sung looks like his brain is actually melting from the sheer amount of second-hand embarrassment she is causing him in public. The Yakuza princess stares her down with a look of pure suspicion. She seems to recognize Rika, and she is clearly not happy about whatever reputation the blonde girl has built up. Tojo points a finger in total disbelief and asks if she is really that famous Kishimoto everyone is talking about. Rika just stands there with her hands on her hips, looking way too proud of her notoriety. Ryoji starts sweating buckets as he looks at her, his face turning a shade of red that matches his hair. Rika just tilts her head, completely oblivious to his sudden and very obvious distress. The red-haired boy loses his cool and shouts about how someone is absolutely amazing at giving love advice. He is blushing like crazy and can barely keep it together after hearing such insightful words. Rika just lets out a confused sound, having no idea what he is talking about. The look on her face says she definitely did not expect that specific title to be attached to her name. Panicking, Ryoji lunges forward to cover her mouth and tells her to shut up before everyone hears. He is absolutely dying inside, while Yu-sung watches the chaos unfold from the side with a tired expression. Ryoji is a total mess of nerves, clearly hiding some major secret or an embarrassing crush. His face is practically glowing from the sheer intensity of being near his supposed love guru. As the sun sets, Yu-sung walks home alone, reflecting on the madness of the afternoon. He thinks to himself that Rika is truly having the absolute time of her life in this new world. Someone suggests that the whole group needs to gather after class tomorrow for a very serious conversation about their feelings. The pink background and hearts make it obvious that some major romantic drama is about to unfold. Everyone agrees to the plan, setting the stage for whatever drama is coming next. The evening sky is painted in deep shades of orange as the long school day finally comes to an end. Our boy looks up at a massive fitness center, his mind racing with thoughts of the original story. Sakamoto was supposed to be the center of everything, yet the plot keeps shifting in weird directions. Something about how eager Rika is to play matchmaker feels totally off to him. He cannot shake the feeling that things are deviating way too far from the script he remembers from his past life. He decides to clear his head with some heavy lifting and heads to the local fitness center. Inside, he hits the weights with total focus to forget about the plot changes. He pushes through the intense strain while the gym echoes with the sounds of hard work. Our hero is determined to get stronger no matter what. Just as he gets into the zone, he senses someone standing right behind him in the gym. He turns around, his expression shifting from intense focus to total surprise as he sees a very familiar face. A familiar voice greets him, commenting on what a surprise it is to run into him here. Yu-sung freezes, his heart skipping a beat as he recognizes exactly who is standing right in front of him. Standing there in a denim jacket, and her iconic red ribbon is Yukika. She looks as calm as ever, staring him down with those piercing eyes. Our boy is completely caught off guard by her appearance at his training spot. He wonders if she has been following him or if this is just another strange coincidence. Yu-sung ran into Fuma Yukika at the gym, and he seemed pretty surprised to see her there. It was a weird coincidence for both of them to end up at the same place at the same time. The long-haired girl freezes in place the moment she spots him across the room, her face flushing as she tries to figure out what he's doing here. It looks like her quiet workout session just got a lot more interesting than she expected. The whole place was packed with meatheads hitting the iron, and our boy was already starting to sweat. He could hear the grunts and the clanking of weights echoing throughout the entire facility. Yukika stood there in her workout gear, trying to decide which exercise she should tackle first for the day. She seemed focused on her routine, despite the sudden interruption from seeing a familiar face. He explained that he just moved to the area recently, which was why he started coming to this specific spot. It was a simple explanation, but it seemed to catch her a bit off guard. Something about her reaction made him pause, and he gave her a confused look while a question mark popped up. He wondered if he had said something wrong, or if she was just being difficult. A sign on the wall introduced the man in charge as Gym Director Nakayama Yujiro. He was clearly the authority figure in this temple of iron and muscle. The director himself appeared with a massive grin and a mustache that screamed he lived for the pump. He looked like the kind of guy who had spent every waking moment of the last 30 years lifting. He immediately threw an arm around Yu-sung and teased him about how Yukika must really like him. He suggested that her presence here was definitely not just a random coincidence. The old man kept the jokes coming and told him that she clearly went out of her way just to see him. He encouraged our boy to make the most of the situation while he had the chance. He leaned in close to whisper something sneaky that left our protagonist looking completely flustered and caught off guard. Whatever he said was enough to make a seasoned warrior blush like a school kid. Yu-sung scratched his head awkwardly while the director laughed and Yukika just watched them from the side. He felt like he was being teased by a giant, and there was nothing he could do about it. Things got serious when they moved over to the heavy weights, and the atmosphere in the gym shifted instantly. The joking was over, and it was time to see what our protagonist was really capable of doing under pressure. The director was having a blast, but Yukika looked genuinely worried about the massive load they were about to lift. She knew exactly how heavy those plates were, and it was a lot even for a pro. Our protagonist stepped up to the rack with a look of pure focus as he prepared to show them what he was made of. He was not about to let a few hundred kilos of steel intimidate him. He gripped the cold steel bar, and his muscles began to ripple as he braced his entire body for the movement. You could see the raw power building up as he prepared to defy logic with this lift. Every fiber of his being was dialed in for the challenge ahead. With a massive grunt, he drove the weight upward while the director cheered, and Yukika could only watch in absolute horror. This was not the kind of strength you see every day from a teenager. Our boy was making the impossible look easy while the entire gym stood still. Instead of stopping there, the director started sliding even more plates onto the bar, and Yu-sung just gave him a casual nod. He was ready for whatever challenge the old man wanted to throw his way next. He took a deep breath to steady his heart rate, while Yukika started wondering if she was actually hallucinating what she saw. It was a level of power that simply did not make sense for someone of his age and background. The director gave a big thumbs up and explained that this wasn't just effort, but insane core strength in human form. He was witnessing a physical specimen that was far beyond the normal limits of human biology. She watches him with a look of pure disbelief, noticing how he carries himself with an intensity that seems totally out of place for a regular student. Her brow begins to sweat as she senses a powerful energy radiating from him that she cannot quite explain. A purple aura flared up around him as she realized he was a bearer of the mythical extreme yang body. This was a legendary constitution that most people only ever read about in old stories. The sheer pressure coming off him was enough to make the air itself feel heavy and thick. The power radiating from him was undeniable, and his face was hidden in shadow as the energy surged through the room. It was like standing in the presence of a sleeping volcano that was finally starting to wake up. She thought about how a legendary constitution was said to grant power beyond human imagination. It was the kind of thing that turned ordinary people into living myths. It supposedly allowed a person to carry the concentrated yang energy of 100 men from birth. This meant his physical potential was virtually limitless compared to anyone else on the planet. It was the same legendary strength possessed by the greatest heroes and mythical figures from the pages of history. From Hercules to the warriors of old, they all shared this incredible gift of power. She remembered testing him herself and knew there was no way this kind of power came from just working out hard. Her mind flashed back to their previous encounter where his hidden potential first started to show. It was becoming clear that he was someone who could change everything. Her expression turned serious as she realized this was a major discovery that she needed to report immediately. This was far bigger than just a talented kid at a local gym. Later that day, the sun shone down on a beautiful traditional house that looked like it held a lot of history. The peaceful exterior masked the chaos that was about to unfold inside. Yu-sung arrived at the entrance with a short-haired girl, Enrika, who was happily waving to everyone inside. He looked a bit tired after his workout, but he was glad to finally be back where he belonged. They were greeted by a group of men in black suits. He felt a bit of unease as he thought about the strange rules of this world and why some people weren't being summoned. No matter how long he lived here, some things just never stopped feeling completely alien. He wondered if he would ever truly understand the logic behind these mysterious events. A man with a scar across his nose and a thin mustache looked absolutely terrified the moment he saw our boy. He was shaking in his boots like he was looking at a ghost. The man felt a crushing pressure and screamed out in fear as he looked at the massive size of our protagonist. It felt like he was standing in front of a literal mountain that was about to collapse on top of him. The terrifying aura Yusung gave off was enough to break his spirit. He pointed a finger and shouted that this guy had to be a dangerous spy sent from a rival organization. He was completely convinced that there was no way a normal kid could look that intimidating. The man refuses to believe that someone with such terrifying face and build could ever be a simple student. Even as the girls explain the situation, he remains convinced he is looking at a professional assassin. This was clearly becoming one very long and awkward misunderstanding. A terrifying, shadowed pressure begins to leak from Yusung, causing the air in the room to turn heavy and cold. His intense gaze and dark aura leave everyone present completely frozen in fear. The kitchen and storage area stood empty and quiet, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy and shouting coming from the other room. Everything was neatly organized as if waiting for a proper meal to be prepared. Yusung lets out an awkward laugh and scratches the back of his head, clearly embarrassed by the scene he just caused. He hadn't expected his arrival to cause such a massive misunderstanding among the staff. Rika is not letting him off that easily, arguing that they absolutely need a guy's perspective if this plan is going to work. Tojo clutches an onion while blushing, wondering if a simple home-cooked meal is really enough to win over someone like Sakamoto. Our self-proclaimed love expert drops some serious knowledge about the way to a man's heart being through his stomach. She insists that a simple home-cooked dinner is the ultimate secret weapon for winning over someone special. Rika strikes a pose and declares herself the official love gyuru Kishimoto Rika, while our boy just watches on in total disbelief. Our boy is physically cringing so hard, he actually starts to get goosebumps from the sheer second-hand embarrassment. He can hardly believe his friend is actually saying these cheesy lines out loud with such total confidence. He cannot believe she just gave herself such a ridiculous title out loud, without even a hint of shame or embarrassment. With the introductions finally out of the way, the group decides it is time to stop talking and actually start their cooking lesson. Everyone puts their hands in for a classic team cheer, ready to tackle the challenge of creating the ultimate bento box together. Time flies by as the sounds of chopping and sizzling fill the room, with the clock quickly ticking toward their lunch deadline. Tojo lets out a triumphant shout, looking completely exhausted but thrilled that they finally managed to finish their very first dish. They present a sparkling bento box filled with perfectly arranged rice, meatballs, and those classic little red octopus sausages that everyone loves. Tojo holds the box up like a trophy while Rika claps excitedly, celebrating the fact that they actually produced something that looks edible. Earlier during the cooking process, things were a total disaster. Rika was panicking over the high heat while Tojo created a scorched mess that looked like a literal ghost. Yusung quickly realized that rom-com heroine cooking is a terrifying and dangerous reality. Seeing the absolute chaos in the kitchen, Kim Yusung steps up and asks if he should take over the cooking duties himself. Our boy locks in with a look of pure focus, ready to show these girls what a professional-level stir-fry actually looks like. A massive pillar of flame erupts from the pan as he begins to toss the ingredients with the precision of a master chef. Rika and Tojo can only watch in stunned silence as Yusung dominates the stove. Bro is basically the Gordon Ramsay of Manhwa high schools. After a whirlwind of high-speed cooking, he calmly announces that dinner is finally ready for everyone to sit down and enjoy. He serves up a plate of golden fried rice that looks and smells infinitely better than anything the girls had managed to make. The moment they take a bite, their eyes light up in pure joy, and they both admit that the flavor is absolutely incredible. Yusung watches them with a stoic look as they devour his food, silently observing the immediate impact of a properly cooked meal. He thinks back to how his mom used to wake up at dawn just to pack his lunch every single day during the first semester. Seeing how tired she always was made him feel terrible, so he eventually decided to take over the cooking duties himself. Just like back then, he puts his heart into every dish he makes, standing over the flames with complete and total dedication. The red-haired girl stuffs her face with his cooking, while the blonde girl celebrates her victory by raising a hand in the air. Yu-sung looks on with a confused expression, wondering if his skills were really that impressive or if they are just being dramatic. Rika suddenly remembers she has a special gift for Tojo, which causes the red-haired girl to freeze up in total surprise. She pulls out a brown paper gift bag topped with a cute pink ribbon, making the whole atmosphere in the room feel wholesome. Tojo takes the gift with a blushing face and offers a shy thank you, clearly touched by Rika's unexpected and kind gesture. Rika then suggests that they should all go out and buy some new clothes together, though Tojo is confused why she needs them. The red-haired girl starts to look a bit nervous, probably wondering what kind of wild outfit the love guru has in mind. Tojo reacts with a look of pure shock and horror to the idea that her current fashion sense makes her look like a middle-aged uncle. Yu-sung smirks to himself, thinking that while he will prevent anything truly awful from happening, this shopping trip might be a disaster. Rika beams with a radiant smile, clearly excited to lead her new friends on a mission to completely transform Tojo's entire look. Rika is basically lecturing our boy, probably giving him a piece of her mind about how girls' fashion works. Yu-sung just stands there taking it all in with a blank stare, clearly out of his element. Without wasting another second, Rika grabs Tojo and drags her out for their big shopping mission. Poor Tojo is still clutching her gift bag, looking completely overwhelmed by the energy of the self-proclaimed love guru. The sun sets over the city as the group finishes their shopping spree, and honestly, it sounds like things went surprisingly well. Even Yu-sung has to admit that the chaos was actually pretty fun for a change. As the sun goes down and the city lights flicker on, the blonde girl cheers for their friend's romantic success while strolling alongside our protagonist. He gives a small smile, genuinely hoping that the red-haired girl manages to make a move during her big moment. As they pass a shop window, something catches Yu-sung's eye and makes him stop in his tracks. Rika notices his sudden change in focus and wonders what on earth could have grabbed his attention so quickly. It turns out our protagonist has a bit of a secret hobby as he picks up a volume of a wacky-looking manga. Who knew the heavy-lifting martial artist had a soft spot for some light-hearted comedy reading? Rika is surprised to see him with it and asks if he is a regular reader who buys these every week. She laughs, mentioning that her dad always told her that anyone who loves manga cannot possibly be a bad person. They stand there together, both holding their books and sharing a genuine moment of connection. Rika is beaming, clearly happy to find out that they have more in common than she originally thought. But then, something Yu-sung says or does causes Rika to freeze up, her face instantly turning a bright shade of pink. She lets out a startled noise as her heart starts racing for a completely different reason. The atmosphere between them shifts instantly, leaving both of them standing awkwardly in the middle of the store. It is one of those moments where the air just gets still, and neither of them knows exactly what to say next. Rika cannot stop thinking about his words, her mind stuck on the idea of him being a good person. She is blushing like crazy, realizing that her perception of this guy is changing faster than she can handle, and her heart is racing in a way she cannot explain. She starts acting all glitchy and stiff, her body literally creaking as she tries to process her sudden feelings. Yu-sung just looks at her, wondering why she suddenly turned into a malfunctioning robot in the middle of the aisle. Our hero narrows his eyes as he analyzes the situation, his sharp gaze showing that he is already 3 steps ahead of everyone else. He does not say much, but you can tell his tactical mind is working overtime to ensure everything goes exactly as planned. The scene shifts back to school the next day, where the morning sun is hitting the building, and the usual student chatter fills the halls as everyone prepares for class. Suddenly, the hallway goes quiet as students start whispering and blushing while someone walks past. Everyone is staring in total shock, unable to believe the incredible transformation they are seeing right before their eyes. It is Tojo, but she looks like a completely different person after Rika's hard work. She has traded her old track jacket for a stylish school look, and the change is so dramatic that she is turning heads everywhere she goes. Despite the new look, Tojo is still her nervous self, biting her lip as she tries to ignore all the attention. She is clearly not used to being the center of the school universe after being a loner for so long. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and slams a mysterious, dark envelope onto a desk with a loud thud. It is sealed with a wax stamp, making it look way more serious than a typical student note. The red-haired girl finally builds up the courage to march over and hand a mysterious envelope to the blonde student sitting at his desk. She asks him to spend the weekend with her, but the guy totally misreads the vibe and thinks she is actually challenging him to some kind of duel. Tojo is caught completely off guard by his bizarre reaction, her face flushing as she tries to hide her embarrassment. She was just starting to feel confident in her new look, but now she has to deal with this guy completely misinterpreting her heartfelt invitation. She snaps at whoever is looking, demanding to know what they are staring at as her shy side starts to fight back against the spotlight. It looks like the new look came with a little extra spark of confidence, too. After the chaos at school, we find ourselves at the local shopping district, where things are finally starting to quiet down for a moment. Rika is still riding the high from earlier, gushing about how insane and cool Karen looked back at school. She's practically skipping as Yoo-sung trails behind them like a reluctant bodyguard. Yoo-sung is having a hard time keeping up with the girls, and he is clearly not used to dealing with such bubbly energy right after a massive school brawl. Yoo-sung is starting to panic as he realizes he has been dragged into a place he never intended to visit in his entire life, while his hopes for a peaceful afternoon officially go up in smoke. Rika makes it clear that she has no intention of letting Yoo-sung leave, since their new bond as friends means they have to stick together for the rest of the day. Rika immediately zeroes in on a high-end boutique called Marionette and decides that the outfit in the window is the only thing that will suit her new friend. Before Karen can even process what is happening, Rika grabs her hand and drags her toward the store, eager to play dress-up with her new friend. Rika has completely taken charge of the situation as she throws a mountain of outfits at the startled Karen, while Yoo-sung stands back looking totally out of his element. Rika refuses to let her friend back out now that they are at the store, and she completely ignores Karen's pleas to slow down because this fashion mission is now her top priority. Rika has clearly moved on to her next target as she shoots a devious look toward Yoo-sung, while laughing about her secret plan to keep the group together. Rika is not taking no for an answer as she forces Karen to confront her fashion choices, and the poor girl is left feeling completely defenseless against such intensity. Yoo-sung is left to wait outside as the chaos continues inside the dressing room, and he starts to wonder if this strange ritual is actually what girls consider fun. Karen is feeling completely out of her element in such a feminine outfit, and she cannot help but wonder why Rika is putting her through this embarrassing ordeal. The final reveal is absolutely legendary, as Karen undergoes a complete transformation into a gothic Lolita, and Rika cannot help but feel incredibly proud of her styling skills. Rika demands that Yoo-sung give his honest opinion on the transformation, and our protagonist is genuinely stunned by how different Karen looks in her new outfit. Karen is feeling incredibly flustered by all the attention, but she has to admit that the rumors regarding Rika being a master stylist were definitely not an exaggeration. Yoo-sung is still processing the view, shocked that a girl as tough as Karen could actually transform this much with just a change of clothes. We shift gears entirely as the scene transitions to the Isekai estate, a traditional and imposing Japanese mansion that screams danger. The atmosphere shifts to the dangerous world of the Isekai, where a group of powerful men listen intently to their leader as he prepares to deliver a major announcement. This is the chairman, and he is the kind of ruthless leader who values control above everything else, which makes his current suspicion even more dangerous for everyone involved. Known by his fearsome alias as Naoto of the Blood Sea, he begins to share his deep concerns about Karen potentially hiding a secret from her own family. The chairman is clearly losing his patience as he uses a nearby blade to emphasize his point, and the sudden display of violence makes everyone in the room jump. The chairman is leaning into his instincts as he becomes convinced that his daughter is finally showing signs of interest in a boy for the first time. The news that their young lady might be seeing someone sends shockwaves through the room, as the mobsters wonder which unlucky punk would have the audacity to date her. The air in the room turns heavy and dark. The mention of Karen dating someone has clearly struck a nerve with this overprotective mob boss. A man with slicked-back red hair and glasses looks intensely serious as he calls out for Sento. The atmosphere is thick with tension as the man in the suit stands ready to receive his next set of instructions. Sento steps forward to deliver the latest intelligence on Karen's activities, and he knows that the chairman is definitely not going to like what he has found. Sento identifies a blonde student named Sakamoto Ryuji as the target while explaining that he personally escorted the young lady to a salon yesterday following her strange request for a makeover. He shows the chairman a phone screen displaying recent credit card usage. It shows multiple high-value purchases at a department store, proving she was shopping for a major occasion. Then comes the bombshell. Sento confirms that the young lady is indeed planning to go on a date with this Sakamoto Ryuji character. Naoto is completely consumed by a murderous rage, as he realizes that some random brat has the nerve to potentially date his precious daughter right under his nose. Naoto has completely snapped as he targets the boy he thinks is stealing his daughter, and his terrified subordinates are forced to step in before he does something regrettable. Gritting his teeth in fury, Naoto demands that anyone who is free this weekend must report to him immediately for a special operation. The new mission is officially set, as Naoto orders a full surveillance team to follow his daughter and ensure that this Sakamoto brat does not get too comfortable with her. His subordinates let out a roar of agreement, pumped up and ready to go. It looks like Karen's date is going to have a lot of unwanted company. The operation is set. The Daoseikai 6th chairman, Isekai'd Naoto, and 8 key executives are confirmed. Everyone is ready for the mission to begin. They end up at a place called Trip to find delicious burger. Nothing says a casual date like a fast food joint in the middle of the afternoon. The kitchen staff is moving at light speed to prep the massive order, as our group of hungry teenagers waits to finally dig into some much-needed fuel. These massive burgers are the perfect reward for the group after surviving a hectic morning of fights and high-stakes shopping at the mall. Rika is making quick work of her food despite her earlier dramatics, and Karen cannot help but notice that her friend seems to have recovered her appetite remarkably fast. Kim Yoo-sung tells them not to sweat it because they are all friends. He takes a big bite of his burger while the girls try to relax and enjoy the meal. Karen smiles at her friend, feeling relieved that things are going smoothly. Rika just keeps giggling and enjoying her snack while the atmosphere lightens up. Karen gazes at Kim Yoo-sung, her eyes wide with a new kind of interest. She's seeing a side of him she never expected after their rough start. Yoo-sung mentions he already had a proper meal earlier, so he is totally fine with just a quick burger. He is mainly just there for the company. Karen looks down at her burger with a shocked expression, her eyes wide as she processes what was just said. It seems like a simple meal has turned into a moment of deep realization for our red-haired friend. In her mind, the whole world starts to sparkle with a purple glow. It is that classic moment where everything suddenly shifts in a girl's heart. Kim Yoo-sung takes a bite of his burger, looking cool and indifferent. Karen watches him closely, her internal perception of him beginning to shift from thug to something else. Karen blushes and hides her face in embarrassment as her heart races. Beside her, Rika is completely unfazed, happily munching on her fries and burger. From outside the restaurant window, you can see the group chatting away. Karen is shouting in surprise at something Yoo-sung said, her cool girl composure completely gone. Karen points a finger and stands her ground, trying to reclaim some dignity. She is determined to understand why she is acting so weird all of a sudden. Rika suddenly snaps, her face contorting into a hilarious expression of rage. She is not about to let Karen have the last word during their lunch. Rika pulls out her phone and suggests a change of plans. Forget the movie theater, she has a way better idea for the upcoming big date. She flips the screen around to show a beautiful aquarium. The bright blue water and swimming rays make for the perfect romantic backdrop for any couple. Rika goes into full imagination mode, describing the peaceful fish and the soft, dim lighting. She envisions a romantic silhouette of a couple getting close in the quiet atmosphere of the deep sea exhibit. It is the ultimate plan for a successful confession between two high schoolers. Rika claims her title as the love guru and asks Karen if she trusts her. Karen nods with absolute devotion, while Yoo-sung stands in the background looking like he is questioning his life choices. Kim Yoo-sung is reaching his limit after hearing Rika call herself a love guru. He lets out a frustrated sigh, wondering how he got dragged into this girl's delusional matchmaking plans. As the sun begins to set over the city, the buildings are bathed in a warm orange glow. The long day of planning is finally over. Yoo-sung and Rika walk together, enjoying the cool evening air. Rika is in a great mood, feeling proud of her skills as a matchmaker. They wave goodbye to Karen as she heads home. It has been a long day, but the real chaos of the weekend is only just starting to brew. Yoo-sung waves back with a tired smile. He is just glad to finally have a moment of peace after dealing with those two energetic girls all afternoon. Rika turns to him and asks what he is doing tomorrow. She has that mischievous look in her eyes that usually means she has cooked up another crazy scheme. She suggests that the two of them should tail Karen on her date together. Yoo-sung completely loses his mind, screaming in protest at the ridiculous and creepy idea. Rika is completely fired up with literal flames in her eyes, declaring that they have to do this for the sake of Karen's happiness. Yoo-sung can only facepalm in defeat, finally agreeing to go along with the crazy plan. They seal the deal with a high five. The secret operation to spy on their friend and her new crush is officially go. Everything seems bright and flowery in Rika's head. She thinks she is being the world's best friend by interfering in someone else's romantic life. The sun sets lower over the city skyline, signaling the end of the calm before the storm. Tomorrow is going to be a total circus. Suddenly, people on the street start looking around with worried expressions. Something very strange and intimidating is happening right in the middle of the busy sidewalk. Passers-by are sweating and whispering to each other as they walk past. They see something so bizarre that they can't help but stare in genuine disbelief. A man with wild, long red hair and dark sunglasses stares ahead with a grim expression. Nearby, a little girl points him out to her mom, calling him a weird guy. It is Naoto, and he is definitely not blending in. He is wearing a massive trench coat and standing with his men, looking like a mobster failing at a bad disguise. The protective dad's operation has officially moved to the streets. Naoto is fixated on the exact location where Karen will be having her first date. He is determined to oversee every second to ensure this milestone goes exactly as he expects. Ojo is waiting at the meeting spot when her date finally shows up. He waves her down with a big smile and a nervous blush. The blonde guy rushes over and apologizes for being late. He seems genuinely worried about making her wait even a single second. Tojo looks absolutely stunning in her white ruffled blouse and black bow. She brushes off his apology with a warm and sweet smile. The red-haired girl looks absolutely stunned as the tall blonde guy towers over her with a gentle blush. It seems like their encounter is off to a rocky but interesting start as they stand together in the middle of the street. As they lock eyes, her heart starts racing with excitement. This date is off to a flying start for our girl. They start walking through the city, and she thanks him for coming. They look like a perfectly normal couple enjoying their day. They stand close together as they prepare to head out. Every step brings them closer together as the nervous excitement between them continues to build. He offers to carry her bag like a total gentleman. But look closely in the background because someone is watching them from the shadows. It is our boy Yoo-sung and Rika tailing them. Rika is wearing a hat and glasses as a disguise, and she is totally invested in the romance. They decide it is time to start the secret mission. Yoo-sung is not about to let his friend go on a date alone without some backup, but they are not the only ones following the couple. Two suspicious-looking adults are lurking right behind them with a very different vibe. Someone nearby is absolutely seething with rage. You can practically see the steam coming off him as he grits his teeth in pure frustration. This is the chairman who also happens to be Tojo's overprotective dad. He's losing his mind because the guy kept his daughter waiting for 5 minutes. A tiny chibai version of a woman with a curly afro and glasses is taking charge by pointing to a lineup of 8 different guys. She is breaking down the tactical situation for the chairman, making sure they have enough manpower for their secret plan. They are splitting into pairs of 2 to keep a low profile while they stalk the couple. This date just got 10 times more dangerous. A local cafe where the couple stops for a break. Little do they know the shop is about to get very crowded. Look at the size of this thing. A giant strawberry parfait lands on the table, and it looks like a massive mountain of sugar. Rika lets out a gasp of pure joy at the bottom of the dessert. Forget the mission because she is clearly here for the food. She immediately whips out her phone to take a bunch of photos. Our girl definitely knows how to enjoy the finer things in life. Rika is beaming as she tells Yusung how glad she is that they ordered the jumbo special. She's totally forgotten they are supposed to be spies. Yusung is trying to keep his cool, but he spots the chairman sitting just a few tables away. The tension in this cafe is reaching a breaking point. A couple of the chairman's thugs walk past their table looking incredibly out of place. In a cute cafe, Yusung is sweating buckets as he realizes just how many of Tojo's people are actually in the room. This is way too suspicious even for a busy shop, and he can feel the heavy gazes from every corner. The chairman is staring a hole through the date's head from across the room. That scar on his face makes him look even more terrifying when he's angry. He is thinking to himself that no boy will ever be good enough for his precious daughter. One wrong move from the date, and things are going to get ugly fast. Yusung notices that even with a weird wig on the chairman, looks exactly like an older version of Tojo. The family resemblance is undeniable, and it makes the whole situation even more awkward for our boy to watch. Back at the main table, the couple is blissfully unaware of the chaos. They decide to head to the aquarium next to see the dolphins. Tojo is having the time of her life laughing and enjoying the moment with her date. But Yusung is just staring blankly, feeling the weight of the situation. He realizes this date is going to be a rough ride with a literal army tailing them. The group arrives at Shibuya Station to catch their next train. The sounds of the busy station fill the air as they head toward the platform. Everyone gets packed into the train car like sardines. Tojo and her date are being squished together by the sheer volume of commuters. As the doors start closing, Yusung finds himself pushed right up against Rika. He tries to brace himself to give her some breathing room. People keep pushing and shoving as the train starts moving, which creates a chaotic mess. Rika looks up at our boy, her face turning bright red from the sudden closeness. She is totally caught off guard by the intense atmosphere of the crowded train. Yusung does the classic move and puts his hand against the wall to protect her from the crowd. It is a total heart flutter moment for Rika. Kim Yusung leans in surprisingly close to the girl with the blue hat and glasses, catching her completely off guard. She looks up at him with wide eyes, wondering if he is about to do something bold while they are out in public. Even in the middle of a chaotic crowd, he manages to keep her safe. This tailing mission might end up being a date for these two as well. The crowd is absolutely relentless as everyone rushes to get off the train all at once. Yusung looks around in a panic, realizing they are about to get swept away by the sea of people if he does not act fast. It is a total chaotic mess on the platform. Our boy reaches out and grabs Rika's hand, telling her to follow his lead through the suffocating swarm. They need to stay glued together or they will definitely lose sight of their targets in this massive crowd. He pulls her along as they navigate the station. Finally making it out of the terminal, the bright lights of Ikebukuro greet them in full force. It is a massive and confusing city, which makes their secret tailing mission 10 times harder than it was before they got off the train. Both of them are completely out of breath from the mad dash they just made through the busy terminal. As they finally slow down, they realize they are still holding onto each other like their lives depend on it. Yusung quickly apologizes for being so rough and grabbing her hand without asking first. He looks a bit flustered, not wanting to make things awkward between them while they are in the middle of a mission. As he slowly lets go, Rika watches his hand pull away with a strange, lingering look in her eyes. The contact was very sudden, but she did not seem to mind it as much as he probably thought she would. She quietly suggests that next time, he should try holding her hand a little more gently. Her heart is practically beating out of her chest as she admits that she did not actually hate the closeness. Yusung is left completely flustered with a bright blush on his face after hearing her mention a next time for their meeting. He is clearly processing the fact that this undercover mission might actually be turning into a real romantic interest. Their romantic moment is cut short when they spot Tojo and her date further down the street. They nearly missed the signal to cross the road, and they have to hurry if they want to stay on their trail. Our boy locks back into his mission mode, his expression turning sharp as he scans the busy area ahead. Rika follows his lead closely, though she is still clearly reeling from their intense encounter just a moment ago. Out of nowhere, two suspicious-looking guys in black trench coats stop dead in their tracks. They look like they have just seen someone they were not expecting to run into today, and they are totally shocked. Yu-sung and Rika try to walk past them as casually as possible to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention. They have no idea these guys are actually professional watchers who are now tracking their every move. Yu-sung pulls his hood lower to hide his face, feeling the sweat drip down his forehead from the pressure. Man, our boy just cannot catch a break today with all these eyes suddenly on them. He whispers to Rika that they should stay extra cautious, since it seems like they haven't been recognized by the watchers yet. They need to maintain their distance and try to blend into the sea of pedestrians. A woman with long red hair and glasses stares at the duo with a look of pure suspicion. She is clearly the one in charge of this group, and she is not about to let them get away. The watchers aren't fooled by the disguises for a second, immediately identifying Rika as the pair rushes across the street. Yu-sung thinks they are still being subtle, but these professionals have already locked onto their position and figured out exactly who they are. A close-up of confirms their objective is to help the young lady get ready for her big date, implying they are part of her protective detail. The men confirm that Tojo mentioned her afternoon date plans, which makes the presence of these two stalkers a serious security concern for the group. They are piecing the puzzle together and getting ready to intervene before anything ruins the young lady's special day. The red-haired leader puts on her sunglasses, her face set in a very grim and calculating expression. She is trying to figure out if Yu-sung is a genuine threat or just a worried friend following them. She gives quick orders to her subordinates while standing tall and watching the kids disappear into the distance. Since they have already lost sight of Tojo, they are now pivoting their focus to these two instead. With a determined look, she prepares to move out and follow this new lead through the streets. This gang is not about to let anyone mess with their young lady or her business without an explanation. The camera pans down to the pavement as the group begins to move, their footsteps echoing with a sense of impending trouble for the unsuspecting duo. Meanwhile, Tojo and her date are having the time of their lives, completely oblivious to the chaos following them. She laughs at something Sakamoto says, enjoying what she thinks is just a perfect afternoon date. They continue their walk, but two very familiar and injured faces appear in the background. One guy is stuck in a thick neck brace while his buddy has his broken arm in a blue sling. The guy in the neck brace stops cold, his eyes bulging as he spots Sakamoto walking ahead of them. He looks like he is about to have a total meltdown right there in the middle of the sidewalk. Tojo's date is still smiling and talking, unaware that he has just been spotted by the thugs he dealt with before. The guy in the back asks his partner if that is really Sakamoto they see. The injured thug confirms it with a nasty snarl, calling him total bastard under his breath. He is clearly holding a massive grudge after whatever happened during their last violent encounter with the boy. The burning rage in the thug's eyes is terrifying as he stares down his target from across the street. He declares that they are absolutely not letting Sakamoto get away with it this time. This carefree date is clearly about to hit a major and very violent roadblock. Our boy and Rika follow Tojo and Sakamoto into the aquarium to see how their advice is playing out. Despite the dim lighting, it is clear their mission is off to a great start. Sakamoto and Tojo look like they are actually having a good time, which is a huge relief for everyone involved. Our protagonist keeps a close eye on them from the shadows. He can tell one thing for certain as he watches the couple interact. Tojo looks absolutely radiant. She is beaming with a smile that says the date is going even better than she had imagined in her head. Seeing how smoothly things are progressing, Yu-sung asks Rika if they even need to stick around and keep tailing them anymore. A bright sunny park welcomes the spies as the scene shifts. It is the ideal spot for the next part of the romantic date. Tojo reveals an incredible spread of kimbap and rice balls. She clearly put a ton of heart into this meal, just to make sure she finally impresses Sakamoto with her cooking skills. Our girl Rika is practically drooling over the feast. She is amazed that they brought a whole picnic just to keep an eye on the couple. She takes a big bite and agrees that this is the best way to do some undercover spying. If you're going to tail people, you might as well eat well. Right behind them, Sakamoto and Tojo have settled on their own picnic blanket. Sakamoto mentions the aquarium was great, and Tojo nervously agrees that the fish were beautiful. Tojo is visibly shaking from nerves. Her eyes are swirling as she tries to find the courage to move to the next big step of her plan. Yu-sung and Rika watch intently while snacking. They can tell the tension is ramping up on the other blanket as the big moment finally approaches. Tojo finally makes her move. She nervously pulls out her homemade bento and offers it to Sakamoto, hoping he will actually like what she made for him. Sakamoto is genuinely impressed. He asks if she really made all of this herself, clearly surprised by the effort she put into the meal. He takes a bite of the onigiri and savors the flavor while Tojo watches him with bated breath. This is the moment of truth for her cooking. Tojo is sweating bullets. She is terrified that the food might not live up to his expectations, and her whole date depends on this one reaction. Sakamoto freezes for a second, his eyes widening in surprise as the flavor hits him. It is definitely more delicious than he expected. He lets out a gasp of delight. Seeing his reaction, Tojo realizes she actually nailed it, and her face lights up with pure joy. Feeling a surge of confidence, she picks up a piece of fried chicken and offers it to him, asking him to try this one too. Sakamoto stares blankly at the piece of chicken, his mind going a bit hazy from the intensity of the situation. He opens his mouth wide, ready to take the bite as the romantic tension peaks between the two of them. Tojo is incredibly serious about this. She is focused on making sure the bite is perfect, her face blushing slightly as she gets closer to him. After he swallows, she eagerly asks him how it tastes. She is fishing for more compliments, and honestly, she deserves them. Sakamoto gives her a big thumbs up and tells her that this one is delicious too. The atmosphere between them is getting incredibly sweet. Meanwhile, Yu-sung and Rika are busy stuffing their own faces. They are enjoying the show and the food at the same time. The atmosphere is soft and pink as the date continues to progress perfectly for the happy couple. Sakamoto returns the favor by feeding her a few bites, and Tojo's movements start to feel more natural as she finally settles into the rhythm of the date. Sakamoto watches her with a soft expression. He is clearly starting to see her in a whole new light after everything that happened today. Tojo can hardly believe how well things are going as she gazes back at him. She covers her mouth in pure joy, realizing that her big plan is actually working perfectly, and everything is going even better than she hoped. Rika whispers to Yu-sung that those two seem to be doing really well. It looks like their mission as love gurus was a total success. Our boy starts to feel skeptical. He thinks to himself that even with his help, things should not have gone this smoothly. He stares into the empty sky, deep in thought about how unlikely this whole situation feels to him. Rika sighs dreamily and says she wants to go on a date just like that someday. Our boy just stares at her in total disbelief. He points out the obvious flaw in her statement. How can she say that when she has been acting like a total love guru this whole time? The silence hangs heavy between them for a moment as Rika searches for the right words to explain herself. She blushes and admits that she has never actually dated anyone before. Turns out all her expert knowledge came from reading too much manga. Talk about a plot twist. While Rika is having a total meltdown over her lack of dating experience, Yu-sung just lets out a tired sigh. He starts packing up his bag, clearly done with her dramatic outburst for the day. Rika starts freaking out, waving her arms around while trying to defend her honor as a love guru. She insists that she has helped plenty of friends with their love lives, even if her own experience is zero. Yu-sung can only smile at how ridiculous she is. Seeing her get this worked up over her manga-based knowledge is actually kind of funny, but he knows they need to focus back on the mission. Meanwhile, the sun is shining down through the trees on what should have been a perfect day for a stroll in the park. But as we know, peace never lasts long in these stories. Sakamoto and Tojo are still enjoying their date, walking side by side down the path. They are totally oblivious to the drama happening behind them and seem to be in their own little world. Yu-sung and Rika keep their distance, peeking from behind a tree like total creeps. They are still committed to playing the role of secret guardians for this blossoming romance. Suddenly, a loud crash ruins the mood. A purple gift bag hits the pavement with a heavy thud, and Yu-sung freezes in shock as he watches the scene unfold from afar. Something is very wrong here. Out of nowhere, two shady-looking guys block their path. The romantic atmosphere shifts to pure tension instantly as the strangers confront the couple in the middle of the sidewalk. One of the thugs growls that they have been searching everywhere for Sakamoto. It is clear they did not come here for a friendly chat. He calls Sakamoto a two-timing punk, and the situation is about to get really messy. This guy sounds like he has a massive grudge to settle. These losers are covered in bandages and a neck brace, clearly still feeling the effects of their last encounter with Sakamoto. Sakamoto and Tojo are stunned by the sudden ambush, while Yusung and Rika watch the drama unfold from the trees. The thugs mock Sakamoto for being out with a brand new girl while they laugh like absolute maniacs. They are clearly enjoying the fact that they caught him off guard during a date. Rika is fuming, whispering that this is completely unfair. She spent all this time helping to set up this date, and now these idiots are trying to ruin the whole thing. Sakamoto confronts the shady characters who have the nerve to show their faces again. Yusung watches from the shadows, suddenly realizing exactly who these troublemakers are. Our boy remembers hearing about some first-year freshmen who got kicked out of the kendo club recently. The description matches these two perfectly. Apparently, these guys cornered a girl in an alley yesterday, and Sakamoto was the one who jumped in to save her. He single-handedly demolished both of them at once, which explains the bandages. These two thugs are a total mess, covered in bandages and even wearing a neck brace from their last encounter. Despite being beat up, these losers are still running their mouths and acting like absolute punks. Tojo has had enough of their nonsense and prepares to give them a piece of her mind. She is not the type of girl to just stand by while someone insults her and her date. She screams that they are absolute idiots, her patience finally hitting zero. Her face is flushed with anger as she confronts the two bullies head-on. Tojo points them out, shouting that this exact attitude is why they were booted from the kendo club. One thug pauses, squinting as he finally recognizes her behind all that makeup. Tojo glares at them with pure disgust, not intimidated by their presence at all. She is usually much tougher than she looks today, and these guys are starting to realize it. The thug with the nose tape looks genuinely surprised to see her all dolled up in a frilly outfit. It is a huge contrast to the tomboy she usually is at school. He looks down at his own neck brace, reminded of the beating he took from Sakamoto yesterday. But instead of being scared, he starts to sneer again. He laughs in her face, telling her that she and Sakamoto are a completely mismatched pair. He is trying to get under her skin by insulting their relationship. The thug insults her for playing dress-up when she usually spends her days roughing people up. He tells her she should just stay home where she belongs instead of pretending to be a lady. Sakamoto snaps and tells them to shut their mouths before he finishes what he started yesterday. He reaches out to push them back, but they do not look worried at all. The reason for their confidence becomes clear when a massive guy steps out of the shadows behind them. He looms over everyone like a real monster, looking for a fight. The two small timers get their confidence back instantly, grinning ear to ear now that their backup is here. They think they have already won. The big guy smiles menacingly, looking for the person who had the nerve to lay a finger on his underlings. He looks like a professional brawler compared to the others. He growls that Sakamoto must be the one who messed with his boys. The air gets heavy as he prepares to settle the score. The lackeys introduce their boss with pride, bragging that he is a legendary fighter who only got suspended for beating a man unconscious at a bar. This guy is a total animal. Sakamoto and Tojo look worried now as they realize they are in way over their heads. This is not a fair fight, and they are cornered in the park. The giant tells them to quit fooling around because playtime is officially over. He has a terrifying grin on his face as he steps closer. Before anyone can even react, he reaches out with lightning speed and grabs Tojo roughly by her arm. Sakamoto is too slow to stop him. Tojo screams in fear as the monster looms over her, pulling her close and calling her a pretty girl. It looks like our boy Yusung is going to have to intervene. Sakamoto tries to step in and help, but the giant tells him he is just getting in the way. The situation is already spiraling out of control. Before Sakamoto can even throw a punch, the monster delivers a brutal blow to his stomach that sends the air right out of his lungs. He hits the ground, gasping and clutching his gut, completely incapacitated by a single strike. Behind the scenes, a dark presence begins to stir, as the situation turns truly ugly. Our boy Yu-sung has seen enough and prepares to finally step into the light. Rika watches in shock as he coldly tells her to just stay put and wait, leaving her wondering what he plans to do. The situation turns dire when a buff guy with blonde hair grabs the red-haired girl and pulls her back. She screams out for Sakamoto, desperate for someone to help her escape this guy's iron grip. It is a pathetic sight as the lackeys laugh at the carnage, watching their boss manhandle the girl while Sakamoto lies broken on the pavement. Tojo struggles with everything she has, but she is completely trapped. The thug starts getting creepy, promising to give her twice the love, but his gloating is cut short when a shadow looms behind him. Yu-sung appears out of nowhere and crushes the guy's wrist, sending him into a fit of agonizing screams. Finally, the real player has entered the game. With a single, explosive movement, the giant is sent flying back across the park like he is nothing more than a ragdoll. His henchmen can only watch in absolute terror as their legendary boss gets tossed aside like trash. Yu-sung warns the trash that he does not like repeating himself. He makes it crystal clear that the guy needs to keep his filthy hands off of what does not belong to him. Yu-sung has reached his limit and finally activates his state, ready to unleash a cold rage that these thugs aren't prepared to handle. The blonde thug with the ponytail is absolutely shaking in his boots as Kim Yu-sung looms over them like a literal shadow. He is stuttering, trying to figure out where this guy even came from and why he is so terrifying. Panic completely takes over as the thug screams at the top of his lungs. He is losing his mind because his brain cannot process the overwhelming pressure coming off our protagonist. Our boy stands there looking like a final boss with a dark purple aura swirling around him. He does not say a word, but his presence alone is enough to make the air feel heavy. Kim Yu-sung clenches his fists tightly, and you can practically hear the joints popping. He is done holding back, and these idiots have no idea what is about to hit them. The blonde delinquent tries to act tough by telling himself they only failed to react because it was a sneak attack. He desperately tries to convince his crew that Yu-sung is just some big civilian who got lucky. Meanwhile, the long-haired man in the sunglasses watches from the sidelines with a grim expression. He has seen a lot of things in the underworld, but something about this kid is different. Cold sweat breaks out on the long-haired man's forehead as he stares through his shades. He is picking up on a vibe that most people would not even notice, and it is chilling him to the bone. The other thugs are huffing and puffing, looking around frantically like confused puppies. They are wondering where the hell the other punks went, not realizing they are the only ones left to face the music. The guy with the afro and round glasses is completely stunned, adjusting his frames as he tries to get a better look. He just caught a glimpse of something that has him questioning his entire life path. The situation turns nasty as the blonde thug grabs Tojo by the wrist while she screams for him to let go. He thinks he still has the upper hand, but he is actually just digging his own grave at this point. Tojo is struggling, but she cannot break free from his grip alone. The long-haired man in sunglasses finally snaps, calling the delinquent a bastard for daring to touch the girl's wrist. He is usually the one in control, but seeing this disrespect has his blood boiling as he steps forward from the crowd. Someone in the back mentions tools or weapons, but the long-haired man just tells everyone to hold it. He is starting to realize that intervening might not even be necessary with Yu-sung standing right there. Yu-sung stands his ground as the blonde thug squares up, trying to reclaim some of his lost dignity. The tension in the park is so thick you could cut it with a knife as the two face off. Our boy lets his aura flare up even more, and the darkness starts to look almost physical. He is focused entirely on the trash standing in front of him, and his intent to destroy is clear. The long-haired man looks down at his shaking hand. Realizing he is experiencing suffocating pressure he thought he would never feel again. It is a weight that crushes the spirit of anyone nearby. The memories start flooding back as he realizes he has definitely felt this exact same terrifying sensation before. It is a specific kind of dread that only comes from encountering a true monster. His mind drifts back to a name that used to strike fear into the hearts of everyone in the global underworld. He is thinking about the boss of the Russian Red Mafia, a man known for absolute brutality. The image of Ivan the Destroyer appears in his mind, a massive man with blue hair and a leopard skin coat who radiated pure power. That man was a walking disaster who left nothing but ruins in his wake. Dark chains and a sense of impending doom fill the man's thoughts as he remembers the sheer scale of the danger Ivan represented. It was like being trapped in a cage with a starving predator. He recalls the time he ran into Ivan one-on-one by chance right here in Japan. It was the kind of meeting that changes a person forever, leaving mental scars that never truly heal. The memory is so vivid that he can still feel the pure fear that paralyzed him back then. It was the realization that his life was completely in the hands of someone who valued it at zero. He looks at Kim Yu-sung and cannot wrap his head around how a high school student could possess that same aura of darkness from the underworld. It makes no sense for a kid to have the same presence as a mafia legend who has seen countless battlefields. He repeats the name Kim Yu-sung in his head, trying to reconcile the name of a normal student with the monster standing before him. The contradiction is starting to give him a headache. Despite the fear, he finds the whole situation absolutely fascinating. He is witnessing the birth of something terrifying, and he cannot look away from the spectacle unfolding in the park. Yu-sung decides he is done worrying about the original plot or trying to stay in line. He is throwing all the rules out the window because some people only understand one language. Our protagonist grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with a predatory light that signals the end for anyone in his way. He has officially reached his breaking point, and the nice guy act is over. He declares that from this moment on, things are going to be handled his way. The blonde thug is still standing there, completely oblivious to the fact that he is staring at his own doom. Our boy makes his intentions clear. He is just going to take out the trash that is currently standing right in front of him. The park is silent as everyone watches the confrontation. Sakamoto is on the ground in pain while Tojo kneels beside him, looking up at Yu-sung with a mixture of worry and hope. Tojo looks down at Sakamoto, her eyes filled with concern as she places a hand on his shoulder. She is terrified of what might happen next, but she is not leaving her friend's side. The blonde thug starts screaming like a maniac, calling Yu-sung a bastard and demanding that he stop being ignored. He is trying to hide his fear with noise, but his voice is cracking under the pressure of Yu-sung's gaze. The thug finally snaps and lunges forward with a flurry of punches, but our boy doesn't even bother to move. Yu-sung stands perfectly still and takes every hit directly to the body, essentially using himself to show just how weak these attacks really are. It is a terrifying display of power that leaves the spectators completely speechless. The blonde thug lunges forward with a flurry of punches, but our boy doesn't even bother to move. Yu-sung stands perfectly still and takes every hit directly to his body. The other thugs are watching with their jaws on the floor, cheering 1 second and freezing in horror the next. They realize way too late that their leader is in over his head. The blonde thug throws one last desperate punch, convinced that our boy cannot even dodge it. He is still delusional enough to think he has a chance, not realizing he is already finished. The blonde thug leader freezes up, his face dripping with sweat as he realizes he is totally outmatched by the monster in front of him. Yu-sung stands there like a mountain, a dark purple aura radiating from him that makes the thug feel like a bug about to be crushed. The thug cannot believe his eyes, wondering what kind of iron chin this kid has to take those hits without even flinching. Desperate and losing his mind, he throws everything he has into one final punch, screaming at our boy to take this blow. The blow lands with a sickening thud right on Yu-sung's face, but instead of falling, he absorbs the impact like it was absolutely nothing. He does not even budge an inch from the force of the strike. Seeing the brutal hit connect, Rika gasps in horror and covers her mouth, convinced that our boy just took a fatal blow to the head. Tojo and Sakamoto are equally stunned, their faces pale as they watch the scene unfold from the sidelines with wide eyes. A trail of blood starts to trickle down Yu-sung's face, marking the first time the thug has actually managed to draw blood in this fight. Even with blood in his eyes, our boy looks more like a demon than a human, leaving the blonde thug shaking in his boots. The atmosphere feels suffocating as Yu-sung prepares to finally end this meaningless scrap once and for all with his own counter. Yu-sung stares down his opponent with a cold, piercing gaze that promises nothing but absolute destruction, signaling that the blonde thug has finally pushed him a step too far today. The thug leader sees a fist growing larger in his vision, realizing too late that his time has officially run out. Yu-sung delivers a counterpunch so powerful, the shock wave ripples through the air. The blonde leader is sent flying through the park as the impact echoes across the entire area. The impact leaves a trail of smoke and dust as the leader's body is launched backward like he was hit by a truck. The force of the strike completely caves in the leader's face, proving that our boy's power is on a whole different level. He hits the ground hard and slides across the pavement, leaving his subordinates staring in absolute silence at their defeated boss. The remaining thugs panic and rush to their fallen leader, begging him to wake up while terrified of the monster standing before them. Yu-sung reflects on the fact that he had to bet everything on that one punch to finish this guy off quickly. He calls the whole fight underwhelming, causing the two lackeys to tremble so hard they look like they might actually pass out. With blood still matting his hair, he asks the survivors if they understand exactly what is about to happen to them next. The tension is so thick, it feels like the world is starting to blur around the terrified thugs remaining in the park. One of the idiots tries to pull the police big shot card, threatening Yu-sung to stay away or face his dad's connections. Our boy is not having it and reaches out, grabbing the red-haired thug's head with a grip that sounds like crushing stone. He prepares to use his signature iron claw technique, a move that is basically a one-way ticket to a massive migraine. The thug screams in absolute agony as Yu-sung smiles, applying just enough pressure to make him regret every single life choice. The coward immediately starts begging for his life, apologizing for everything and wishing he was anywhere else but here. After making his point, Yu-sung tosses the trash aside like they were nothing more than annoying gnats in his way. He stands tall, his bloody face contrasting with his calm demeanor as the remaining thugs grovel at his feet and beg. They do not need to be told twice, scrambling to pick up their unconscious boss and running away as fast as possible. Yu-sung watches them flee, his thoughts shifting back to the friends he was trying to protect from the very beginning. Rika comes charging in, her hat flapping in the wind as she rushes to check on the guy who just saved them. She is frantic, telling him to run while our boy just rubs his head and wonders what all the fuss is about. He tries to brush it off as a minor scratch, but Rika is absolutely fuming at his recklessness and demands they head straight for a pharmacy to get him some proper bandages before his wound gets any worse. Seeing her get this worked up actually catches him off guard, making him realize she is a lot more intense than he expected. As the sun sets on the park, Rika drags our boy off to get treated while Tojo and Sakamoto watch them from a bench. It looks like the danger is over for now, but Yu-sung cannot help but look back. Sakamoto and Tojo are left sitting on the bench, and the atmosphere is suddenly incredibly awkward. They just watch their friends head off, leaving the two of them in a silence that is getting way too loud for comfort. Tojo looks completely overwhelmed, her face flushed with a deep crimson as she struggles to find the right words to say to Sakamoto, hoping he doesn't notice how hard her heart is actually beating while they sit in the glow of the sunset. Sakamoto looks just as stressed, glancing over with a bead of sweat rolling down his face while he waits for her to speak. The tension is so thick you could probably cut it with a knife. Sensing a shift in the air, Sakamoto turns toward his companion, wondering why Tojo is suddenly acting so incredibly strange and nervous while they sit together in the quiet park at sunset. The red-haired girl takes one final, massive gulp of air, realizing that this is the ultimate make-or-break moment for her, and she absolutely cannot back down from confessing her feelings. The red-haired girl stares directly at Sakamoto with sparkling, hopeful eyes as she finally calls out his name. Surrounded by a flowery aura, she gathers every bit of her courage to say what has been on her mind this entire time. Sakamoto stares back, his eyes sparkling as he softly asks her to please go on with whatever she is about to say. He is totally caught up in the moment, leaning in as if the rest of the world has completely stopped existing for them both. But they are not as alone as they think, because our boy Yu-sung and Rika are standing nearby with their souls basically leaving their bodies. They are witnessing a legendary moment they never saw coming, and they are absolutely stunned by the development. As the sunset paints the sky in soft colors, the big question finally drops as she asks him to officially go out with her. It is a stunning confession that leaves them both silhouetted against the trees, finally putting all that built-up tension to rest in the most dramatic way possible. Tojo finally gathers the courage to pour her heart out, officially asking Sakamoto to go out with her. She's practically glowing with hope, truly believing that this moment will finally be the start of the beautiful romance she's always wanted. Sakamoto looked like someone just handed him a live grenade, his face flushing as the pressure of the moment hit him. A heavy silence fell between them, stretching out far longer than she probably expected. Tojo waits with bated breath, her heart pounding as she searches his face for any sign of a positive response. She's clinging to a sliver of hope, desperate to hear that her long-standing feelings are finally being reciprocated. She desperately tried to bargain, offering to change whatever he did not like, but Sakamoto cut her off. He insisted that she was far too good for a guy like him, but he had specific circumstances that made a relationship impossible right now. Talk about a painful rejection. Sakamoto looked pained as he delivered the blow, while Tojo could only stare at him in total disbelief. He admitted that he was holding on to a promise made long ago, waiting for the day he would meet a certain girl again. Sakamoto delivers a devastating blow, bluntly stating that he has no intention of dating anyone at all right now. The redhead girl stands there in total shock as her romantic dreams are crushed right in front of her eyes. The poor girl looked completely broken, her eyes welling up as the weight of his words crushed her spirit. Trying to make sense of the rejection, the redhead girl asks if his heart still belongs to a girl from his past. Sakamoto looks away awkwardly, admitting that even he is not entirely sure about his own feelings anymore. With her head hanging low, Tojo asked if that childhood girl was truly his first love. Sakamoto did not hesitate this time, confirming that she really was his first love. Suddenly, Tojo stood up, startling him with her sudden movement as she gripped her bag tightly. She forced a bright smile onto her face, lying through her teeth as she told him she had a great time and would see him at school. Sakamoto offered a small, awkward wave in return, looking relieved that the conversation was finally over so he could make his escape. As soon as his back was turned, her fake smile vanished and she clutched her chest, struggling just to keep walking. Meanwhile, Rika was hiding in the bushes watching the whole tragedy unfold, looking absolutely horrified for her friend. Before Rika could even process what happened, Yu-sung started moving, determined not to let Tojo suffer alone. Rika stands frozen in the bushes, her heart sinking as she watches her best friend's confession turn into a total disaster. She can hardly process how cold Sakamoto is being. Yu-sung suddenly sprints away, leaving a confused Rika behind as he chases after the girl he just watched get rejected. Yu-sung eventually tracks her down to a lonely bus stop, where she's huddled up looking completely defeated. A pair of sneakers appeared in her field of vision, breaking the silence of her miserable afternoon. Yu-sung looked down at her with genuine concern, softly asking if she was doing okay after everything that just happened. That was the breaking point, and Tojo finally let out the tears she had been fighting to hold back. Big, heavy sobs shook her entire body as she let go of all the pain and frustration she had been carrying through her failed confession. Our protagonist took a seat beside her, offering a handkerchief while noting how badly she was falling apart. He basically had to help her blow her nose, as she made a series of muffled and wet sounds into the white cloth. Tojo wiped her eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed, but Yu-sung reminded her that they were friends and she did not need to hide. She repeated the word friends back to herself, as if the concept was something she was still trying to grasp. Yu-sung suddenly looked terrified, wondering if his cover had been blown while they were stalking the date. He started sweating bullets, realizing that Tojo had actually known they were watching her the entire time. He was internally screaming, wondering just how she managed to spot them when he thought they were being so stealthy. Tojo gave him a weak, grateful look, thanking him for being worried enough to watch over her all day long. She apologized for the day ending in such a massive failure, admitting her true intentions. She thought that if she changed her look and personality, she might finally be able to win back a place in Sakamoto's heart. It was a lot of effort for a result that left her with nothing. She remembers being a plain girl in a tracksuit, always following him. She honestly believed that just being near him would be enough to win his heart. Clutching her blouse until her knuckles turned white, she lamented that there was absolutely nothing she could do to change his mind. Tojo looked at Yu-sung with a vulnerable expression, admitting that she had never felt this level of pain in her entire life. Her voice trembled as she tried to finish her sentence, the raw emotion of the rejection still stinging her heart while she struggled to keep it together. She finally lets out a guttural cry, admitting just how much she truly loved him. Seeing her break down like this makes Yoo-sung realize that her feelings are far too intense and real to just be lines in a manga script. Our boy is hit with a strange realization that something is fundamentally changing in the way he sees this world. Looking at Tojo, Yoo-sung admits to himself that he initially viewed her as nothing more than a side character in the manga scramble Love. He came here thinking he knew every beat of the story, but the raw emotion standing in front of him is starting to blur those lines. He thinks about how Karen and the others are starting to feel like real people, rather than just ink on a page. A memory of Rika flashes through his mind, her blonde ponytail bouncing as she laughs with genuine joy. In his heart, he tried to keep a clear line drawn, reminding himself that these were just characters in a manga. He sees them as static images in his head, but then he looks back at the reality. Can he really call someone who feels pain this vividly just a manga character? Breaking the heavy silence with zero tact, our boy points at Tojo and tells her that if she keeps lying around like this, someone is going to call the cops for public disturbance. Tojo freezes mid-sob, her eyes wide as she tries to process the sudden and incredibly blunt warning. She just stares at him, her brain completely short-circuiting at the sheer absurdity of his comment. The tears are still there, but the crushing weight of her rejection is momentarily replaced by pure confusion. The tension finally breaks as the redhead girl lets out a soft chuckle, her sadness momentarily replaced by a bit of light-hearted irony. It seems like the absurdity of the situation is finally starting to sink in for her. Suddenly she bursts out laughing, the sound ringing out through the quiet night air. Wiping away her tears, she asks if that is really what he chose to say after everything she just confessed. Yoo-sung tells her they're leaving and starts pulling off his hoodie, catching her completely off guard. He hands it over and tells her to get moving, making her blink in confusion as she asks where they are going. Yoo-sung suddenly steps in and pulls a hoodie over the redhead girl's head, announcing that they are heading to karaoke right this second. She is completely caught off guard by his sudden boldness and wonders why he is acting so strange. He starts walking away with his hands in his pockets, leaving a stunned Tojo to scramble after him while drowning in his oversized clothes. She looks at him with a mix of shock and something else, clearly not expecting him to be this bold. As he runs ahead, Yoo-sung realizes that despite being in a fictional world, these people have hearts just like him. He looks back with a faint smile, seeing her keeping pace. Tojo is beaming now, her previous misery seemingly forgotten in the rush of the moment. She gives him a wide, blushing smile, her eyes sparkling with a newfound sense of relief as he tells her that laughter suits her better. Tojo clutches the fabric of the oversized hoodie, feeling the unexpected warmth and weight of Yoo-sung's sudden kindness. The heavy atmosphere of the night begins to fade, replaced by a soft, sparkling sense of relief as her heart begins to calm down. Nearby, a man in a suit wipes his brow, clearly relieved that the situation has finally calmed down. Watching from the shadows, a man with long red hair and sunglasses drinks while watching them, as his companion cries happy tears. He comments that in a world as rough as this one, finding kids with hearts like theirs is a rare sight. The man gives a subtle, approving smile, clearly impressed by our protagonist's actions tonight. He thinks to himself that he hopes their paths cross again someday, acknowledging Yoo-sung as a kid worth keeping an eye on. As they disappear into the night, he remains behind, satisfied with what he witnessed. Fast forward to the karaoke room, and Tojo has completely transformed, screaming into the mic that it is way too quiet. She points the mic at our boy, telling him it is his turn to sing while he looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Rika is back at home, staring at her phone in complete disbelief as she tries to process everything that happened today. Rika is super excited to finally see inside a boy's room for the first time in her life. She is practically bursting with energy as she stands at the doorway. She steps inside and is immediately stunned by the massive rack of weights taking up half the space. Kim Yoo-sung just stands there looking a bit awkward about his home gym setup. Rika asks if every guy's room is packed with workout machines like this. Yoo-sung admits that his setup is probably a bit more extreme than the average high schooler. Her eyes land on a pair of dumbbells sitting on the floor. She probably thinks they do not look that heavy at first glance and wants to test her strength. Rika tries to lift one, and her whole body starts shaking from the sheer weight. Yu-sung panics and tells her to wait because those things are way heavier than they look. He looks at her with a deadpan expression and explains that the weights are probably half her body weight. Rika is absolutely shocked that he just casually tosses these things around. After the room tour, they head out together into the city. Rika is her usual bubbly self, chatting away while Yu-sung walks beside her with a small smile. Suddenly, a loud, growling sound echoes from Rika's stomach. She was so excited about the visit that she completely forgot to eat any lunch today. The sheer volume of the sound leaves both of them frozen in a dense and awkward silence. Our protagonist just stares at her in pure disbelief while she turns beet red. She tries to play it off, but her face is turning bright red. It is pretty clear that she is absolutely starving after all that excitement from earlier. Yu-sung gives her a kind smile and asks if she wants to swing by his family's restaurant for a meal. He figures a single meal shouldn't be a problem for them. They arrive at his family's place, which looks like a cozy little neighborhood spot. It is the perfect place to grab a quiet bite away from the school crowds. Rika takes her first bite, and her eyes practically sparkle. She can tell immediately that the food here is on a whole different level from the usual cafeteria stuff. She starts vacuuming down the food like she hasn't eaten in a week while chugging a soda. Yu-sung watches her in disbelief, telling her to slow down before she chokes. Rika lets out a big, satisfied sigh after finishing her drink. That was exactly what she needed to recharge her batteries after a long and busy day. After tasting the home-cooked meal, the blonde girl gives 2 big thumbs up to show her absolute approval. Yu-sung's mother is overjoyed by the praise and happily offers to serve even more food. Yu-sung's mom tells Rika to eat as much as she likes and promises to make even more if she is still hungry. The hospitality is almost overwhelming for our girl. Yu-sung sips his water while watching the two of them bond. He never expected his mother to get along with a classmate quite so quickly. Rika suddenly slaps him on the back and calls him Ryu-chan, telling him it is time to head out. The sudden nickname and physical contact catch him completely off guard. He nearly chokes on his water as his brain tries to process the new nickname. She is moving way faster than he ever anticipated for a first home visit. The blonde girl gives a playful wink and points her finger as she continues to tease our protagonist. She seems to be having a lot of fun making him feel flustered with her bold personality. Back at the house, Yu-sung brings some drinks up to his room. He is still feeling a bit weird about everything that happened at the family restaurant. He opens the door and sees Rika already browsing through his bookshelf. He realizes too late that he left some of his more private hobbies out in the open. Rika picks up a volume and asks if he is actually into manga like this. It is a stack of rom-coms he bought just in case for the future. Yu-sung gets a dark shadow over his face as he tries to explain his secret collection. He claims those rom-coms are just for reference and research, because you can never have too many perspectives on love. He knows it sounds like a weak excuse, but he is desperate to save face. As Yu-sung enters the room with the drinks, Rika is already sitting in his chair and flipping through his collection. She looks back at him with a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying his embarrassment. Her eyes light up when she spots a specific series on the shelf called Sakurai. This is clearly a series she knows by heart and has a massive connection to. Yu-sung lights up and admits that it is actually his all-time favorite series. Rika is beyond excited to find out they share such a niche interest. He pulls out a rare volume and explains that he even has the first editions. He loves the way the story explores character psychology and the gorgeous art style. As he talks about his favorite series, his whole expression softens. He admits that it is a true masterpiece that leaves a strong aftertaste every time he rereads it. Rika stares at him with a look of pure admiration. She has never met anyone who loves this specific manga as much as he does. He goes on a total fanboy rant about the direction and the way the foreshadowing finally pays off. He is completely in his element now and totally forgets to be embarrassed. Rika finally breaks the news with a massive grin and says the creator of that manga is actually her papa. She has been holding that secret in all day. Yu-sung's jaw literally drops as he tries to process what she just said. She casually explains that her father is the famous mangaka behind the legend he was just praising. Kim Yu-sung completely loses his mind as the realization hits him like a freight train. He cannot believe he was just geeking out about a manga to the creator's own daughter. The legendary Musashi Kishimoto is her dad, and he's been treating her like just another classmate this whole time. Our boy is having total epiphany right now. Looking back, everything starts clicking into place as he connects the dots about her true identity. He realizes that Rika having such stunning looks actually makes perfect sense now. Having a British mother and a legendary artist for a father is quite the genetic lottery. The panic starts setting in for real. Yoo-sung is sweating bullets, realizing he has been treating the daughter of his absolute idol like just some regular classmate this whole time. He cannot contain himself and shouts out the name Kishimoto at the top of his lungs. With stars in his eyes, he desperately begs Rika to see if he can get her dad's autograph over the upcoming Golden Week break. Rika just laughs it off and promises to introduce him to her father personally that day. Our protagonist is literally moved to tears of joy by her casual kindness. While they hang out in the room filled with books, the blonde girl excitedly brings up a new topic of conversation. Our protagonist looks a bit nervous, wondering what kind of unexpected question she is about to drop next. She tilts her head, trying to think of why her father chose that specific character designed for his series. It is a bit of a mystery to her as well. Our boy strikes a pensive pose, wondering if there was a hidden motive behind the art. Rika claims there was no special reason, but her smile says otherwise. Silence fills the room for a moment as the blonde girl gazes warmly at the manga she just discovered. It is clear that this specific series holds a lot more meaning to her than she is letting on. The manga protagonist, Golden Samurai, stands tall with his signature blonde ponytail and intense gaze. Looking closely at the art, the resemblance to a certain real-life boy is almost uncanny, making her heart skip a beat. Suddenly, a chilling memory surfaces. A single, powerful word hangs in the air, carrying the weight of a stern warning from a past confrontation. Yoo-sung's expression in the flashback is one of cold, focused intensity. This side of him is far more dangerous than the relaxed boy his classmates know at school. With a voice like ice, he delivers a final ultimatum to those who would threaten his peace. The memory is dark, sharp, and full of protective intent. A violent impact shatters the silence of the recollection. The sheer force of the blow reflects the depth of the anger he was feeling in that moment. The intensity of the memory fades into a shimmering, peaceful light. It seems this event left a permanent mark on both Rika and her father's creative inspiration. Back in the present, Yoo-sung gives her a genuine and charming smile. He does not realize just how much that specific look of his means to her after everything. Rika hugs the manga tightly, admitting that the main character really reminded her of him. It turns out she has been seeing him as her own samurai for a while. The next day arrives at the school building. The sun is shining brightly on the clock tower, marking the start of what should be a typical morning. Our boy finds himself standing outside the student council room. He has got a sinking feeling that this meeting is not going to be a simple one. Inside, he meets with a girl with long black hair. She seems to be in a playful mood, leaning forward over her desk as she talks to him. She gives him a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying whatever situation she has managed to trap him in. This girl is definitely going to be trouble for our boy. Yoo-sung checks his phone, looking a bit stressed while she beams with pure excitement. Those sparkly eyes usually mean a very demanding favor is heading his way. He realizes he is backed into a corner with no easy escape. With a heavy sigh, he figures he does not really have a choice but to go along. She hides behind her fan, laughing as she seals their deal. She warns him that if he breaks this promise, she will never forgive him as long as she lives. The room is buzzing with quiet activity as other students chat. They are completely unaware of the mysterious deal our boy just made with the council. Over in classroom 2B, the noise is even louder. Everyone is talking about the same thing, and the rumors are spreading like wildfire through the halls. His friend leans in and asks Yoo-sung if he has heard the big news yet. Our hero stays calm, but he is secretly curious about why everyone is so hyped. The guy is practically glowing as he prepares to spill the beans. It is rare to see him this genuinely excited about school events or a new arrival. Yoo-sung just smirks, thinking to himself that people usually have their own secret reasons for keeping things quiet. He is not one to judge others' mysteries. He finally settles into his seat with an English textbook, feeling a sense of relief. At least those troublesome guys won't be harassing Tojo and Sakamoto anymore. A beautiful new student introduces herself to the group with a bright and friendly smile. Her warm energy fills the room, marking the beginning of a fresh encounter for our hero. A girl with long light brown hair stands before the class, looking incredibly friendly. It looks like a new face has finally joined their group for the exchange program. Class is in session, and our boy Kim Yoo-sung has to wake up the girl in front of him. Rika is totally passed out at her desk, so he gives her a little nudge to snap her back to reality before the teacher notices. The teacher nanny is going through the English lesson, and she is actually the new teacher here. She mentions that since today is the 24th, she is going to pick a student with that number to read the text out loud for the whole class. Everyone in the room freezes up instantly. Student number 24 looks like he is about to have a heart attack, while Yoo-sung just sits there looking bored and completely unbothered by the situation. The poor kid looks like he just witnessed a miracle because he actually avoided getting called on. Meanwhile, Yoo-sung stands up with an expression so intense it makes the whole room go cold. Our protagonist pushes his chair back and stands up with total confidence. You can tell just by his steady hand on the desk that he is not stressed at all by the teacher's request. Yoo-sung reads the passage in perfect English without stuttering once. He even adds his own question at the end, asking the teacher if there is a place she would personally recommend for a visitor to see. The entire classroom is stunned into silence by his performance. One of the girls points out that this is his 7th perfect score in a row, and man, he is just built different compared to the rest. Nanny-sensei is caught completely off guard by his perfect pronunciation. She is blushing and stammering because she did not expect such a stellar performance from a student who looks so intimidating. Even though she is smiling, she looks incredibly uncomfortable, and cold sweat is running down her face. Yoo-sung notices her strange expression and wonders why she is reacting so poorly to his perfect answer. The class erupts into applause for the top student. Yoo-sung just scratches the back of his head, feeling awkward about all the extra attention he is getting for just doing his schoolwork. Rika looks back at him with a bright smile, but Yoo-sung can tell something is not right. He has this gut feeling that the entire atmosphere in the room has shifted into something much more tense. The teacher tries to keep things professional, but she calls him Yu-chan with a shaky voice. She tells him he has been doing great, but her eyes are filled with pure panic. Yoo-sung stares her down with his sharp black eyes, trying to read her. He is trying to figure out why his teacher looks like she is staring at a dangerous criminal instead of a regular high schooler. She starts rambling about the meaning of the question he asked earlier. Her hands are shaking, and she cannot even look him in the eye properly while she talks. Our boy finally puts the pieces together as he watches her tremble. He realizes that his intense presence and sharp features are actually causing people to freak out around him for no reason. It finally clicks in his head that Mizuki-sensei is not just nervous because he is a top student. The truth is she is absolutely terrified of him, and she is barely holding it together at the front of the class. No doubt about it anymore as he watches her panic. He finally understands that his vibe is coming off way more aggressive and scary than he ever intended it to be. As he walks through the hallway, later students move out of his way like he is the plague. They are whispering about his massive build and sharp eyes, and they are all convinced he is some kind of delinquent legend. The rumors are spreading like wildfire as he passes by a group of kids. Other students are gasping and trembling just at the sight of Kim Yoo-sung walking down the hall to the faculty room. Our protagonist realizes he needs to tone it down to survive school life. He decides his new mission is to act as plain and boring as possible so people stop getting the wrong idea about him. Back in the faculty office, his teacher is typing away at lightning speed. She is desperate to find out exactly who she is dealing with before their upcoming career counseling session. The keys clicking as search results about biking gangs and fights pop up. It turns out the teacher is doing a deep dive into Yoo-sung's background to see if the rumors are true. Nanny is sweating bullets as she reads the terrifying stories online. She is trying to maintain her composure, but the fear is written all over her face as she keeps scrolling. She cannot believe what she is reading and thinks there is no way this can be real life. The information she found is painting a very dangerous picture of her student as a monster. She starts spiraling after reading a rumor that he is the heir to a powerful Yakuza family. She wonders if he went through some kind of elite assassin training program before enrolling in her school. The poor teacher is now convinced she is teaching a future crime boss who could snap at any moment. She looks completely drained as she contemplates how to handle a meeting with him. In her mind, Yu-sung looks like a literal demon with a twisted smile and glowing eyes. This is the terrifying image she has built up of him based on nothing but internet rumors and his scary face. When Yu-sung actually shows up at her office, she nearly jumps out of her skin in fright. She slams her hand down and shouts in surprise because she was not ready to face the demon in person. Yu-sung stands there looking down at her and realizes he was right about her being scared. From her perspective, he looks incredibly sharp and lethal even when he is just standing still and being polite. The height difference alone is enough to make her feel tiny and vulnerable. She looks up at him with wide eyes while he just waits patiently for her to say something to him. Nanny takes a deep breath and puts on a fake smile to hide how much her hands are trembling. She tries to act like a professional teacher, even though her heart is racing at 100 miles an hour. She invites him to have a seat so they can discuss his future career counseling like they planned. Yu-sung sits down, but he can tell she is still on edge and ready to run away at any second. She nervously asks him if he plans on taking over his family business after he graduates. Yu-sung is totally confused by the specific question and wonders what she knows that he doesn't. Her imagination goes wild again, seeing a version of him covered in blood after a massive gang fight. She is internally screaming for help, while our boy just stares at her blankly wondering why she is sweating so much. Our boy finally clears the air and tells her that his family actually just runs a small set menu restaurant in Setagaya. All that Yakuza stuff was just a giant misunderstanding based on his scary face. Nanny is visibly shaken as the reality sinks in that her scary student is just a regular guy whose family runs a quiet restaurant. She lets out a massive sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a bright smile now that the Yakuza threat is officially off the table. Our boy notices the sudden shift in her mood as she starts talking to him like a normal person, instead of a bomb about to go off. Nanny gets back on track with the career counseling, asking him what he actually wants to do with his life after graduation. She listens intently as he explains his perspective, realizing she was way too quick to judge him by his looks. Our protagonist makes it clear that he just wants to follow his own path and do what truly makes him happy. He continues his explanation, leaving Nanny to ponder the weight of his words as they hang in the air. His newfound determination proves to her that he isn't just another delinquent drifting aimlessly through his school years. The silence in the room feels different now, replaced by a sense of mutual understanding between a teacher and her student. Nanny admits that being talented at something is not the same as loving it, and she seems to be reflecting on her own life. A hilarious memory bubbles up of her time as an engineering student, proving she has some serious PTSD from all those long hours of study. She opens up to him, confessing that she did not always have her heart set on standing in front of a classroom every day. The two of them share a genuine laugh, the previous tension completely replaced by a light-hearted and friendly conversation. Looking at him now, Nanny sees a student who might actually have more figured out than she did at his age. Her mind drifts back to middle school when she was just a young girl obsessed with characters from her favorite robot anime. She spent hours glued to the television screen, losing herself in those fantasy worlds and dreaming of a different life. Back then, she was full of dreams and even told her own counselor that she wanted to pursue a career as a voice actress. She thought her passion would be enough to carry her through, but the adults in her life had a very different plan for her future. But her teacher shot her down immediately, telling her that hobbies are for later, and she should focus on getting a stable job first. At the time, she believed that listening to an adult practical advice was the only logical choice to make for her future. She spent her final years of school doubting her choice, but the pressure to be practical eventually won out. By the time she reached college, she was already regretting her choice, especially when she saw posters for successful voice acting events. She realized far too late that she had let someone else decide the entire trajectory of her life based on a single conversation. It was a hard pill to swallow, knowing she had traded her real dreams for a path of safety and routine. Returning to the present, she gives Yu-sung a warm smile, grateful that he is not making the same mistake she did. Our boy is a bit caught off guard by her sudden vulnerability, but he listens to her story with genuine respect. She gives him a warm, encouraging smile to ensure he doesn't walk away with any lingering doubts. Yu-sung stands up and gives a polite bow, sincerely thanking her for being so honest and giving him such great advice. This moment marks a major turning point in how they view each other. Later on, an older male teacher stops by her desk, probably wondering why she looks so energized all of a sudden. Nanny just keeps typing away with a satisfied grin, feeling like she finally did some real teaching today. The older teacher seems surprised by her positive attitude, especially after hearing all the wild rumors about her specific student. She just brushes it off as a misunderstanding, realizing that the scary Yakuza heir everyone feared was just a myth. Her heart feels light as she realizes that from now on, she will never judge a book by its cover again. Fast forward to Golden Week, and there is the middle of a massive crowd at the famous Sensoji Temple in Tokyo. The sun is shining, and the atmosphere is electric as people from all over the world gather to celebrate the holiday. He manages to arrive at the shrine way ahead of schedule, looking sharp and ready for his big holiday outing. He eventually spots the student council president in the crowd and calls out to her, relieved he finally found her. She immediately turns on him with a terrifying expression, fuming that he is actually the one who kept her waiting. Our boy is caught completely off guard by her sudden outburst, struggling to understand how he could possibly be late. This girl is absolutely fuming and reaches out to lecture him for his tardiness. She confronts our hero right in the middle of the street, demanding a real explanation for his behavior. Lady Kumiko is already laying into Kim Yu-sung about his lack of manners. She claims that even though it's 10 minutes before their meeting time, he is somehow still late. Yu-sung just stares at his phone while she fumes. He's wondering why they didn't just set the meeting for earlier if she wanted him there 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Finally, she decides to let it slide just this once. Yu-sung lets out a sigh, probably wishing he had stayed in bed instead of dealing with this high-maintenance drama. She points toward the traditional buildings ahead, clearly having a specific plan for where they should go to find a gift for the exchange student. Our boy is genuinely confused about why she is picking on him specifically. Meanwhile, Kumiko is having a little chibai meltdown in the corner, her anger practically radiating while he remains completely unfazed. A massive sound effect rings out as she stamps her foot in frustration, unable to believe his lack of propriety on what should be a perfect outing. It looks like the argument ended with Yu-sung paying for treats. He stands there with a literal bump on his head, while Kumiko happily enjoys her massive matcha ice cream cone. Nothing solves a bad mood like some high-quality sweets. They both take a big bite of their ice cream, and Kumiko is finally in her happy place, praising the taste while Yu-sung is just glad she is finally quiet. Just when things seem peaceful, she makes a sudden annoyed sound. Yu-sung looks over, wondering what he did wrong this time while she stares off with a sharp expression. She hides her laugh behind a fan, back to her usual haughty self. Yu-sung realizes that she actually forgot why she was even mad in the first place, which is a total relief. Wait, what is that in her ear? It turns out Kumiko is wearing a hidden earpiece, and she is clearly taking instructions from someone watching them from the shadows. The people on the other end are her family staff, Minami and Shinjiro. They are parked nearby in a sleek black car, monitoring every single move of this supposed date. The labels confirm their identities as the Seonji family butler and maid. They are currently on a covert mission to ensure their lady's success, which feels a bit like overkill. The pair wanders into a high-end shop featuring a massive golden Buddha statue. It is an incredible piece of art, but it seems a bit intense for a casual souvenir. Even the base of this massive golden statue is incredibly ornate, proving that this isn't just a simple souvenir but a serious luxury masterpiece. Kumiko suggests that this giant statue would make a wonderful gift to decorate a home. Yu-sung is visibly sweating, wondering if she has any sense of scale at all. Our boy nearly has a heart attack when he spots the price tag. It starts at 9 million won, which is way outside the budget for a simple exchange student present. The young lady is suddenly startled, her eyes wide as she feels a sharp vibration or hears a warning signal. Yu-sung looks on, confused by her sudden change in demeanor while they shop. The shopkeeper gestures toward the massive Buddha statue, continuing his pitch while Kumiko hides her flustered face behind her fan. Yu-sung stands awkwardly by, still processing the scale of the store. She leans in and whispers something urgently, likely responding to the voice in her ear. Yu-sung watches her from the background with a bead of sweat on his face, sensing that something is up. Back in the car, Minami is shouting into her headset. She is frustrated that things aren't going according to plan and is demanding a change in strategy immediately. Yoo-sung is back to staring at his phone, which is the ultimate sin on a date. He is the target in plain sight, but he is clearly losing interest in this shopping trip. The voice in the earpiece reminds Kumiko that rule number 1 is keeping your partner from getting bored. She grits her teeth, realizing she needs to step up her game. Suddenly, she grabs his arm and shouts that she totally forgot something important. It is a classic move to grab his attention and force him to move to the next location. She drags him out of the shop at high speed while the store owner watches in confusion. They are moving so fast that Yoo-sung can barely keep his balance. Their shoes click against the stone pavement as they rush through the streets of Asakusa. The urgency in her step shows she is determined to make the next stop count. Yoo-sung finally manages to slow her down, looking a bit winded by the sudden sprint. He wants to know where they are even going in such a rush. Kumiko just laughs it off behind her fan, acting like she has everything under control. She's following the secret script provided by her frantic staff in the car. The instructions tell her to head to a traditional clothing shop to look at kimonos and yukatas. She quickly agrees, hoping that a change of outfit will fix the vibe. Yoo-sung and the girl finally arrive at a high-end boutique specializing in traditional clothing. The storefront is filled with elegant mannequins, showcasing beautiful, high-quality kimonos for their upcoming event. The shopkeeper wastes no time and brings out a stunning navy blue kimono with intricate floral patterns. It is clearly a masterpiece designed for someone with a sophisticated and refined taste. Yoo-sung actually takes a moment to think about it, rubbing his chin as he inspects the fabric. Kumiko watches him closely, surprised that he is finally taking this seriously. She is caught off guard by his focused expression, her cheeks flushing slightly as she realizes he might actually have good taste when he tries. The shopkeeper gets fired up, sensing a big sale. She has a devious little laugh as she prepares to show them the most expensive item in the entire store. She reveals a breathtaking white kimono with floral details and announces it costs 500,000 yen. Yoo-sung looks like his soul is leaving his body at that price. The details on these fabrics are absolutely insane. Every stitch looks like it costs a fortune, and our boy is starting to realize just how deep he has stepped into the world of the ultra-rich. Kumiko gazes at the selection with a calm elegance, but Yoo-sung is practically vibrating in the background. He is still stuck on that 500,000 yen price tag, and his wallet is already screaming for mercy. Time ticks by as they browse the high-end shop. The atmosphere is quiet, filled only by the soft rustle of expensive silk and the rhythmic movement of the clock on the wall. Yoo-sung is feeling a bit overwhelmed by all the choices and tells the girl that honestly, everything she picks looks beautiful. Behind them, the shopkeeper watches with a playful grin as the young couple browses together. Kumiko is caught off guard by the suggestion and asks if she should really go through the trouble of trying them on. The shopkeeper gives her a knowing smile, insisting it is the best way to choose. Yoo-sung jumps in to agree, telling her that seeing how they look in person would definitely help her decide. He just wants this process to move along so his heart rate can stabilize. The shopkeeper leads Kumiko toward the changing area with a polite gesture. Our boy stays behind, finally getting a moment to breathe while the lady of the house gets ready. Suddenly, the shopkeeper starts grabbing at her own face. With a sickening sound, she begins peeling back her skin like it is nothing but a rubber toy. It turns out the entire shopkeeper persona was a total lie. The woman rips off the mask to reveal Minami underneath, leaving Kumiko completely speechless at the sudden transformation. Minami strikes a pose, proudly declaring that she is a Seiyonji family ninja who has mastered the Kuga-style arts. Apparently, she went undercover just to make sure this date goes perfectly for her lady. Talk about high-stakes wingman duties. Kumiko looks absolutely horrified by her maid antics while Minami just giggles. She has been following them this whole time, probably having the time of her life playing dress-up. Without wasting another second, Minami starts fussing over Kumiko, getting her ready for the big reveal. She is determined to make her young lady look as beautiful as possible for Yoo-sung. Outside in the waiting area, Yoo-sung is completely oblivious to the ninja hijinks happening in the back. He pulls out his phone to kill some time, still feeling a bit out of place. He is actually pretty good at mobile games, landing a clean 9-hit combo and securing a victory. It is the only thing he can control right now in this crazy high-end store. A soft click echoes through the room, drawing his attention away from the screen. He looks up, sensing that Kumiko is finally finished with her transformation. The girl finally steps out after changing, and the air seems to sparkle with a magical aura. She has added a gorgeous red rose hairpiece that perfectly complements her dark hair and elegant new look. Yu-sung freezes mid-sentence, his face turning a bright shade of red. He stares ahead, his brain completely short-circuiting at the sight in front of him. Kumiko steps out wearing a breathtaking black kimono adorned with vibrant floral patterns. The dark fabric makes her look incredibly sophisticated, like she just stepped out of a classical painting. The two of them stand there in silence, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. Yu-sung can barely find the words to describe how different she looks. Our boy quickly turns his head away, trying to hide his massive blush. He looks like he is about to overheat while Kumiko watches him, wondering what he is thinking. Kumiko watches him closely, her expression softening into a look of quiet anticipation. She is clearly nervous about his reaction, hoping she chose the right outfit. Kumiko is momentarily left in suspense, her gaze fixed on Yu-sung as she waits for any kind of reaction. The quiet atmosphere in the shop only adds to her growing nerves. She eventually looks away, a light blush dusting her cheeks. The silence between them is heavy, making her feel more self-conscious about her new look than she expected. Yu-sung is visibly sweating, his heart racing as he tries to process how beautiful she looks. He wants to say something, but the words seem to be stuck in his throat. He finally manages to part his lips, determined to break the silence. He knows he can't just keep staring at her without giving her the compliment she's waiting for. He looks her right in the eyes and tells her that she looks absolutely stunning. The sincerity in his voice is unmistakable. She is completely frozen as she waits for his reaction, her heart pounding against her chest. The girl looks up at him with wide, hopeful eyes, desperately wanting to know what he thinks of her transformation. Yu-sung manages to find his voice and gives her the ultimate compliment, telling her that the outfit really suits her. His sincere words hang in the air, surrounded by a warm and romantic glow that fills the room. Yu-sung gives her a warm, genuine smile, his own embarrassment finally starting to fade. He is genuinely happy to see her looking so radiant. Kumiko starts to tremble slightly, her hands clutching at the air as she tries to process her emotions. She looks like she is about to explode from happiness. She quickly hides her face behind her red fan and lets out a classic noblewoman laugh to cover her tracks. Yu-sung just claps along, humoring her little act. She continues to laugh and boast about her natural beauty, but her eyes tell a completely different story. She is clearly riding a massive high from his praise. Suddenly, a door handle turns sharply, signaling that their private moment is about to be interrupted. The peaceful atmosphere of the shop is broken in an instant. With the door handle already turning, she bites her lip in a total panic. She is definitely not ready for a stranger to see her looking this flustered, especially while she is still reeling from his unexpectedly sweet and honest compliment. She desperately clutches her burning cheeks, trying to hide the fact that she is currently malfunctioning. She needs to regain her noble composure immediately before the intruder sees her blushing like a shy schoolgirl in front of her date. Kim Yu-sung's sincere compliments were clearly far more effective than he realized. Kumiko quickly turns away to shield her face, desperately trying to pull herself together before their private moment is completely ruined by whoever is currently walking through that door. Passerby is completely caught off guard, unable to take his eyes off the stunning couple walking through the district. The girls in the street are just as distracted, blushing and whispering to each other as our protagonist makes his way past them. Kim Yu-sung is out on a date with a beautiful girl in a purple dress, but the constant staring from the crowd is starting to make him feel a little self-conscious. He just wanted a quiet afternoon, but they look so good together that everyone thinks they are a pair of celebrities. The young lady looks around at the bright lights and shops in total awe, admitting that this place is even more incredible than she ever imagined it would be. Our boy starts to sweat because her sense of scale is just on another level compared to normal people, and he wonders if he can keep up with her energy. Yu-sung thinks back to his original plan, reminding himself that he only suggested they come here to look around for a little bit. He thinks to himself that they are attracting way too much attention and need to move fast, just as he hears the unmistakable sound of a camera shutter clicking nearby. He spins around, wondering what that sound was just now, only to see two people in black suits standing a few paces behind them. He assumes they were trying to sneak a photo of him, but it turns out they were just two tourists in suits busy taking their own selfie together. He feels a bit silly for being so paranoid, watching them pose for the camera without a care in the world. The young lady calls out that it is time to move on, so a confused Yu-sung just agrees and follows her lead as they head further into the shopping area. The man in sunglasses and his partner exhale in total relief, realizing they were just 1 second away from being busted by Yu-sung. The man in sunglasses and the girl with purple hair walk down the crowded street while venting about their frustrating mission. They can't believe how lucky Kim Yu-sung is and worry about reporting their sloppy surveillance shots back to the young lady. As they walk down the busy street, the man wonders how Yu-sung is managing to hold himself back while spending time with such a beautiful lady. They eventually arrive at their destination, and the soft chime of the shop bell welcomes them into the warm and inviting atmosphere of a ramen restaurant. Yu-sung flashes a bright smile and proudly tells the young lady that this is his absolute favorite go-to-ramen spot in the city. She looks at the menu with genuine curiosity, ready to try whatever he recommends. Before they order, our boy tells her he needs to hit the restroom real quick, and she gives him a polite nod while she takes a seat at the counter. Meanwhile, the man in sunglasses is in serious trouble as his stomach starts making some very loud and violent rumbling noises that he just can't ignore. He realizes that the ice cream he ate at the shrine earlier was definitely a bad idea, and now his body is paying the price for his poor decision. His partner tells him he shouldn't have eaten that much. The poor guy screams that he literally can't hold it for 1 more second and prepares to sprint toward the restroom as fast as his legs can carry him. His partner can only watch in disbelief, sighing at the total chaos he's causing. He barely makes it through the door of the men's restroom before nature finally takes its course. The sounds of pure relief fill the air as he finally finds the sanctuary he was desperately searching for. After a few tense moments, he walks out of the stall looking like a brand new man, feeling a sense of peace and relief that he never thought possible. But that relief vanishes instantly when he looks over at the sink and sees Kim Yu-sung standing right there, washing his hands after his own break. He points a trembling finger and shouts out Yu-sung's name, caught completely off guard by their sudden meeting in such an awkward place. Yu-sung is equally stunned to see the vice president, wondering what the odds are that they would run into each other here of all places. Back at the front of the shop, the doorbell rings again as the group finally returns to the main dining area from the back hallway. The young lady looks over with a curious expression, wondering why Yu-sung took so long, only to see him walking back with 2 unexpected guests trailing behind him. Our boy happily announces that he ran into the vice president and his companion by chance, so he invited them to join the table for a meal together. The young lady is absolutely floored by this turn of events, her face turning pale as she realizes her quiet date has just become a group outing. Our boy remains blissfully unaware of the tension he just created, smiling as he explains how he just couldn't leave his colleagues behind to eat alone. The girl is completely shell-shocked, realizing that having the vice president tag along was never part of the original plan she was briefed on. She tries to keep her composure, but the sudden presence of her colleagues is throwing her whole strategy for the afternoon into total chaos. The 4 of them sit together at the counter in a silence so thick and awkward that even the shop staff seem to notice the strange vibe. The 2 women start whispering to each other, trying to figure out how to salvage the situation now that their cover has been completely blown. A steaming bowl of delicious ramen is placed in front of them, looking like the only good thing about this entire awkward afternoon so far. The young lady looks at her food and wonders if this entire encounter was actually a hidden test from Yu-sung to see how she would react to surprises. Our boy just looks at his friends with a confused expression, wondering why everyone is acting so weird on such a nice day for ramen. Yu-sung watched the young lady eat, thinking she must have never touched commoner food in her life. Little did he know, her assistant was thinking she actually ate ramen at home all the time. The young lady took a careful sip of the broth, the steam rising around her face as she tested the flavor. Everyone held their breath as Yoo-sung nervously asked how the meal tasted. The tension was real while she chewed slowly, processing her first bite of the shop ramen. Her face lit up instantly as she exclaimed that it was absolutely delicious. It looked like the ramen was a total hit, and the joy on her face was impossible to hide. Yoo-sung let out a sigh of relief, glad his recommendation worked out. Even the stoic assistant in the suit managed a small smile seeing her lady so happy. Meanwhile, the guy in the sunglasses was already finished, acting like it was no big deal while the others enjoyed the moment. After lunch, the group headed over to the local arcade to burn off some energy. The bright lights and loud music of the game center were a complete change of pace. They started at the crane machine, where a weirdly buff bunny plush was dangling by a thread, just waiting to be caught. The young lady looked at the toy with stars in her eyes, so her assistant stepped up to win it for her. She was determined to prove her skills and get that prize, but the real battle was happening at the fighting game cabinets nearby. A massive knockout flashed across the screen as the round ended in a brutal defeat. The guy in the sunglasses was absolutely dominating Yoo-sung in the game. He bragged about his victory, calling out our boy by name and mocking his lack of skill. Yoo-sung stared at the screen, his frustration starting to boil over. This guy was really starting to push his buttons in the worst way possible. Our boy was reaching his limit, feeling like his pride was being dragged through the mud. He decided right then that he was going to crush this idiot no matter what it took. The casual mockery from the sunglasses guy was the final straw, but the sunglasses guy had his own hidden agenda. He was determined to make Yoo-sung pay for getting so close to the young lady, and he was not going to play fair. His smug grin showed he was enjoying the harassment way too much. They went at it again, round after round, with no sign of stopping. The sunglasses guy taunted him, telling him to keep coming since they still had plenty of credits left to burn. He was clearly trying to humiliate our boy in front of everyone. Unfortunately, skill is not something you can just wish for. Yoo-sung's character got sent flying across the screen once again as he took another heavy hit. It was a total slaughter from start to finish. No matter what Yoo-sung tried, he just kept getting beat down until his character was finally knocked out for good. The gap in their gaming experience was honestly just embarrassing at this point. Yoo-sung looked like he was about to have a mental breakdown while his opponent just laughed in his face. Talking big really backfired on our boy here, and he was feeling the heat of the loss. The taunting was reaching a whole new level. Suddenly, the guy in the sunglasses got a dead serious look in his eyes. He was done playing around with joysticks and virtual characters. Yoo-sung just blinked in confusion, wondering what the heck was going on now. The sudden shift in energy was throwing him off guard. The guy pointed across the room at the punching machine, declaring that they were going to settle their score with a real test of strength. He was tired of the screen and wanted to prove who the real man was in this group. He told Yoo-sung that real men do not settle their differences with simple video games. It was time to get physical and see who had the power. The guy in the sunglasses starts unbuttoning his shirt right there in the arcade. He claims that despite his slim appearance, he has a secret that will change the game. He reveals a set of professional-grade abdominal muscles, leaving the room in a state of shock. He looks up at Yoo-sung with a smug, knowing grin. The young lady and the assistant just covered their faces in shame. Their companion was making a total fool of himself in public, and they wanted no part of it. Shirtless and proud, the guy flexed his muscles right in Yoo-sung's face, acting like he just won a world championship title. He looked down at Yoo-sung with a smug expression, asking if he actually expected a fair game from someone like him. He claimed to be disappointed in our boy for not seeing the true power hidden beneath the surface. It was total nonsense. The guy stood there posing with a literal fire burning in the background to emphasize his intensity. He was taking this arcade rivalry way too far, and everyone was just ready for the day to end before things got even weirder. This guy is really feeling himself today. He taunts our protagonist, Kim Yoo-sung, by claiming he never expected him to be the type who runs away from a challenge. He tells Yoo-sung to pay close attention because he is about to see what real strength looks like. The muscular guy starts stretching in front of a punch machine at the arcade. He is acting like he is about to enter a world title fight rather than just playing a simple game. Yoo-sung just watches from behind, wondering why things have escalated to this level. With a confident grin, the challenger winds up his fist. You can practically see the energy radiating off him as he prepares to deliver a crushing blow to the machine to impress the crowd. He lets it fly with a massive shout. The machine lets out a loud chime as the digital display ticks up rapidly, finally landing on a staggering 960 points. That is a top-tier score for anyone, and the crowd can barely believe their eyes. He turns around and points right at our boy. It is his turn now, and with the crowd buzzing about that insane score, the pressure is officially on. Yu-sung looks a little overwhelmed by all the sudden attention. The girl in the purple dress seems just as excited as everyone else. She mentions how she has been curious to see what Yu-sung could actually do if he ever went all out with his full power. Poor Yu-sung is absolutely losing it, while everyone around him cheers for him to go all out on the punching machine. Despite his desperate pleas for them to stop the madness, the crowd is even offering to pay for the equipment if he ends up breaking it. Seeing that there is no escape, he finally accepts his fate with a heavy sigh. He starts cracking his knuckles and prepares to step up to the machine, wondering how his life got so complicated. Meanwhile, the muscular challenger is still standing there looking incredibly smug about his score. But our boy is worried about something much bigger than just losing a game. He knows there is a real problem brewing if he actually tries to hit that thing with everything he has. Our boy realizes he is under a muscle gag character buff right now. In this world, that means a serious punch is not just going to break a record. It is going to pulverize the entire machine into scrap metal. He decides he has no choice but to go all in and hope for the best. He figures if it is going to break, he might as well make it look beautiful. Yu-sung winds up and launches a punch so fast it leaves a streak of purple lightning in its wake. The sheer pressure from his fist is enough to make the air itself vibrate as he strikes. The challenger watches with his arms crossed, looking a bit confused. He was expecting something impressive, but the speed of the punch was so high that he could not even follow the movement properly. Our protagonist misses the target completely and sends a devastating blow right into the solid metal frame of the game machine. The girl with black hair watches in total disbelief as the heavy iron starts to crack and dent under his ridiculous physical strength. The machine lets out a pathetic chime as the digital score stays at a solid 0. The girl in purple just stares at the screen in disbelief, unable to process how he could fail that badly after such dramatic buildup. The muscular guy gives him a thumbs down, telling him he really needs to work on his focus. Yu-sung just stands there looking exhausted, though he is secretly glad he did not reveal his true strength to the entire arcade. He is sweating buckets, but it is not from the physical effort. He is just relieved his little act of incompetence worked well enough to keep his secret safe for another day. As he walks away, Yu-sung hears a strange creaking noise. He looks back just in time to see the heavy punching bag start to sag and fall forward on its broken mount. As the machine begins to buckle under the unseen force of the near miss, a loud metallic snap echoes through the arcade. The top section of the punching game starts to tilt precariously as the metal structure gives way. With a final groan of twisted iron, the heavy punching bag and its mount break off completely, falling to the floor with a dull thud. A small cloud of dust rises from the wreckage as the surrounding crowd watches in stunned silence. The challenger is still standing there with his arms crossed, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the machine behind him is literally in pieces. He is too busy enjoying his perceived victory to notice the carnage. He pulls out a pair of dark sunglasses and starts putting them on with a slow, dramatic flair. He is clearly trying to look like the coolest guy in the room despite the weird situation. He adjusted his glasses with a smirk, completely satisfied with himself. In his mind, he has officially established his dominance over our protagonist and won the respect of everyone watching. He points a finger at Yu-sung and brags about winning by a landslide. Yu-sung just gives him a weak response, happy to let the guy believe whatever he wants if it means the drama is finally over. The group moves on from the arcade disaster and finds a cute photo booth nearby. It is a self-studio with a big sign offering a special deal on custom sticker sheets. Yu-sung thinks to himself that things got way too loud and chaotic back there. He is desperate for a change of pace before the arcade manager comes looking for whoever broke their machine. He suggests that they all take some photo booth stickers together as a memento of their day out. It is a classic way to end a hangout and hopefully smooth over the tension from earlier. The girls are immediately on board with the idea. The one in the suit looks especially thrilled, clasping her hands together in excitement at the prospect of some cute photos to take home. Yoo-sung waves everyone inside the tiny booth. Even the muscular guy, who is finally wearing a suit again, follows them in to join the fun and keep his cool image intact. The group crowds into the tiny booth as the camera starts clicking away. Their first shot shows them looking like a totally normal bunch of friends, just having a great time. It is hard to believe one of them just accidentally demolished a piece of heavy arcade equipment. For the next shot, they decide to get a little bit more aggressive with their poses. They are all making wild faces, and the challenger even pretends to choke the girl in the suit while she looks hilarious. They start using the digital props provided by the booth, adding animal ears to their heads. Everyone is laughing and having a genuine blast, letting all the stress of the day finally melt away. They wrap things up with some ridiculous alien sunglasses and heart poses. Even our boy is smiling now, finally letting go of the stress from the punch machine disaster. It is the perfect end to a wild day, and they have the photos to prove it. A few moments later, the printed sheet of stickers comes out of the machine. It is a colorful collection of all their best and silliest moments from the booth captured in one place. The girls check out the prints and agree that they turned out really nice. The girl in the suit is laughing while the challenger grumbles in the back, complaining that his eyes were closed in that last shot. They look at the very last photo on the sheet. Despite all the weirdness and the secret powers, it is a precious memory of a fun day that they will all get to keep forever. The girl in the purple dress is having a genuine blast looking at their photos. She admits that even though it was a bit chaotic, this kind of thing is actually pretty fun. It is clear that the simple joy of the moment is reaching her in a way she did not expect. Kim Yoo-sung watches her with a soft smile, finally feeling like the day was a success. He is relieved to see her enjoying herself after everything they went through. The tension from earlier has completely evaporated, replaced by a quiet sense of connection. But the fun isn't over yet. Kim suggests they cap off the night with some karaoke, and the whole group heads inside to hit the stage. Even the bodyguards are coming along for the ride, though they look a bit out of their element. Things start off with a bang, but not the good kind. The male bodyguard grabs the mic and starts screaming his lungs out, leaving Kim and the others clutching their ears in agony. It is a total disaster for anyone with functioning hearing. Once the noise pollution stops, the girl in purple takes the stage. The moment she starts to sing, the whole room goes quiet. She holds the microphone close, her expression shifting into something much more soulful and focused. Her voice is absolutely angelic, filling the booth with a melody that sounds like it belongs in a professional studio. She is totally lost in the music, closing her eyes as she hits every note with perfect precision. Music notes dance across the screen as she pours her heart into the song, her voice carrying a weight of emotion that takes everyone by surprise. Kim is totally blown away and gives her a double thumbs up with a huge grin. The bodyguards are equally impressed, cheering and clapping like she just won a global talent show. Her performance has completely won everyone over. Not wanting to be left out, our protagonist grabs a second mic and joins her for a duet. Their voices blend surprisingly well as they laugh and sing together, turning the booth into a chaotic but happy concert. It is the perfect climax to their secret outing. The girl is beaming, looking happier than she has in years. All the stress of her normal life is completely forgotten in this moment as she sings her heart out alongside Kim. She looks absolutely radiant under the karaoke lights. Kim matches her energy, pouring his soul into the song. He realizes that despite the initial disasters with the punch machine, this was exactly what they both needed to relax. Seeing her smile like this makes every minute of the day worth it. As the music finally comes to an end, the lingering notes fade away, leaving behind a moment of pure, heartfelt silence between them. Eventually, the night has to end. The city lights twinkle under the dark sky as they walk back out to the street to say their final goodbyes. It is a bittersweet moment after such an eventful afternoon together. The date is officially coming to a close. As the group loads into a white van, Kim waves one last time to say goodbye. He tells them to get home safe, feeling a bit sad that the day is over but glad they made these memories. The girl watches him through the window as they prepare to drive off. Inside the van, the atmosphere is heavy, but for a different reason. The two bodyguards look like they have aged 10 years from the sheer stress of keeping things under control. They are completely drained and staring into space with shell-shocked expressions. They are practically trembling, realizing they missed their chance to slip away earlier in the day. The female bodyguard is clutching her chest in relief that they actually survived without any major incidents. It was a close call for their professional reputations. She's still in a complete daze, her mind racing as she tries to process everything that happened during her incredible day out with Kim. Everything feels like a dream, and she's not ready to wake up just yet. She can't help but let out a soft smile as her heart starts to flutter. Thinking back on the sweet time they spent together, she realizes that Kim has made a massive impression on her. She flashes back to their ice cream date, remembering how simple and sweet it felt to just be a normal girl for a few minutes. The memory of them laughing with their melting cones brings a blush to her cheeks. Then she remembers the shopping and the way Kim looked at her when she tried on a kimono. It was a day filled with firsts for her, and she treasures every single moment of the awkward but sweet interactions they shared. Her thoughts drift even further back to a childhood memory. She remembers playing in a field of flowers with her friends, a time when things were much simpler and the world felt infinitely bright. It is a nostalgic and beautiful reflection. Back in the present, the bodyguards look at her with concern, noticing the change in her demeanor. They are worried the day might have been too much for her to handle, but they can see a new light in her eyes. Instead of being upset, she lowers her head and gives them a sincere thank you. She admits that she hasn't enjoyed herself this much in a long time, and she is grateful they stayed by her side through it all. Her gratitude takes them by surprise. Hearing her words, the female bodyguard starts to tear up. Seeing their lady so happy after everything she has endured is almost too much for her to bear. The emotional weight of the moment hits them both like a truck. The male bodyguard starts wailing too, and the two of them descend into a mess of happy tears. They are so glad the day was a success and that she found a moment of happiness. The car is suddenly filled with loud sobbing. The girl in purple just chuckles, touched by their intense loyalty. She knows that today will be a precious memory that she will carry with her forever, no matter what challenges wait for her in the future. Their bond is stronger than ever. As the van speeds away through the city, the bodyguards declare that next time, they will make the date an even bigger success. They are already planning for their next secret outing, determined to keep the good times rolling. A quiet studio where a professional artist is hard at work, obsessed with every detail as he brings his latest characters to life on the digital screen. He's completely focused and locked in, working late into the night to meet his deadlines. It's obvious he's a dedicated creator who takes his craft seriously, pouring all his energy into every single stroke. A sudden knock at the door breaks his concentration, forcing him to finally look up from his work. He wonders who would be visiting him so late at night while he is in the zone. It is Rika, looking bright and cheerful in her pink cardigan. She greets him with a big smile and calls out to her papa, clearly excited about something she wants to share with him. She brings a burst of energy into the room. She leans in and asks him if he remembers that her friend is supposed to be coming over tomorrow. The man looks up from his desk, finally giving her his full attention as he tries to recall the details of their plans. This mysterious man clearly knows something Rika doesn't, and he's more than ready to reveal that he's already well aware of the specific boy she's been spending so much of her time talking about lately. He confirms that he remembers exactly who she is talking about, specifically naming the boy she always mentions. It turns out he is well aware of Kim Yoo-sung, and he seems genuinely curious to meet the boy who has made such an impression on his daughter. Kim Yoo-sung finally arrives at Rika's house, just like he promised. He finds himself standing face to face with a middle-aged man who has gray hair tied up in a neat bun and a very calm expression. Our boy is visibly shaking and sweating bullets under the man's gaze. It is not every day you go to a girl's house and have to face her father right at the front door. Kim Yoo-sung immediately drops into a deep bend to show his respect. Rika's dad looks pretty amused by the formal reaction and gives him a friendly smile as he welcomes him inside. As he looks up, our protagonist realizes that this man looks strangely familiar. He starts putting the pieces together, and his heart begins to race as he recognizes the face of a legend. Our boy is absolutely floored when he realizes who this man actually is. This is not just Rika's dad, but the legendary manga god known as Musashi. He is the genius behind the massive hits Kim Yoo-sung has loved for years, and standing in his presence feels like meeting a literal deity. The sheer weight of the man's reputation hangs in the air like a physical force. For a hardcore manga fan like our protagonist, this encounter is more nerve-wracking than any boss battle he has ever faced. The legendary creator tells him to relax and head inside before the food gets cold. Kim Yoo-sung can barely move his legs, but he continues to bow while clutching his gift bag with a death grip. Rika appears in the doorway looking adorable alongside her mother. Her mom looks just like an older version of Rika, with beautiful blonde hair and a warm smile that makes the whole room brighten up. Rika's mother really went all out for their guest today. The table is covered in an incredible feast of steak and pizza that looks like it came straight out of a 5-star restaurant. The whole group sits down to enjoy the meal, and Kim Yoo-sung thanks them for the hospitality. Even though the food looks delicious, he is still way too nervous to actually taste anything properly. Kim Yoo-sung breaks out into a cold sweat as the legendary creator looks him over with a sharp, calculating gaze. The older man seems to be reading his very soul, while a subtle, intimidating smile creeps across his face. The atmosphere gets incredibly heavy as the legendary creator stares him down. He admits that he really wanted to meet the first boy his daughter has ever brought home like this. Kim Yoo-sung starts sweating bullets and tries to explain that their relationship is completely innocent, but the dad's intense presence makes him fumble every word. Rika starts blushing furiously and yells at her dad for making things so awkward. She is clearly embarrassed that her father is being so direct with her guest, while our boy just sits there looking terrified. The dad just laughs it off and says he was only joking. Rika huffs and tells him that Kim Yoo-sung is not the kind of guy who would have any funny ideas, so he needs to stop teasing them. Kim Yoo-sung starts to understand why the father is being so protective. He realizes that any dad with a daughter as precious as Rika would probably feel exactly the same way. He looks back at the older man and sees a flicker of genuine concern in his eyes. It is the classic protective father instinct kicking in, and it is actually kind of relatable. The blonde girl looks absolutely mortified and flustered after hearing such a high compliment from the guests. She can barely keep her composure as her face turns a bright shade of pink from the sudden praise. He imagines that to a father every boy must look like a wolf trying to steal his little girl away. It makes the dad's earlier interrogation feel much more understandable and less like a threat. Rika notices him staring and her green eyes wide with curiosity. She looks like she is wondering what is going on inside his head during this long silence. Kim Yoo-sung nervously asks if everything is all right, and Rika just stares back with a slight blush. They are both stuck in a very awkward moment while her parents watch the whole thing unfold. The father smiles as he watches their interaction and realizes he might have gone a bit too far with the pressure. He lets out a soft chuckle while our boy hides his face in his hands. Rika's mom mentions how much their little girl has grown up lately. Both parents look at her with such pride and love that it makes Kim Yoo-sung feel like he is intruding on a private moment. A warm and sparkling aura fills the dining room as the parents reminisce about the past. It is clear that this family is incredibly close, and that Rika is the center of their world. Dad starts hearing the echoes of Rika's voice from when she was just a little toddler. He can still clearly hear her tiny voice calling out for her papa during their happiest times. He remembers those little feet in flower-patterned socks running across the floor to greet him after work. Those memories are so vivid that it feels like they happened just yesterday. The most precious memory of all hits him like a truck. He remembers when his daughter looked him in the eyes and promised that she was going to marry him when she grew up. Dad gets lost in his memories of when Rika was just a tiny girl holding his hand. He remembers how she used to follow him everywhere and promise to stay with him forever. Seeing her grown up and sitting next to a boy now brings a genuine tear to the old man's eyes as he realizes those days are long gone. Rika's mother smiles gently as she sees her husband getting all emotional over his daughter. She knows exactly what he is thinking, and she finds his sentimental side to be quite charming. Kim Yoo-sung watches the father with a look of deep understanding. He never expected to see this side of a world-famous mangaka, but it makes him respect the man even more. Our protagonist clears his throat and tries to bring the conversation back to something less emotional. He is still a bit overwhelmed by the whole experience of meeting his idol. Musashi finishes his meal and suggests that Rika should show their guest around the rest of the house since he seems so interested. Kim Yoo-sung is thrilled at the chance to see more of his idol's home and happily follows Rika away from the dining table. The luxurious interior of the house leaves him completely breathless as he realizes just how successful this creator really is. Every corner of the room screams wealth and high-class taste, making him feel a bit out of place. Kim Yoo-sung thinks he might die happy if he can just get an autograph while he is in there. He wonders if this is all just a dream or some kind of elaborate recruitment trap for an assistant. Rika laughs at how genuine his reaction is and asks if he is really that happy. She seems glad that he is finally relaxing and having a good time after being so stiff all night. They both get up from the table and head down the hallway together. Kim Yoo-sung follows Rika with a sense of wonder as he prepares to step into the sanctuary of the manga god himself. Rika finally invites him inside, throwing her arms out with a cheerful tada as she reveals her personal sanctuary. The room is a total contrast to the rest of the house, filled with bright pink shelves, rainbow rugs, and a massive collection of manga that would make any fan jealous. Kim Yoo-sung steps inside, looking absolutely overwhelmed by the pure girly energy radiating from every corner. Rika just beams at him, clearly proud of her space, and happy to finally share it with her first male friend. Our boy immediately gravitates toward the bookshelf, his eyes scanning the titles like he is looking for hidden treasure. Rika watches him with a playful smile, casually telling him it is okay to look around and make himself at home. He eventually takes a seat on the floor, trying to act cool while his mind is still spinning from everything that has happened tonight. The silence in the room feels a bit heavy, like they are both waiting for the other to say something first. Kim Yoo-sung picks up his phone and stares at the glowing screen with wide eyes. He seems to have received a notification or message that has left him completely speechless as the blue light illuminates his face. Rika's mom, Maria, pops her head into the room with a cheerful greeting that nearly makes Kim Yoo-sung's heart jump out of his chest. She's wearing a warm smile, looking way too excited for whatever she has planned next. Maria walks right in, waving off his panicked reaction with a gentle laugh. She is carrying a thick binder under her arm, and the mischievous glint in her eyes tells us that she is about to drop a massive truth bomb on our protagonist. He watches her suspiciously as she hides something behind her back, clearly plotting some kind of motherly mischief. Kim Yoo-sung quickly scrambles to his feet, bracing himself for the embarrassing secret she is about to drop on him. He nervously asks what brings her to the room, hoping she is just checking in to offer snacks. Instead, she leans in close, looking like she is about to share a top-secret file that Rika definitely did not approve. With a dramatic flourish, she holds up the binder and reveals the title, Rika's Growth Album. This isn't just a baby book, everyone. This is a chronological record of every embarrassing moment in Rika's life, and Maria is ready to show it all. The mother gleefully opens up the photo album to show off embarrassing childhood pictures of her daughter, while Kim Yoo-sung looks on in sheer terror. He feels like he's intruding on a private moment, but can't look away from the adorable history being shared. Maria's face lights up as she finds exactly what she was looking for, mentioning a specific photo from when she took Rika to comic it. Kim Yoo-sung freezes, his eyes nearly popping out of his head at the mention of the legendary anime convention. They both lean over the album, and his jaw hits the floor when he sees the photos of a younger Rika in full cosplay. He thinks to himself that her dad really had no shame including stuff like this in her childhood records. Maria looks at him with a tender smile, asking if he thinks this counts as Rika's dark past. Our boy is absolutely floored, realizing that the perfect girl next door actually has a history of being a hardcore nerd. The photo shows a middle school Rika dressed in a full gothic Lolita outfit, complete with lace gloves and a dramatic eye patch. She is striking a pose so edgy it makes Kim Yoo-sung's brain short-circuit just looking at the sheer Chunibyo energy. Suddenly the door slams open and Rika screams for her mom to stop, her face turning a ghostly shade of pale. She looks like she just witnessed a murder. Only the victim is her own reputation and social standing. Rika lunges at her mom, shaking her in a panic and demanding to know why she would ever show those photos to him. Maria just laughs it off, clearly enjoying how much she is teasing her daughter in front of her friend. Kim Yoo-sung just sits there with a blank expression, his internal monologue screaming that Rika was way deeper in the weeb zone than he ever imagined. The image of the eye patch and lace is burned into his retinas forever. Rika turns to him, her hands trembling as she tries to explain that the photo was just a huge mistake from her middle school days. She is desperate for him to understand that she was just going through a very stormy phase of her life. Maria casually leaves the room while clutching the album, telling the two of them to have fun now that she's done teasing. Rika is left fuming, her face bright red as she realizes the damage to her reputation is already done. An incredibly awkward silence falls over the room as they both sit on the floor, unable to meet each other's eyes. Rika looks like she wants to melt into the floorboards and disappear, while Kim Yoo-sung just tries to process the revelation. Rika finally breaks the silence, her voice trembling as she begs him to keep what he saw a total secret from everyone at school. She is absolutely terrified that her cool girl persona will be ruined if anyone finds out about her edgy past. She looks at him with teary eyes and a deep blush, looking so vulnerable that our boy starts to feel a bit guilty for seeing the photos. It is clear that this secret is a heavy burden for her to carry alone. Kim Yoo-sung tries to comfort her, giving a nervous smile as he attempts to downplay the whole situation. He realizes that everyone has things they are embarrassed about, and Rika is no exception to the rule. Kim Yoo-sung looks at her with a soft expression, his own face heating up as he feels a sense of kinship with her. He can see how genuinely distressed she is by her past, and he decides it's only fair to share his own secret to make things even. Our boy scratches his chin, hesitant but determined to make a sacrifice for the sake of their friendship. He knows that revealing his own embarrassing history is the only way to make her feel less alone in her shame. He asks her if she wants to see a picture of his own, and Rika perks up instantly, her curiosity getting the better of her embarrassment. He pulls out his phone and starts scrolling through his old cloud storage files. Rika leans in close, her eyes wide as she waits to see what kind of embarrassing secret Kim Yoo-sung could possibly be hiding. The tension in the air shifts from awkward to intensely curious as he finds the right file. He turns the screen toward her, and Rika lets out a shocked gasp that echoes through the room. She was expecting a goofy baby photo, but what she sees is something far more legendary and cringe-worthy. Her eyes scan the screen in total disbelief, her mouth hanging open as she realizes that her new friend was just as weird as she was. It is a moment of pure realization that they might actually be soulmates in the most embarrassing way. The photo is a masterpiece of cringe, showing a middle school Kim Yoo-sung with fake tattoos, spiked hair, and leather straps everywhere. He is striking the classic Black Dragon Awakening pose, fully committed to his own edgy persona. The two of them sit there in stunned silence, both defeated by the ghosts of their middle school selves. Rika mutters that his photo is on a whole different level of intensity, effectively ending any chance of her feeling embarrassed alone. Rika leans in close to get a better look at his phone, while joking that he looks like a former background extra from some low-budget anime. They share a light-hearted moment of bonding as she laughs away the tension that was weighing them down. She looks him in the eye and says something that catches him completely off guard, her expression turning soft and genuine for a split second. Kim Yoo-sung's heart skips a beat as the mood in the room shifts once again. Rika suddenly covers her mouth, her face turning bright red as she realizes what she just admitted out loud. She looks completely flustered, leaving our boy wondering if he just crossed a line or if things are about to get even more interesting. Kim is completely stunned, and you can practically hear his heart hammering in his chest as he looks at her. He stammers out Rika's name, his usual calm demeanor totally shattered by her sudden sincerity. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he realizes the dynamic between them has changed forever. A heavy silence settles between them that neither knows how to break. Rika is looking anywhere but at him, her face turning a deep shade of crimson as she realizes she just shared her most private thoughts. She fidgets with her hands, looking absolutely mortified while Kim stands there like a deer in the headlights, unsure of what to say next. Kim Yoo-sung stares at Rika as the tension between them becomes almost suffocating. He knows that whatever he says next will change their friendship forever, and the weight of the moment is clearly starting to get to him. The silence is deafening as they both struggle to process the intensity of the situation. They are caught in a moment where even the slightest movement feels like it could shatter the fragile bond they have built over the years. Rika tries to force the words out, her mouth trembling as she begins to stammer through an explanation that just won't come. She is right on the edge of a confession, and the pressure is starting to become unbearable. Yoo-sung is starting to panic as he realizes exactly where this conversation is heading. He knows he needs to take control of the situation before the awkwardness makes him do something he will regret later on. He takes a hard gulp, trying to find the courage to address the elephant in the room. The atmosphere is sparkly and romantic, but Yoo-sung looks like he is preparing for a battle instead of a romantic moment. Then he drops the hammer by shouting that he only sees her as a really good friend. It is a brutal friend-zone move that hits with the force of a truck, instantly shattering the romantic mood she worked so hard to build. Talk about a total mood killer. He immediately feels a pang of guilt for being so blunt, but he knows that honesty is the only way to keep things from getting complicated. He never wanted to hurt her, but he could not lie about his feelings. He struggles to find the right words to soften the blow he just dealt to her heart. The rejection has left a heavy silence between them, and he is desperately searching for any way to fix the damage he caused. Rika pulls it together with a forced, cat-like grin and agrees that they are definitely just good friends. She is putting on a masterclass in hiding her pain, laughing it off like his words didn't just pierce her heart. They both stand there awkwardly, with Yoo-sung scratching the back of his head while Rika looks down at the floor. The energy in the room has completely shifted from romantic tension to pure, unadulterated cringe. She looks up at him, her eyes still shimmering with a bit of moisture as she tries to keep the conversation moving naturally. She asks him what is on his mind, desperate to change the subject before things get even weirder. Yoo-sung takes the bait and excitedly mentions that he got to meet Kishimoto-sensei and even scored an autograph. He is leaning into the casual hobby talk, hoping that talking about manga will help them go back to their usual dynamic. Rika flashes a wide, fanged smile, acting like she is totally invested in his story about the famous author. She is doing everything she can to prove that her feelings aren't hurt, even if her heart is screaming otherwise. Seeing her smile like that allows Yoo-sung to finally relax and let out a quiet sigh of relief. He thinks he has successfully navigated a massive emotional minefield and saved their friendship from becoming awkward. They end up sitting back down together, sharing a laugh as the awkwardness begins to fade into the background. For now, the status quo has been preserved, and they are back to being the duo they have always been. With the day coming to a close, Rika tries to buy herself a little more time by asking him to stay for just a bit longer. She is not ready for this moment to end, especially after what just happened between them. Yoo-sung stays firm on his decision to head home, pointing out that he has already been lingering for way too long. He is ready to move on with his evening, completely missing the longing in Rika's eyes. Rika gives him a bright smile and a peace sign, looking like the picture of cheerful innocence. She has a way of making everything feel lighthearted, even when things are complicated beneath the surface. In a cute chibai moment, she teases him by saying he is going to end up crying because he will miss her so much while she is away. It is their typical playful banter, and it helps ease the remaining tension from earlier. Yoo-sung takes her joke way too literally, immediately beginning to analyze whether her tease could actually come true. He has a habit of overthinking the simplest things, which only makes the situation more amusing for her. He starts wondering how he would even get to Hawaii to see her, imagining himself as a muscular swimmer crossing the entire ocean. With his insane physical stats, he actually thinks for a moment that swimming across the Pacific might be a doable workout. Rika giggles and tells him that he is actually more sensible than she thought for not actually trying such a crazy stunt. She is heading off on a family trip tomorrow, and it seems like she is going to miss their weird conversations. They wave goodbye under the stunning sunset sky, with Yoo-sung promising to see her back at school after her trip. It is a peaceful farewell, marking the start of a week where they will finally be apart for a while. Our boy walks away with a satisfied smirk on his face, feeling good about how the day ended. He is blissfully unaware of the emotional storm he left behind, simply happy to have his friend by his side. The second he turns his back, Rika finally lets her guard down and allows the pain of the rejection to wash over her. The cheerful persona she spent all day maintaining is gone, replaced by total heartbreak. She watches him walk away, feeling a deep sense of loneliness as she realizes how much she has actually lost. The romantic atmosphere they shared earlier now just serves as a painful reminder of what could have been. Rika is completely stunned by the realization that they might actually live close to one another. The idea that their paths could cross outside of school feels like a sign from fate that she cannot ignore. In a memory from their school days, Rika looks shocked as Yu-sung explains that he lives just 2 stops away at Chido's Funabashi station. Finding out they were practically neighbors was the spark that started their daily routine together. The pink, flowery atmosphere perfectly captures the fluttering excitement she feels as they talk about their homes. It is a moment of pure, innocent connection that she will treasure forever. They used to spend their afternoons sharing meals and talking about their future while sitting on a quiet park bench. Rika loved bringing him food, finding any excuse she could to spend more time by his side. The memory is so vivid that she can almost feel the warmth of the sun and the taste of the kimbap. Every detail of that afternoon is etched into her mind as a reminder of their blossoming bond. Even their walks to school were spent side by side, both of them buried in books but enjoying the silent companionship. They were perfectly in sync, a pair that everyone assumed would eventually become something more. Rika looks back on those times with a bittersweet blush, her eyes wide as she recalls the fluttering in her chest whenever he leaned in close. She was so sure back then that he felt the same way she did. A soft smile touches her lips in the memory, a stark contrast to the heartbreak she is feeling in the present. It is the smile of a girl who truly believed she had found her happy ending. The memory shifts to a much more intense time when Yu-sung had to step up as her protector. When things got dangerous, he did not hesitate to pull her close and keep her safe from the shadows. Yu-sung stayed on high alert, keeping Rika tucked close while they waited for the danger to pass. He was her hero long before today, proving that he would always be there to shield her from harm. The memory of him reaching out for her is surrounded by a sparkling, romantic haze. Even in a moment of urgency, his focus was entirely on keeping her safe and staying by her side. The sunset sky above reflects the deep emotions of her past, casting a warm glow over the memories she is currently revisiting. It is a beautiful but painful reminder of the history they share. He eventually offered her a rare moment of genuine softness that caught her completely off guard. In the middle of all that chaos, seeing him smile like that made her feel like everything would be okay. Back in the present, Rika is left dazed as she watches him disappear into the distance. Thinking about their history together still makes her heart race, leaving her more confused about her feelings than ever before. She looks like she just had a total main character moment, her heart probably doing backflips as she stands among the flowers. That blush on her face says everything she is too shy to put into words. The next day, the city is bustling under a bright blue sky. Everything seems normal on the surface, but we know better than to think things will stay quiet for long. Someone is walking through the streets with a very specific purpose. You can hear the steady rhythm of their boots hitting the pavement. It is Yu-sung, dressed down in a hoodie and just looking to find some lunch while scrolling through his phone. He is completely oblivious to the storm that is about to hit him. He stops in his tracks when he hears something approaching fast from behind. His instincts kick in, telling him that the peace and quiet he wanted is officially over. Footsteps are pounding against the pavement at a frantic pace. Even with the noise, he is still half thinking about where he can find the best ramen in this neighborhood. Suddenly, Ale comes charging through the crowd, screaming for everyone to get out of her way. She looks like she is running for her life and does not care who she knocks over. Our boy senses the chaos and turns around with a look that says he is really not in the mood for any trouble today. He just wanted a quiet meal, but the universe had other plans. This girl is surprisingly athletic, literally leaping through the air like she is in a high-stakes action movie. She clears the gap with ease, leaving Yu-sung staring up in pure disbelief as she flies right over his head. It is not every day you see someone parkering through a busy city street. Something is flying through the air toward him at high speeds. Before he can react, a girl's knee makes direct contact with his forehead, and she frantically tries to hush him mid-collision. The collision is brutal, and Yu-sung's brain completely shorts out as he gets a very unintentional view of her skirt flying up. It is the kind of awkward accident that only happens in manga. A massive nosebleed erupts as he questions if he has just walked into some twisted rom-com plot. He is mortified, his face turning a deep shade of red as he tries to maintain some dignity while Ale is still practically on top of him. This is definitely not the kind of lunch break he was expecting when he woke up today. He is fuming and ready to yell, but Ale is practically glued to him, terrified of whatever is following her. She is clinging to his arm with all her strength, her eyes shut tight as she hides her face. Yu-sung looks like he is about to explode from the sheer embarrassment of the situation. She looks at him with those big, pleading eyes, silently begging for a little bit of help. Her beret is slightly lopsided, and she looks genuinely scared out of her wits. Kim Yu-sung is just minding his own business when this girl in a beret suddenly stops him in the middle of the street. Before he can even react, he spots a group of guys in suits sprinting right toward them with clearly bad intentions. Ale does not give him a choice, dragging him along by the arm while shouting for him to save her. Our boy is completely bewildered, wondering how he became an accomplice in a high-speed chase. They hit a dead end, and Yu-sung realizes they are cornered with nowhere left to run. He looks around frantically, trying to find a way out of this trap before the suits catch up. He picks up the pace, sweating as they desperately search for an exit. Ale is right behind him, keeping up as they dash through the narrow alleyways. They spot a ramen shop nearby, and it looks like the perfect place to duck in and blend with the crowd. The wooden sign hangs over the door, promising a temporary sanctuary. They quickly duck down inside a nearby shop to hide from the pursuers who are hot on their heels. The guys in suits run right past the window, completely unaware that their targets are just inches away behind the furniture. It is a dangerously close call, and the tension in the room is high as they wait for the coast to clear. Yu-sung is on edge, while Ale looks intensely focused on the street outside. Once the footsteps finally fade away, Ale lets out a huge sigh of relief and stands up. Yu-sung follows suit, but he looks completely done with this entire situation. She tries to laugh it off with a cute, sheepish smile, but our boy is officially at his limit with this girl. He stares at her with a look of pure annoyance. She introduces herself as Sasha and asks for his name, acting like they were not just running for their lives 2 minutes ago. She is remarkably calm now that the threat is gone. Once they are finally safe, the girl in the beret tries to play it cool by claiming she is just a simple tourist visiting the area. Kim Yu-sung gives her a skeptical look, because absolutely nothing about this situation seems normal or believable. Yu-sung is not letting her off the hook, demanding to know who was chasing her and why. Sasha just gives him a nervous look, claiming that it is complicated and hard to explain. Kim Yu-sung turns away with a terrifyingly dark expression that sends immediate chills down the girl's spine. He makes it clear that he is not someone to be trifled with, and demands to know the real truth behind this chaotic mess. He tells her that none of this makes any sense, regardless of where she is from. He is tired, hungry, and ready to put this weird encounter behind him. That is when Sasha reaches into her bag and pulls out something that stops him dead in his tracks. His eyes bulge as he realizes what she is holding. She produces a massive stack of cash, proving that she is definitely not your average traveler. The sheer amount of money in her hand is enough to make anyone second guess their decision to walk away. It looks like our boy just got an offer he might not be able to refuse. Our boy shakes hands with the girl, deciding that cash is king after all. He tells her they have a deal, even if he feels a little dirty about letting money sway him so easily. Ale looks visibly relieved as she adjusts her beret, probably glad she managed to buy her way out of trouble. It's a simple gesture, but you can tell a weight has been lifted. As the light catches her blue hair, there's this weird, ethereal glow about her that feels almost unnatural. It's like she belongs on a poster rather than a street corner. Kim Yu-sung suddenly freezes, a look of pure shock washing over his face as a realization hits him. He lets out a confused sound, his brain finally connecting the dots. He looks down as she speaks, catching another glimpse of her striking blue hair and the delicate details of her outfit. The realization is beginning to form in his mind as he listens to her voice. She looks at him with a serene, beautiful expression, her long blue hair framed by a glowing, floral background. She looks exactly like a top-tier game heroine stepped out of a digital world. It finally clicks for our boy as he remembers where he saw her before, realizing this girl is a dead ringer for a character from the popular anime Scramble Love. This is not just some random girl. She's a famous heroine from Luxia brought to life in the most impossible way. His mind is racing as he confirms the truth to himself. This girl standing in front of him is Ale, one of the main heroines from his favorite game. Meeting a fictional crush in real life was definitely not expected. Our story picks up outside a trendy clothing shop called Clock, where a certain someone is about to get a total makeover. Ale steps out of the dressing room sporting a fresh varsity jacket and shorts, asking Kim Yoo-sung how he likes the new look. She's ditching her usual style to blend in, and honestly, she looks like a completely different person. Yoo-sung is still trying to wrap his head around the situation while Ale explains the plan. She just needs him to act as her bodyguard until 7 p.m. tonight while she does some sightseeing. Our boy is skeptical, wondering if sightseeing is really the priority when she has actual kidnappers on her tail. It sounds like a death wish, but Ale seems weirdly calm about the whole thing. Yoo-sung reasons that crowded places are actually their best bet for shaking off any pursuers. If they stay in the public eye, those guys won't be able to move as openly as they would in the shadows. Ale nods along, admitting that his logic actually makes a lot of sense. She's popular, she's Russian, and apparently she knows exactly how to manipulate the situation to her advantage. You have to understand that Ale isn't just some random girl. She's a super popular character from the previous series and one of the main heroines that everyone loved. Under normal circumstances, her very first appearance should have been alongside the actual protagonist of this world, Sakamoto Ryuji. But things have changed because Yoo-sung is the protagonist now. He realizes that if he takes over this role, the entire flow of the story is going to shift in ways nobody can predict. We get a quick look back at their initial escape when Ale was still wearing her brown coat and beret. Yoo-sung was literally dragging her through the streets to keep her safe from the goons. He clearly remembers the intense pressure of that first encounter, where one wrong move could have ended everything. Keeping Ale safe from a pack of professional kidnappers is proving to be even more dangerous than he ever imagined. He thinks back to when Ale first offered him the job. He really wanted to act all cool and ask if she was trying to buy him off with money, feeling like his pride was at stake. Then Ale pulled out massive stacks of cash with a cheeky grin on her face. Suddenly, his pride didn't seem nearly as important because, let's be real, that was a life-changing amount of money. Our boy lets out a long sigh, realizing he is officially on the clock. Ale just giggles behind his back, knowing she caught him hook, line, and sinker with that bribe. The blue-haired girl flashes a sly, confident smirk while watching him work. She thinks to herself that Yoo-sung looks strong enough to handle himself at a glance, and is certain she picked the right guy for the job. A flashback to their earlier escape, where Yoo-sung was carrying Ale through the chaos. Even then, he was showing off the kind of strength and endurance she was looking for in a protector. Back in the present, they are walking through a busy area when Yoo-sung warns her that they can't stay in one spot for too long. If they linger, the trackers will close the distance immediately. Suddenly, a voice barks out a command to grab him as more suits flood the street. Yoo-sung is stunned they found them so fast and mentions former KGB agents, while Ale pretends to be confused by the term. One of the agents makes his move, stepping out from the crowd to cut off their path. Yoo-sung sees the trap closing in and knows he has to drop the nice guy act and start swinging. The agent lunges forward with a punch, but Yoo-sung is faster. He weaves out of the way, his eyes locked on his opponent as the battle officially kicks off in the middle of the sidewalk. With a quick motion, Yoo-sung reaches out and snatches the guy's arm right out of the air. The agent looks completely blindsided, clearly not expecting a high schooler to have these kinds of reflexes. The man grits his teeth in frustration, trying to pull away, but Yoo-sung's grip is like iron. Our boy has been through enough to know that you never let go once you have the advantage. Yoo-sung puts his back into it and literally hoists the grown man into the air. He is using pure raw strength to make a statement to anyone else thinking about stepping up. He slams the guy down onto the pavement with enough force to take out the two other goons standing behind him. It is a total wipeout, leaving the sidewalk littered with unconscious agents. Even with those guys down, Yu-sung senses that the danger is far from over. He looks over his shoulder and sees Ale looking just as surprised as he is by the sudden intensity of the attack. Realizing they need cover, Yu-sung grabs Ale and shoves her toward a nearby red phone booth. He tells her to stay put for now because things are about to get really messy. He slams the door shut, locking her inside where she will be safe from the crossfire. It is a makeshift fortress, but it gives him the freedom to fight without worrying about her getting snatched. Yu-sung is deep in thought as he rubs his chin, carefully analyzing the fighting style of the men he just faced. He can tell by their form that they are far from average thugs. A whole new squad of suit-wearing fighters surrounds him, closing off every escape route. They look disciplined and ready for a brawl, showing no fear despite seeing their friends get crushed. Yu-sung squares his shoulders and raises his fists, welcoming the challenge. He knows that, unfortunately for these guys, they chose the wrong target to mess with today. In his head, he jokes that in rom-coms, the guy with the bigger build always wins. He follows that thought up with a devastating strike that sends one of the agents flying backward into a wall. A series of impact sounds echo through the street as Yu-sung dismantles the entire group. He is a whirlwind of motion, landing hits left and right until every single one of them is hitting the deck. He starts to think that at this level, he can definitely handle the job without breaking too much of a sweat. But then, he hears someone command the others to fall back, which is never a good sign. Just as he thinks he is safe, a massive burst of energy or a physical strike catches him off guard. The impact is huge, forcing him to brace himself as the real threat finally reveals itself. Yu-sung lets out a frustrated shout, realizing that the previous goons were just the warm-up act. Something much bigger and more dangerous is coming, and his 6-hour shift is just getting started. The big boss finally steps up, and his men call him Captain Boris. He looks like he is built like a brick wall and has the confidence to match as he stares our protagonist down. The camera zooms in on the newcomer's waist, showing the professional gear and disciplined stance of a man who knows how to kill. The air around him seems to thicken with killing intent. Dust and smoke kick up from the ground as the tension reaches a boiling point. The surrounding area has become a stage for a fight that is about to go to a completely different level. Our boy stares him down, wondering if his usual tricks will work here. He is questioning if this captain is susceptible to his special rom-com muscle buff, or if he's in for a real fight. Boris is practically glowing with an intense fiery aura as he cracks his knuckles. He is not here to talk or negotiate. He is here to end this fight right now with a single crushing blow. The air around them is thick with heat and pressure as the tension hits a breaking point. Neither of them is backing down an inch as the countdown to the first strike begins. Behind the glass, Ale is watching the whole thing unfold with her heart in her throat. She knows exactly who Boris is and the terrifying reputation he carries as a specialized agent. She is practically begging Yu-sung to run through the glass, shouting that Boris is on a completely different level. In her mind, our boy is already a goner against such a monster. She is certain a mere high school kid can't beat a veteran like Captain Boris. The guy's reputation for being invincible has her shaking in her plaid beret. Yu-sung just lets out a tired sigh and closes his eyes for a brief second. He is already over the drama and just wants to finish his shift and get paid. Suddenly, his eyes snap open with a terrifying intensity that would freeze a normal man in his tracks. He decides that since he is on the clock, he is going to finish this quickly. He moves so fast, he practically becomes a blur in the middle of the street. The concrete beneath his feet cracks from the sheer force of his sudden and explosive acceleration. Boris barely has time to react as a hand comes flying toward his face like a rocket. He is absolutely stunned that a kid could actually close the distance that fast. The impact is massive, sending a shock wave through the street that rattles the nearby windows. Yu-sung isn't pulling any punches anymore as he goes straight for the throat of the captain. He plants Boris' head toward the ground with enough force to shatter the pavement into 1,000 pieces. It is a brutal and unexpected show of power that catches every agent off guard. But a fight against a captain is never that simple, and the impact point erupts with energy. Boris isn't staying down just because of one good hit to the face. Boris is far from defeated, staring back with a sharp and focused glare despite being pinned down. He is already preparing his next move to regain control of the situation. Boris reaches out and snatches Yusung's arm midair with a grip like an iron vise. He is ready to show our boy exactly why they call him the captain in this organization. With a grunt of effort, Boris flips the script and slams Yusung into the ground with bone-crushing force. The tables have turned in an instant as the pavement explodes beneath our boy. Yusung lets out a cry of pain as the impact rattles his entire frame and leaves him gasping. This dude is definitely hitting harder than anything else he has faced today. As he struggles to breathe, Yusung looks up and sees something familiar in the man's brutal style. He is shocked and wonders if this guy is actually his own dad for a second. This bearded man in a suit lets out a chilling grin as he towers over his opponent. He seems completely unfazed by the fight and is clearly enjoying the chance to show off his brutal power. The captain prepares to deliver a finishing blow while Yusung is still pinned to the cracked earth. It looks like the end for our boy until he finds a small opening. But Yusung isn't done yet and uses the momentum to transition into an expert grappling position. He manages to climb onto Boris' back like a predator stalking its prey. Boris yells out in frustration as he realizes he is being put into a series of technical joint locks. Yusung is specifically targeting his hip, and the pain is immediate and intense. The captain screams, asking if the kid is actually trying to cripple him for life. Yusung doesn't answer as he prepares to throw the heavy man with everything he has left. The tension in the air reaches a breaking point as the struggle for dominance reaches its peak. Neither man is willing to give up an inch of ground in this alleyway. With one final surge of power, Yusung slams the captain headfirst into the concrete with a sickening thud. The sound of the impact echoes through the entire empty street. Ale is frozen in place, her eyes wide with total disbelief at what she just witnessed. She cannot wrap her head around the fact that Boris was just taken down by a teenager. The rest of the agents are equally stunned, their faces pale, as they look at their fallen leader. The invincible captain has been defeated, and their confidence is completely shattered. Boris lies motionless in a crater of shattered stone, completely out of the fight and likely out for hours. Our boy stands over him looking like a total menace in the moonlight. The silence that follows is deafening as the dust begins to settle around the combatants. The battle is finally over, but the tension remains high. Yusung looks down at the unconscious man and coldly reminds him that joint injuries are no joke. He really wasn't playing around when he said he would end this quickly. Ale slowly steps out from the building looking at Yusung like he is some kind of terrifying monster. She is genuinely scared of the guy now, despite him being her guard. Our protagonist stands there shrouded in a dark and suffocating aura that makes the world feel heavy. She wonders how anyone could possibly possess that kind of terrifying and raw power. Ale's mind is completely frozen, unable to wrap her head around what she just witnessed. She keeps questioning how it is even possible for someone to be that overwhelmingly strong. Our boy has shown a level of power that is simply terrifying to anyone watching from the sidelines. The construction site falls back into a heavy silence, with the moonlight casting long shadows over the debris and scaffolding where the brutal clash just took place. Somewhere else, a man with a blue beard and a leopard print collar is listening intently to his phone. He has the kind of look that says he is used to being the one in control. When he hears the news that Boris has been taken down, his brain practically shorts out. He keeps repeating that it is impossible for someone like Boris to lose. But then a dark grin spreads across his face as the shock turns into something dangerous. It seems he found someone worth his attention at last. This guy looks like he just discovered a winning lottery ticket. He stares off into the distance, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses as he whispers the name Black Yasha. He is clearly familiar with the legend and realizes the situation is much bigger than he thought. This man has just found his next great hunt. He questions if this mysterious fighter is truly the legend he thinks it is. If so, things are about to get a lot more complicated for everyone involved. Close up on Fuma Katero's purple eyes as she hears a sharp clicking sound nearby. She seems to be on high alert as something moves in the shadows. In Ivan the Destroyer hosted the first God of Fist tournament to find a worthy opponent. It was a massive event where the strongest fighters on Earth gathered to prove their dominance in a brutal arena. This legendary competition set the stage for everything that was to come in the world of martial arts. Fuma Kataro is on the move, checking the quiet halls of a building for potential threats. She moves with cautious precision, her eyes scanning the shadows as she navigates deeper into the facility. A hand reaches out and turns the lock on a heavy metal door with a distinct and heavy click. The anticipation builds as the door slowly begins to open. Stepping into the bright city air, Fuma Kataro surveys the urban landscape with a sharp and focused gaze. She seems to be on a specific mission, scanning the street and the surrounding buildings for any sign of her target. The bustling city life doesn't distract her for a second as she moves forward with determination. Her expression hardens as she spots something of interest, her eyes narrowing with intense and lethal focus. Whatever she just saw has her full and undivided attention. She thinks about her father with a sense of urgency, wondering if their paths will finally cross today in this city. Her mind is racing with questions as she continues her search. A total vibe shift happens as we enter a high-energy maid cafe where the staff welcomes guests with bright smiles. It is a complete 180 from the serious atmosphere earlier, full of sparkles and pink energy everywhere. Our boy Kim Yoo-sung looks like he's dying inside from the sheer embarrassment of being here in this place. Meanwhile, Ale is having a blast seeing our protagonist so out of his element and looking completely soul-crushed. Yoo-sung facepalms while Ale just keeps laughing at his extreme awkwardness during the welcome. She's really leaning into the tourist role and enjoying every single second of his obvious and painful misery. They take their seats at a tiny pink table while a maid prepares to take their order for the afternoon. This is definitely the last place anyone would expect to see a seasoned fighter like him hanging out. Ale points at a flashy pink menu and teases him for being the landmine king in front of the maid. She's clearly referencing his history of getting into trouble with the wrong types of people throughout his life. Yoo-sung gets a case of the chills just reading through the curacy names of the food on the menu. He is starting to wonder if meeting here was a massive mistake for his own mental health and reputation. Ale checks her phone and mentions that the EE combat squads always start their operations with an EMP burst. The sudden shift back to serious business and dangerous talk catches our boy completely off guard. She explains that an electromagnetic pulse fries nearby electronics to make sure their targets are totally cut off from help. Yoo-sung looks completely confused by all this technical talk about high-tech weapons and secret military tactics. Ale clarifies that EE is a giant arms manufacturer based in Luxia that dominates the global market for weaponry. It sounds like a massive shadow organization that they really shouldn't be underestimating if they want to survive. Switching back to her playful mode, Ale calls him master with a look that says she is up to something. Our boy is just trying to keep up with her constant and rapid personality shifts during their conversation. The star cat maid Hayaniko arrives at their table with a tray full of food and an overwhelming amount of energy. She is all smiles and cat puns, making a grand entrance that leaves our boy Kim Yoo-sung looking totally traumatized. Ale is absolutely thrilled by the show while our protagonist dies a little inside. She sets down the omnibus while Ale watches with wide and excited eyes like a kid in a candy shop. Our protagonist is trying his best to look anywhere but at the energetic girl wearing cat ears. The food is steaming hot and looks great, but the maid is still standing right there watching them. Yoo-sung feels like he's being watched, and he is definitely not wrong about the intense pressure in the room. The maid informs them that they have to perform a special ritual before they can even touch their food. Yoo-sung gets a bad feeling that things are about to get a whole lot worse for his dignity. She starts moving her hands together to form a heart shape, preparing for the grand finale of the table service. The pink aura in the room is becoming almost physical at this point. The full Momo Kayan chant is unleashed with an explosion of pink heart sparkles and extreme cringe. It is such a heavy blow to his dignity that Yoo-sung literally starts coughing up blood in a chibai reaction. Ale is not helping at all and joins in on the chant with a massive grin. Ale insists that our boy has to do it too if he wants to actually eat his meal today. He tries to argue that he doesn't really have to, but Ale is not taking no for an answer. His face turns bright red as the pressure of the moment starts to completely crush his fighting spirit. He is a warrior, not a regular here, and his brain is starting to short-circuit from the stress. He finally gives in and makes the heart sign, looking like he wants the earth to swallow him whole. His pride is completely shattered in front of his friend, while Ale laughs so hard she can barely breathe. It is a legendary moment of social defeat that she will never let him forget. The maid bows and leaves them to eat, but the damage to Yu-sung's pride is already permanent. He sits there in a daze while Ale tries to recover from her latest laughing fit at his expense. Our boy starts eating the omurice, finding that it actually tastes pretty good, despite the trauma he just endured. He is just glad the spotlight is finally off him so he can hide his face. The cat maid returns to check if the meal was to their liking, still maintaining her high-energy persona. Yu-sung just nods, quietly hoping she won't bring up any more rituals or special performances. She produces a pair of cat ears and places them on the table between the two of them. Ale looks like she just won the lottery and is already planning her next move for their game. The maid explains that they are going to play a game to determine who gets a penalty after lunch. It is clear that whatever is coming next is going to involve those cat ears on the table. The penalty is wearing the ears and ending every single sentence with a meow for the rest of the day. Yu-sung is absolutely horrified at the thought of losing this and looking like a fool. He desperately asks if there is any other possible penalty he can take instead of wearing those ears. Ale just smiles smugly, knowing she has him right where she wants him for the upcoming match. Yu-sung locks in and gets serious, realizing that losing this card game is absolutely not an option. He focuses all his combat instincts and mental strength onto the deck, determined to avoid the penalty at any cost. Failure here means wearing those cat ears for the rest of the day in public. The high-stakes card game begins, and the tension at the tiny pink table is through the roof. Ale looks incredibly confident with her hand, while our boy stares at his cards with intense focus. They are locked in a battle of wits as petals drift down across the bottom of the screen. Kim Yu-sung has officially lost the bet and is forced to wear a pair of fluffy pink cat ears as his punishment. He feels his soul leaving his body from the sheer embarrassment of having to look this ridiculous in public. Our boy is absolutely dying inside, his face turning a deep shade of red as he stands there looking like the most miserable mascot in history. Ale can barely contain herself, and honestly, you can't even blame her for enjoying this victory. With his voice trembling and a murderous glint in his eyes, Yu-sung is forced to utter the most humiliating naya of his entire life while begging for a rematch. Ale is having the time of her life, laughing so hard that she is practically doubling over at how badly those ears clash with his tough guy aesthetic. As they leave the cafe behind and walk into the sunset, Ale stretches her arms out, declaring that she had an absolute blast today. Meanwhile, our protagonist is sulking in the background, thinking to himself about how he failed to win even a single round against her during their entire match. Ale looks over at him with a genuine smile, her playful teasing finally settling down into something much more sincere as they enjoy the evening air. The two of them continue walking down the street, their footsteps echoing against the pavement as the sky turns into a deep orange hue. Suddenly, the mood shifts as Ale stops and tells him that there is something she actually needs to confess. Yu-sung pauses, looking at her with a confused expression as he wonders what could be so serious all of a sudden. Our boy is caught completely off guard, wondering what kind of secret she could possibly be hiding after their day of fun. Ale looks down, her expression becoming unusually somber as the playful energy from earlier completely vanishes from her face. She tells him that he can go back now, and that she is going to call her own guards to take her back to the hotel. The distance between them feels a lot wider all of a sudden as she prepares to return to her real life. Despite the heavy atmosphere, she flashes him one last bright smile and thanks him for everything today. But just as she says goodbye, the sound of a helicopter begins to roar overhead, kicking up dust and leaves all around them. A close-up of a man with a silver beard and tinted glasses shows him grinning menacingly, his face illuminated by a harsh light. He lets out a boisterous laugh, declaring that he has finally tracked her down. They both look up to see a helicopter hovering dangerously low, its searchlights cutting through the twilight as it descends toward them. Someone leaps down from the chopper, landing with a heavy thud that shakes the ground beneath their feet. The wind from the rotors is intense, making it hard to see exactly who just arrived to crash their goodbye. A man with a silver beard and tinted glasses stares them down, telling Ale that she really pulled quite the stunt. He admits that thanks to her actions, his people did not even have to look that hard to track her down, calling her princess with an intimidating smirk. The mysterious man with the silver beard looks at our duo with total disdain and demands to know who this random guy is. He can't believe someone would have the audacity to just throw themselves at Ale like that. Ale is visibly shaken, her face pale as she demands to know how he managed to find their location so quickly. The man stands tall in his leopard print coat, his presence commanding the entire street as he shuts down any further questions. He makes it clear that this is strictly a personal matter, revealing to a stunned Yu-sung that Ale is actually his daughter. Flamboyant man in a leopard print coat approaches our protagonist, declaring that he is there for his daughter. A close-up shot focuses on the back of Ale's head, showing her long purple hair as she remains frozen in place. Ale is visibly shaking while our protagonist, Kim Yu-sung, stands by her side. The man ignores her pleas to leave, stating that her wishes do not matter anymore. Yu-sung is caught off guard by the sudden reveal that this flashy guy is actually the father of the game heroine Ale. Our boy is totally confused because this guy is supposedly from the fantasy world of Luxia, yet he is speaking perfect Japanese to them. Ale looks like she just saw a ghost. The man drops a bombshell, saying he heard a legendary figure known as Black Yasha has finally surfaced in Tokyo. Yu-sung racks his brain, wondering why on earth this stranger is bringing up a weird name like Black Yasha out of nowhere. When the man points right at him, Yu-sung can only point back at himself with a look of pure bewilderment. This guy is apparently a legendary fixer, and he is looking at our boy with intense, predatory eyes that mean business. In his mind, Yu-sung sees the silhouette of a deadly ninja, the kind of person you never want to cross paths with on a dark night. The man shouts out the name Fuma Kataro, calling Yu-sung the Black Yasha and demanding a clash right then and there. Our boy is screaming for some logic here. The fixer is absolutely losing it, screaming for a duel to the death to finish a match that apparently started 18 years ago. Talk about holding a grudge. Yu-sung finally manages to get a word in, asking who the heck this old man even is while introducing himself as Kim Yu-sung. The man stares him down with a skeptical look, admitting that he has never heard the name Kim Yu-sung in his entire life. The air is thick with confusion as Ale watches the two men stand off in the middle of the sidewalk during the sunset. For a second, the man seems to accept the answer, but the fire in his eyes has not faded one bit. Our protagonist just sighs to himself, thinking that he must have the misfortune of looking exactly like this Fuma Kataro guy. The legendary fixer looms over him, his presence alone enough to make anyone else run for the hills. Yu-sung looks him dead in the eye. He explains that he thought that guy was a real kidnapper, so he did not feel the need to hold back at all. Our protagonist recalls the intense moment he delivered that heavy blow, realizing now that he might have overdone it just a little bit. Our boy admits that because he genuinely believed Ale was being abducted, he threw every ounce of strength into his counterattack without a second thought. Without a word of warning, the man stomps his foot, signaling that the talking portion of this encounter is officially over. He lunges forward with incredible speed, his fist glowing with a terrifying blue energy that screams power and destruction. Yu-sung barely has time to process the attack, as the legendary fixer closes the distance in a single heartbeat. A massive shock wave erupts from the force of the strike, lighting up the sunset sky with a blinding flash of blue light. This old guy is no joke. Ale screams out Yu-sung's name in terror, fearing that our boy just got turned into a pancake by her father's fist. The attack shreds through Yu-sung's backpack, tearing the fabric apart and exposing the books tucked away inside. Instead of cowering in fear, our protagonist roars out in anger, asking the man what he thinks he is doing. He looks like he is about to blow a fuse, his face twisted into an expression of pure, unadulterated rage as he checks his bag. The fixer finds this reaction interesting and challenges our boy to show him what he is truly capable of in a fight. Yu-sung reaches out for his bag as it hits the ground, devastated to see that his brand new manga has been ruined in the scuffle. Tears stream down his face as he declares that he will never forgive this man for disrespecting the sacred art of manga. This is the ultimate sin in his eyes. Driven by the loss of his precious book, our boy charges forward with incredible speed, leaving a trail of blue light in his wake. He dives straight into the fray, blocking the old man's heavy strikes with his bare arms as sparks fly from the impact. Yu-sung grits his teeth and absorbs the massive force of the blows while preparing to dish out some serious payback. The two of them trade a flurry of high-speed attacks, turning the quiet street into a full-blown war zone. This battle is just getting started. The two fighters continue their high-speed exchange, their movements becoming a blur of blue and purple energy as they tear across the pavement. Our boy skids across the pavement, his shoes smoking from the friction. He lets out a strained groan, barely holding his ground against that insane power while trying to maintain his balance. The old man actually stops his assault and looks genuinely impressed by the kid's resilience and strength. Meanwhile, Yu-sung is still fuming, shouting that there is nothing impressive about ruining someone's favorite manga and breaking a sacred rule of the arts. The silver-haired man looms over him with overwhelming speed that makes him impossible for a normal human eye to track. Yu-sung demands to know why this lunatic is suddenly targeting him when he just wanted to enjoy his brand new manga in peace. Instead of an apology, the man tells him he is an exceptional genius with potential he has never seen before. Our protagonist is completely baffled, still crying over his ruined manga and wondering what he could have possibly done to deserve this kind of treatment. The man points out that a completely untrained high schooler taking down his elite right-hand man, Boris, with bare hands is absolutely unheard of. He is watching Yu-sung with a predator's intensity now, sizing up the boy's every move like he is looking at a rare treasure. Faint images of their high-speed exchange flicker in the air, as the man realizes that what he is seeing should be physically impossible for a normal human. The kid's potential is clearly off the charts, and he can feel the raw power radiating from him. He declares that Yu-sung is the kind of prodigy that only appears once in 100 years. The atmosphere gets incredibly heavy as the gravity of those words sinks in, changing the entire tone of their encounter. Yu-sung grits his teeth, his face covered in sweat and dirt from the intense fight. He waits for the other shoe to drop as the man prepares to deliver his final point. The old man flexes his power, a massive blue aura radiating from his body as he makes a shocking proposal to the kid. He tells our boy to forget the past and come work directly under his command at the company, promising him a life of power. He promises to help that hidden talent fully bloom, but Yu-sung is not even listening to the offer anymore. A massive realization hits him like a freight train as he thinks about the world of scramble love and the rules that govern this reality. A massive mental explosion goes off in our boy's head as the pieces of this mystery finally start falling into place. This story is no ordinary rom-com webtoon anymore. The genre itself has been shifting right under his nose this entire time, and he finally sees it. Our protagonist looks completely shell-shocked. The reality of his situation is finally setting in, and it is way more dangerous than he ever imagined. He thinks back to the old man's words and realizes they sound exactly like a line taken straight out of a shounen battle manga. This is exactly how those high-stakes stories always start out, and it makes him question everything he knew about this world. Everything makes sense now, including the reason he was brought into this world in the first place. He remembers the chaotic encounters between the story's leads, realizing these cliché moments were all part of a scripted narrative he's trapped in. He sees a vision of himself training like an absolute beast to survive the coming storm. He recalls a fierce warrior moving with blinding speed, realizing that the threats in this world are escalating way beyond simple school drama and crushes. Yu-sung stands tall, a dark aura beginning to surround him as he accepts his new reality. He is not just a rom-com lead anymore, he is a fighter through and through. The manga cover of Scramble Love appears in his mind, but it is clear the series has completely changed course from its original premise. The light-hearted days of school romance are officially over for everyone as the plot takes a dark and violent turn. The story has fully shifted from a rom-com into high-stakes battle manga, And our boy is right in the crosshairs of the new plot direction. Sweat drips down his face as he tries to process the sheer insanity of this plot twist. This definitely isn't the peaceful life he signed up for when he started this journey. He thinks about how stories like this usually go, with girls like Rika blushing and confessing their feelings. That entire narrative is being overwritten by violence and raw power. He realizes that trying to run a pure rom-com long-term was always going to be a losing battle for the magazine editors who need constant hits. Behind the scenes, the staff at the publishing office were likely screaming for more action to keep the rankings up. The editors at Janks probably forced the creator to pivot the story to save the series. Our boy stares ahead with wide eyes, finally connecting all the dots. If the series changed genres, then every single person he meets could be a deadly enemy hidden in plain sight. It means he is going to keep being surrounded by dangerous monsters like this blue-haired lunatic for the foreseeable future, whether he likes it or not. He imagines the old man as a literal demon surrounded by little monsters, ready to make his life a living hell. It is a terrifying way to look at his new potential boss. The realization is simple, but deadly. His life might actually be on the line every single day from now on if he stays in this evolving story. The old man leans in, his grin widening as he asks for Yu-sung's final answer on the job offer. He is waiting for the kid to cave and join the dark side. He tells him he can have anything he wants if he just agrees to join the company and serve his interests. The temptation is real, but the price is his normal life. Yu-sung clenches his fist, the blue power surging through him as he makes his final decision. He is going to face this head-on and see where it leads. He stares in shock as the background warps and details blur, the sheer intensity of the blue-bearded man's power overwhelming his senses. Suddenly, a devious smirk spreads across our boy's face. He has realized that if he is stuck in a battle manga, he might as well enjoy the power trip and show them what he can do. The old man sees that look and knows he has finally hooked the perfect candidate. The real game is just beginning for both of them in this new world of violence. The old man sees that look and knows he has finally hooked the perfect candidate for his training. Our boy accepts the challenge with a sharp, determined grin, ready to dive headfirst into whatever dangerous game is about to begin. Our boy starts thinking about the rules of this new genre. He knows that in a textbook shounen series, appearance is not everything, and hidden strength is usually the norm. He looks at Sakamoto, the boy with spiky blonde hair who is standing triumphantly over ale after a brutal fight. The power scales are shifting right in front of him, and the rom-com days are truly over. Yu-sung realizes that sticking close to a protagonist like Sakamoto is the best way to survive. He puts an arm around his friend, acknowledging that this is just the shounen rule of the universe. But the reality of his situation hits him fast as the tall man with the blue beard looms over him. The air feels heavy as the old man prepares to make his next move against our boy. Without a moment of hesitation, the blue-haired man lunges forward with a punch, shouting for Yu-sung to die. This is not just a test anymore. It is a full-blown assault by an elite fighter. A streak of purple light cuts through the air as the strike misses by a hair. The speed is unlike anything our protagonist has ever seen in his life before. Yu-sung is sweating, his eyes wide as he barely dodges the initial onslaught. He yells out in frustration, asking why this man has to be so extreme about every little thing during this recruitment process. The old man connects with a brutal blow to the midsection, sending the air right out of our protagonist. Yu-sung can only let out a pained gasp as he is sent reeling backward from the force. Blood splatters across his clothes as he realizes this dude is actually trying to kill him. The friendly recruitment talk is officially over, and now he is fighting just to keep breathing. Our boy tries to keep his composure, mentioning he wanted to go easy because this guy is Sasha's father. But the old man does not care and keeps the pressure on with another flurry of strikes that light up the area. Yu-sung's vision narrows as he focuses entirely on the movements of his opponent. He needs to find a gap in that defense before he gets crushed under the weight of this overwhelming power. There it is. He spots a small opening in the old man's guard and drives his hand forward, trying to catch the blue-haired veteran off balance while he has the chance. The counter-attack actually lands, forcing the old man to stumble back a few steps. It is a small victory for our boy, but he can tell the battle is far from being decided yet. The old man touches the cut on his cheek and looks back with a chilling expression. Yu-sung immediately regrets the hit, realizing he just provoked a monster that was barely even trying until this exact moment. The blue-haired man wins up a massive palm strike, his eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. He is moving much faster now, leaving no room for escape or another lucky counter. The strike hits home, and the old man grabs Yu-sung right by the face. Our protagonist can only let out a muffled groan as he is lifted off his feet by the sheer strength of this man. With a grip like iron, the old man hoists the boy into the air and begins to give him a piece of advice. Our protagonist can only struggle helplessly as the muscular veteran begins a lecture about his total lack of power. As he talks, his arm muscles bulge and blue veins pulse with raw, concentrated energy. The power he is channeling into his next move is absolutely massive and terrifying to behold. The old man continues his lesson, explaining what it really means when you throw a punch in this violent new world. He tells Yu-sung that it does not matter who the opponent is. He winds up a glowing fist, ready to deliver a finishing blow that could level an entire building in a single hit. Our boy can only stare through his own fingers as the glowing fist comes flying toward his face. He is witnessing the true power of a battle manga veteran firsthand. A massive explosion of light and energy erupts as the punch connects. The sheer force of the impact whiteouts everything around them in a blinding flash. Yu-sung is caught in a literal death grip. That glowing blue aura around the old man's hand isn't just for show because the pressure alone is cracking the very air around them. Our boy looks completely overwhelmed as he tries to process the insane power gap he's currently facing. The ground literally shatters as a massive shock wave tears through the battlefield, sending debris flying everywhere. It looks like the sheer force of this impact is enough to level the entire area in seconds. Standing tall amidst the dust is the silver-haired old man, his hand still crackling with that terrifying purple energy. He looks like an absolute monster, looming over his opponent with the confidence of a man who hasn't even broken a sweat. Yu-sung is slumped over, huffing and puffing while trying to regain his footing. He is pushing his body to the absolute limit just to stay conscious, while the old man watches him with cold, calculating eyes. Our protagonist manages to gasp out that the last exchange was way too close for comfort. You can see the sweat dripping down his face as he realizes that one more clean hit from this guy might actually be the end of him. Yu-sung is left sweating and completely stunned as he feels a terrifying blue aura looming right behind him. He realizes that the move he just witnessed was on a completely different level of power. The silence is broken by a single, heavy name for the technique that just about leveled the area. The Emperor's Double Eagle. The silver-bearded old man lets out a confident smirk as he watches his opponent struggle. He clearly enjoys the thrill of the hunt and knows exactly how much stronger he is than our boy. Yu-sung can barely believe what he just heard, his eyes widening in total disbelief. He asks the old man to repeat himself, hoping he misheard the name of that legendary martial art. The old man enters a new stance, his entire body erupting in a violent blue flame like a god of war. He explains this is the secret Imperial Romanov martial art, specifically the Emperor's twin-headed eagle technique, releasing a pressure that feels absolutely suffocating. Before Yu-sung can blink, the old man strikes with the weight of a mountain. Our boy tries to guard, but admits he couldn't even track the movement with his eyes. Ale watches from the sidelines, desperately screaming for her father to stop this madness before someone dies. Ale is absolutely frantic, her blue hair flying as she yells at the top of her lungs for the violence to end. She is wearing her orange jacket and solar cap, looking completely horrified that the person she cares about is being systematically dismantled by her own father. The old man doesn't even look at her, telling her to stay out of it with a terrifying roar. He makes it clear that he is taking Yu-sung with him regardless of what anyone else says, and his expression shows he will crush anyone who gets in his way. Despite the trembling in his limbs and the blood on his face, Yu-sung forces himself back into a fighting stance. He is shaking like a leaf, but his eyes are still burning with that stubborn refusal to just lie down and give up. The old man looks him dead in the eye and gives him a choice, telling him to come under his wing if he doesn't want to die. He promises to teach Yu-sung every single technique he knows, essentially offering him a path to ultimate power if he just submits. He continues his pitch, acknowledging that Yu-sung was born with incredible natural strength. He is actually impressed that our boy was able to block attacks that even his elite troops couldn't withstand, making it clear he sees massive potential in him. A massive, ghostly aura of the old man towers over Yu-sung, emphasizing just how small our boy is in comparison to this guy's legacy. It is a visual representation of the overwhelming pressure of the Romanov bloodline, trying to swallow him whole. Yu-sung finds his voice, mocking the old man for beating someone half to death just to offer an apprenticeship. He laughs in his face, calling the whole thing a delusional Chunibyo fantasy that he has no interest in. Honestly, our boy has zero survival instincts when it comes to power. A twisted, bloody grin spreads across Yu-sung's face as he laughs off the offer. He has already made up his mind, and no amount of threatening or bribery is going to change his heart. In his mind, he sees the faces of the precious people he has met, from the cheerful Sakamoto and energetic Karen to the elegant Tojo and Rika. They are the reason he keeps fighting, and he is not about to betray the life he has built for some dusty old man's legacy. With a roar of defiance, Yu-sung throws himself forward, deciding that he would rather go down fighting than choose the old man's path. He is putting everything he has into this one final charge, fueled by the memories of his friends. Despite being totally outmatched, Yu-sung shouts at his opponent to give it up and stop holding back. The silver-haired master can't help but feel a bit of respect for the kid's reckless courage in the face of death. They clash once again, a blur of motion and energy as Yu-sung tries to find even a single opening in the old man's perfect defense. The air is thick with the sound of their struggle, and the ground beneath them continues to shatter from the force of their movements. Ale watches in pure terror as the fight takes a brutal turn, clutching her face in a desperate hope for peace. Yu-sung takes a massive punch to the jaw that sends him reeling, his vision blurring as he gasps for air. He is struggling to even stay on his feet at this point. The old man lunges forward again, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light that signals another big attack. Yu-sung can only stare in shock as he realizes the speed is increasing, leaving him with almost zero time to react to the incoming strike. It is a total onslaught as the old man unleashes a flurry of punches that Yu-sung can barely see, let alone block. Our boy is getting knocked around like a rag doll, desperately trying to catch his breath while dodging everything by the thinnest of margins. He even manages to grab the old man's arm for a split second. Sweat pours down Yu-sung's face as he realizes the massive gap in their abilities. He compares this monster to the Boris guy he fought earlier, and concludes that he has stepped into a whole new world of pain. The old man stands over our boy, looking down with an expression of total dominance. He is the embodiment of the very strongest, a title he has clearly earned through decades of bloodshed and mastery of his secret arts. The words hang in the air like a final judgment, declaring him as the absolute pinnacle of martial prowess. It is the kind of strength that makes even the most talented fighters look like children playing in the dirt. Ale cannot take it anymore and screams for them to stop, her face pale with fear for her friend's life. She is ready to do whatever it takes to end this before her father does something he might actually regret later. She rushes in and stands between them, acting as a shield for the battered Yu-sung. She points out that he protected her all day and asks why her father is being so cruel. But the old man just tells her to stand aside because their conversation is far from over. The master with blue eyebrows narrows his eyes as he begins to lose his patience with the banter. You can see the intensity in his gaze as he prepares to end this fight once and for all. A close-up shows Yu-sung's face as he stares in shock, unable to believe the old man's cold attitude toward his own family. Ale is caught completely off guard as her father reaches out with lightning speed. Her eyes go wide with shock as she feels his grip, realizing that her interference has only made him more aggressive. With a single, powerful motion, the old man flings Ale to the side like she weighs nothing at all. Yu-sung watches from the ground, his eyes wide with horror as he sees Ale crashing down while her father continues his relentless pursuit of our protagonist. Yu-sung looks down in complete shock as he watches Ale hit the pavement, his eyes trembling with rage and disbelief at the old man's cruelty. Yu-sung lets out a furious roar, his mouth hanging open as he screams in anger at the injustice he's witnessing. Our protagonist stares back with disbelief, asking if the old man really plans to show no mercy even to his own flesh and blood. Our protagonist stands battered and bruised, clutching his shoulder in pain while trying to catch his breath. Ale is still on the ground after being thrown aside, looking up with genuine terror at the monster her father has become. The sunset casts a long, grim shadow over the entire scene as things turn silent. The veteran warrior declares that the talking is over, and he is going to finish this right now. The ominous red speech bubble shows just how much killing intent is being poured into his final ultimatum. The Romanov master is done playing games, his eyes glowing with a murderous intent that signals painful end for anyone standing in his way. The old man lunges forward with a punch wrapped in terrifying energy that distorts the air itself, leaving our hero with nowhere to run as he braces for the impact of a strike that has enough raw power to level an entire city block. A massive flash of light consumes the area as a sudden interference cuts through the old man's lethal strike. The Romanov master freezes in his tracks, his eyes widening as he senses a new and dangerous presence entering the fray. Several sharp weapons whistle through the air with deadly precision, carving trails of light across the sunset sky. They thud into the concrete with incredible force, creating a barrier between the attacker and his prey. Whoever threw these definitely knows exactly what they are doing. Both men stand frozen as a row of kunai quivers in the ground between them. Yu-sung looks just as shocked as his opponent by this sudden intervention. The old man stares down at the weapons, instantly recognizing them as the signature shuriken of the legendary Black Yasha. His confidence wavers for the first time since the fight began as he realizes who might be watching from the shadows. A thin line of blood appears on the old man's cheek as he realizes one of the blades actually managed to graze him. He looks genuinely stunned that anyone could bypass his defenses so easily. Suddenly, a blur of purple hair streaks across the battlefield as Fuma Kataro makes her entrance, forcing the master to jump back and defend his life. Her arrival completely flips the script on what was supposed to be a simple and easy execution for the old man. Fuma lands gracefully on the pavement, positioning herself as a human shield in front of our protagonist. The old man can only stare in silence as his target gets some unexpected backup. Yu-sung stares at the back of the girl who just saved his life, his expression a mix of relief and utter confusion. This lethal ninja warrior is Fuma Yukika, the acting head of her famous clan, and Yu-sung is stunned to see his senpai arriving just in time to stop a monster. Her presence shifts the momentum of the battle as she prepares to protect him at any cost. Our protagonist can barely believe his eyes, letting out a shaky breath as he realizes he is not fighting this battle alone anymore. The Romanov master maintains stern expression, his eyes locked on the young ninja who dared to interrupt his vengeance. Fuma drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the legendary Black Yasha is actually her father who disappeared from their village 10 years ago. This connection explains how she developed the elite skills needed to stand against a high-level monster like the Romanov master. She looks toward the old man with a gaze that is sharp enough to cut glass, showing absolutely zero fear of his reputation. Fuma reaches into her tactical gear to retrieve a hidden item as the battle momentarily pauses. She holds out a glowing golden object and tells Yu-sung to take this medicine immediately if he wants to survive what is coming next. The small pill glows with an ethereal light in the palm of his hand, a secret treasure handed down through the Fuma family line. Fuma explains that the pill will help draw out the dormant power he has not been able to access on his own. The old man growls that he won't just stand by and watch them prepare, but Fuma is not moving an inch. She is ready to hold him off until the medicine can take effect. While the girl with the ponytail stands guard with her daggers ready, Yu-sung looks down at the mysterious golden pill in his hand. He knows this might be his only shot at survival and prepares to swallow the power-up. Yu-sung tosses the golden pill into his mouth, deciding the risk is worth it, but he instantly feels an explosion of heat in his chest. Ale can only watch in horror as her friend begins to undergo a violent and painful transformation. The power is too much to contain as flames lick at his skin, and his veins pulse with raw energy, breaking his hidden potential out of its shackles. Our protagonist throws his head back and lets out a primal scream that shakes the very foundation of the street. Ivan looks absolutely stunned as a massive pillar of fire erupts from our boy. Fuma Kataro and Ale can only watch in disbelief as Kim Yoo-sung is completely consumed by this sudden surge of power. It is like he is being reborn right in front of them in a storm of heat and light. Within the center of that inferno, Kim Yoo-sung clenches his fist with newfound strength. He can feel something deep inside his soul beginning to shift and change. As the flames dance around him, his eyes glow with a terrifying intensity. He realizes that a power he never knew he possessed has finally been set free from its shackles. This is the moment everything changes for our protagonist as he embraces the chaos within his own soul. Even the veteran Ivan can feel the shift in the atmosphere as he powers up his own dark aura. He describes it as if a third eye has just opened within his mind. The two of them stand face to face, radiating energies that clash and distort the very air around them. Yoo-sung is overwhelmed by the sensation of an enormous and completely unknown energy surging through his veins. Fuma Kataro watches from the sidelines, her face dripping with sweat as she realizes the sheer scale of the battle about to unfold. She knows exactly what is at stake here. The stakes are higher than ever because this incredible power boost only lasts for a measly 5 minutes. This ticking clock means our hero has to end this fight immediately or face certain doom. The dark-haired girl watches the battle with intense focus, a single bead of sweat rolling down her face as she worries about the time limit. She knows that if he can't finish this quickly, he'll be completely defenseless against his monstrous opponent. She wonders if he can actually pull off the impossible and take down a monster like Ivan before the timer runs out. Meanwhile, Ivan is actually impressed, calling this the fabled mystic power of the East. He has never seen anything quite like it in all his years of combat. Our boy steps forward, putting himself between the girls and the threat like a true shield. He is not letting this bastard get any closer to them. Yoo-sung looks him dead in the eye and calls him exactly what he is, an irredeemable villain. Raising a hand against his own daughter is a line that should never be crossed, and our boy is here to collect the debt and settle the score once and for all. Ivan just throws his head back and lets out a mocking laugh that echoes through the area. He finds the moral grandstanding of a mere high schooler to be the height of comedy. This monster has clearly forgotten what it feels like to face someone who actually has a spine. He points a finger at Yoo-sung, telling him to listen closely because those words are nothing but excuses used by the weak. In his world, might is the only law that actually matters, and he intends to prove it by grinding our protagonist into the dirt. Fuma Kataro readies her weapons, her hands trembling slightly as Ale watches with wide, fearful eyes. They know they are witnessing a clash between two literal titans. Yoo-sung enters a classic boxing stance, his muscles coiled like a spring. He challenges the older man to try and knock him down right here and now if he is actually as strong as he claims to be. This is a battle of pride as much as it is survival. Ivan does not hesitate to show his true colors, summoning the terrifying spirit of a massive white tiger. The beast roars behind him, crackling with lightning as he tells the boy that he will only succeed if he actually can survive the first strike. This is a literal nightmare come to life. The clash begins with a thunderous impact as Ivan unleashes a flurry of devastating blows. Yoo-sung manages to block, but he can feel the sheer weight behind every single punch. He realizes that even with his new power, his opponent is just as strong as the legends say. As the dust settles from the initial impact, both fighters prepare for the next exchange of blows. Ivan keeps up the pressure with a wicked smirk on his face, confident that he has the upper hand. He thinks he is just dealing with another brat who does not know his place. As the punches fly, something incredible happens to Yoo-sung's perception of the world. Everything begins to slow down, and he realizes he can actually see every single move with perfect clarity despite their insane speed. It is like his brain has finally synced up with his body. He starts reading the trajectory of the strikes before they even land, dodging with a fluid grace that defies logic. Ivan's eyes widen as his target suddenly becomes impossible to hit. Our boy is finally finding his rhythm in the heat of battle and turning the tide. The force of their collision sends a powerful ripple through the air, signaling a change in the flow of the battle. Yoo-sung's eye focuses with deadly precision as he spots the perfect opening in his opponent's guard. He knows he only has one shot at this, and he is going to make it count by putting every ounce of his energy into one single blow. Ivan attempts to seize the upper hand by lunging forward with a powerful overhead strike. Yu-sung dodges the incoming fist and counters with a blindingly fast strike that catches Ivan completely off guard. His feet skid across the asphalt, leaving deep gouges as he struggles to maintain his balance. This was not part of his plan at all. He stares at the boy with a mix of rage and disbelief, whispering that this should be impossible. How could a student possess such raw, unbridled power? Yu-sung does not give him a second to breathe, pressing the advantage with a relentless assault. Ivan is actually being pushed back, forced onto the defensive by a teenager who is fighting like a seasoned warrior. This is the power of a hero who has nothing left to lose. The older man grunts in pain, calling him a brat as he tries to regain his footing. His arrogance is finally starting to crumble under the pressure. The aura surrounding Yu-sung intensifies, pulsating with a light that seems to signal his growing dominance. Our boy is completely focused, his body moving on pure instinct as he channels the energy within him. He is not going to stop until the threat is neutralized. Desperate to regain control, Ivan bellows that he is the strongest in the world and will not lose to some Japanese high schooler. He summons an even more powerful spirit, the Emperor's Griffin, which looms over the battlefield with majestic and terrifying wings. This is his ultimate trump card. The villain unleashes his full power as the name of his ultimate technique manifests in a burst of light. With a final scream of rage, Ivan commands his opponent to die as he lunges forward with everything he has left. The air itself seems to scream as his claws tear through the space between them, leaving trails of dark energy in their wake. Claw meets fist in a final struggle that will decide the fate of everyone standing there. The ground trembles beneath them as their clashing forces threaten to tear the very street apart in a spectacular display of raw, unbridled power. Yu-sung braces for the impact as the ultimate move approaches. He mutters to himself that it is finally time for the real deal to begin. Ivan pushes forward with a reckless desperation, throwing every ounce of his remaining strength into a final, crushing charge. Ivan lets out a manic laugh, taunting our boy that his puny defense is useless against an attack of this caliber. He is convinced he has already won. Their hands lock in a brutal grapple that shakes the surrounding air. Ivan screams that he is going to rip our boy's hands right off with the Griffin's power, but our protagonist holds firm against the crushing pressure. Yu-sung does not flinch for even a second. He is looking deep into the old man's eyes, waiting for that one split second to turn the tables. Our protagonist lets out a low growl, telling Ivan to hold on tight because things are about to get incredibly ugly. He channels his own inner power, preparing to flip the script on his arrogant opponent. With a sudden burst of speed, Yu-sung executes a counter that catches the giant off guard, moving faster than the eye can follow. Ivan's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes his ultimate technique just got completely bypassed by a high schooler. Yu-sung slams his foot down with enough force to crack the pavement itself. He buries the older man's pride right into the dirt along with his face as the ground shatters beneath them. The self-proclaimed strongest man in the world is reduced to a groaning mess of teeth and bruises, his spirit finally broken. Yu-sung lets out an exhale as the intense energy finally starts to dissipate from his body. He is clearly exhausted, but he has a look of relief on his face after such a brutal fight. He looks down at his fallen opponent, the silence on the street becoming deafening after such a loud and violent explosion. Ivan can barely form coherent thought through the pain, clutching his chest and wheezing as he lies defeated on the ground. Yu-sung stares him down with a cold expression, looking surprisingly calm for someone who just fought a literal monster in human form. A close-up of Yu-sung shows him listening in silence as Ivan continues to speak. His expression is stoic, his eyes fixed on the man who was just his enemy a few moments ago. The giant closes his eyes and exhales, finally accepting that his long streak of being the strongest has come to a very sudden and pathetic end. Yu-sung takes a deep breath, the adrenaline finally starting to wear off as he stands over the wreckage of the fight. Our boy leans in and drops a truth bomb that must hurt more than any punch. He tells the old man he is actually Korean, correcting the assumption that he was just another Japanese high schooler. That is one way to add insult to injury. Fuma Katero is standing nearby with her jaw on the floor, unable to process the level of power she just witnessed from her classmate. Ale is just as stunned, her eyes wide as she looks at the man who just dismantled her father with such brutal efficiency. The dust finally settles, and the victory is undeniable. Our boy stands as the last man standing in this ruined street, proving his strength to everyone watching. Ivan is completely out cold now. To think that the head of the Easter Egg Company got taken down like this is absolutely insane. Fuma Kataro admits she is genuinely impressed with the result. She tells Yusung that even though he used an opening, she never expected him to actually pull off a win against such a monster. Yusung wipes a bit of blood from his lip and starts huffing, the massive exhaustion finally starting to set into his muscles. Ale snaps out of her shock and starts rushing toward him, looking worried about the state of both the winner and the loser. Our boy turns to Ale, whom he calls Sasha, and apologizes for the mess. He explains that he just got dragged into this fight out of nowhere and had to do what was necessary. Yusung looks absolutely exhausted and a bit battered as he tries to explain the chaotic situation to his friend. He has a look of genuine concern on his face while he hopes she can understand why things turned out so messy. Ale looks down at her hat, the shadow of the brim hiding her expression. The silence between them is heavy with the weight of what just happened to her father. She looks back up at him with a gaze that is much more complicated than just anger or fear. It seems she is seeing him in a new light. Suddenly, the toll of the fight hits Yusung all at once, and his legs give out. Fuma Kataro has to jump in and catch him before he hits the concrete. The purple-haired girl holds him steady while Ale looks on, still processing the sheer magnitude of the aftermath. Yusung gives a weak, tired smile as he leans on his friend. He is completely spent, but he knows the job is done. Ale smiles back at him with relief, even as bystanders gathered nearby start whispering about the man lying on the ground. Fuma Kataro decides it is time to leave and starts walking our boy away, letting him lean on her for support. Ale stays behind to look after her father as the crowd continues to gossip about the fight. The scene shifts back to the quiet exterior of the school building, where time keeps ticking away as if the world has not just changed forever. Our boy is clearly feeling the aftereffects of that brutal battle. He massages his stiff neck, trying to shake off the lingering pain as he heads back to his daily life. Back at school, our boy is a walking pharmacy of bandages. Even though he's trying to play it cool, he's feeling every bit of that fight, and the girls in the hallway are definitely noticing his rough state. A classmate greets him, asking if he enjoyed his break, but Yusung can barely muster a response. The contrast between his normal school life and the life-or-death struggle he just survived is massive. He stares ahead with a heavy expression, likely wondering how he is supposed to just go back to being a normal student after everything that happened. The teacher stands at the front of the room, looking cheerful as he prepares to start the day. He tells everyone to settle down because they have a new student joining them today. The classroom door slides open with a sharp sound, signaling the arrival of a brand new face to the school. Everyone turns their heads to see who is stepping into the room and making such a confident entrance. Cascade of long light blue hair follows, shimmering in the morning light. It is a familiar sight, but one that seems totally out of place in this classroom setting. Yusung's eyes go wide as he realizes exactly who just walked through that door. His brain is working overtime trying to process why she is here of all places. Ale stands confidently before the students, introducing herself as Alexandra Ivanovna Romanova. She looks like a total idol, and the classroom is already starting to buzz with excitement over the beautiful new transfer student. This girl really knows how to make an entrance. Our boy is absolutely dying inside as his classmates start whispering about how cute the new Russian girl is. He knows this is going to be nothing but trouble for his quiet school life, and he can already feel the headache forming. The new transfer student with long, light blue hair stands at the front of the class, introducing herself with a cheerful and energetic smile. She seems like a ray of sunshine, but her next words are about to turn the entire classroom upside down. Suddenly, she raises her hand and points a finger straight ahead with total confidence. The entire room goes silent as they wait for the reveal of her mysterious interest. She points directly at a horrified Yusung, making it clear to the entire room exactly who she is interested in. It is the most public call-out imaginable, leaving the rest of the boys in the room staring in total disbelief. Talk about a bold move. Yu-sung is completely blindsided and looks like he just saw a ghost as he hears the girl's shocking announcement. His eyes go wide and his jaw drops while he tries to process how his secret life just got exposed in front of everyone. Sakamoto watches the drama unfold from his seat, thinking to himself that this is one hell of a sudden love confession out of nowhere. He's clearly getting a kick out of seeing his friend squirm under the spotlight. The blue-haired girl stands proudly with a radiant, sparkling background, her mischievous expression showing she knows exactly the kind of chaos her public declaration has caused. Classmates are crowding around Ale, asking if she is actually Russian and how she learned to speak Japanese so fluently after moving here. The questions keep coming as they ask what her parents do for a living, clearly fascinated by the new foreign student in their class. Our protagonist starts sweating bullets as a classmate asks Ale if she actually meant her confession from earlier. Kim is desperately praying for a rejection, but the atmosphere is clearly shifting away from the peaceful life he wanted. Instead of being shy or backing down, Ale just flashes a massive, bright smile that radiates pure confidence to the entire classroom. It is clear that she is not just playing around, and her answer is about to turn his world upside down. The sheer impact of her honesty leaves the surrounding students speechless as the atmosphere in the room completely shifts from gossip to total shock. Everyone is just trying to process the fact that the most popular girl in class just made a move on the quiet guy without any hesitation. While our boy tries to play it cool despite his bandages, Rika can't help but feel annoyed by his constant trouble. Meanwhile, Ale and Sakamoto are having the time of their lives watching the drama unfold. Rika leans on her hand, looking absolutely exhausted by the drama unfolding right in front of her face as she watches Ale interact with Kim. She finally snaps and accuses our boy of picking up a foreign girlfriend the second she left him alone for a short trip, leaving Kim totally speechless. Kim starts panicking because his attempt at an excuse only makes him sound more like a cliché rom-com protagonist. He knows Rika is right to call him out, and he just wants to disappear into his seat before things get even more complicated. He watches Ale as she chats with the others, feeling like there is something seriously off about her sudden confession of love in front of everyone. Our protagonist starts worrying that his presence in this world is accidentally sabotaging the original plot of the story he was supposed to live through. He just wanted a quiet life as an invisible extra who stays in the background. But now, he is being dragged into the stressful life of a protagonist. Rika looks surprisingly cheerful behind him, but Kim is far too busy dealing with his own existential crisis to notice her changing mood. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Karen arrives with a huge smile, announcing to everyone that she is here to hang out with the group. She has no idea she just walked into a literal war zone, but her high energy is about to make everything 10 times more chaotic. Karen immediately jumps on Kim and gives him a massive hug from behind, asking him if he enjoyed his holiday while he stays totally stoic. Ale is not happy about this at all, and her eyes turn sharp as she stares daggers at the red-haired girl clinging to her man. Ale points a finger and tells Karen to back up immediately, leaving her completely confused by the sudden hostility from the blue-haired girl. Karen is not the type to back down easily, and she looks ready to start a fight as her temper flares up in response to the demand. Ale reaches out and firmly grabs onto Kim's arm, making it very clear to everyone watching that she is not about to let anyone else claim him. She declares to the whole room that she is the one who is going to be Kim Yu-sung's girlfriend, which sends the entire class into a state of shock. Karen's face turns bright red as she processes the bold claim, her brain clearly short-circuiting from the sheer audacity of the new girl. Karen screams out that Kim is actually Rika's boyfriend, causing Rika to absolutely lose it and cover her face in total embarrassment in the background. This massive misunderstanding is the last thing our boy needs, while he is already fighting for his life against 2 other girls. The classroom turns into a total circus as Ale and Karen start shouting at each other, while Kim sits between them looking like a statue. Our boy is losing his mind because he has no idea how he supposedly became Rika's boyfriend without even being informed of his own relationship status. This is the absolute worst-case scenario for someone who just wanted to stay out of the spotlight and live a quiet life. Rika joins the shouting match to clarify that she and Kim are just friends, desperately trying to stop the rumors from spreading any further among their peers. Ale catches onto the denial and gives a sly little smirk, realizing that the path to victory might be even easier than she originally thought. Ale leans in close and clings to Kim's arm with a triumphant look, while Karen continues to fume with rage right next to them. She is marking her territory in front of the whole class, and our boy can only offer a weak protest as he is physically dragged into the drama. Rika is officially done with the nonsense and tells Karen that they need to take this conversation outside immediately before things get any worse. While the chaos continues in the back, a new girl approaches Kim to ask him a question, ignoring the others who are currently fighting for his attention. The class representative suddenly approaches Kim with a serious request, catching the entire room off guard. As the top student in the grade, her sudden interest in a guy who looks like a delinquent sends a wave of shock through the classroom. The arguing girls stop their fighting for a split second to stare at the class rep, wondering why she is suddenly bothering our protagonist. Kim does not say much and just reaches into his bag to hand over his notebook to the serious girl standing at his desk. She thanks him and promises to return the notes after she finishes copying them, while the rest of the girls watch on in total disbelief and jealousy. Kim and Rika share a look of pure confusion, both of them wondering why on earth the class genius is borrowing notes from a guy who looks like a total delinquent. Karen looks our boy dead in the eyes and calls him a total musclehead jock. She clearly has no idea that she is talking to the smartest guy in the building. Ale, Karen, and Rika all stare at Kim Yusung with total confusion written all over their faces. They cannot wrap their heads around why the class rep would ever borrow notes from him. But then the truth comes out as Kim casually drops the fact that he is actually ranked first in their entire grade. This delinquent-looking guy is actually a certified genius. The girls are absolutely floored by the revelation and can't help but scream in total disbelief at the news. Our protagonist just stands there calmly while the trio loses their minds over his secret identity. Suddenly, a brown-haired classmate jumps into the conversation and tells the girls they need to shut it. He is grinning like he knows secret that the rest of them are just now finding out. He slaps Kim on the back with a loud thud while laughing at the girl's reaction. Kim looks completely annoyed by the physical contact, but he does not bother to push the guy away. The classmate explains that if Kim had not entered the school as the top-ranked freshman, he would have reacted the exact same way they did. It is just hard to believe a guy this buff is a scholar. Ale and Rika look like they just discovered fire as they realize Kim is the total package. Even Karen looks impressed as they all nod along to the news of his academic dominance. Feeling the heat from all the sudden praise, Kim stands up and announces that he is heading to the bathroom. He is clearly just trying to escape the awkwardness of being the center of attention. The group watches him walk away while giggling at how easily embarrassed he gets. They can tell he was totally blushing under that tough exterior after being called out as a top student. Kim walks down the hallway alone, letting out a heavy sigh as he tries to regain his composure. He just wants a peaceful school life, but his high grades are making him way too popular for comfort. Kim heads towards the school cafeteria in search of a quiet corner where he can eat in peace. He just wants to escape the crowd and enjoy his lunch without any more unwanted attention. So much for a peaceful lunch, because he is immediately surrounded by Ale, Karen, and Rika again. They are all hovering over his table like he is some kind of rare attraction at the zoo. Our protagonist is internally screaming because he just told himself he needed to keep his distance. Instead of a quiet meal, he is trapped in the middle of a three-way tug of war for his attention. Ale starts teasing him by saying he should at least show his girlfriend around the school. Kim immediately shuts that down by reminding her that she is not his girlfriend and never has been. Despite his rejection, Ale clings to his arm with a huge smile while the other two girls fume with jealousy. Rika and Karen look like they are about to explode from the sheer audacity of her move. Kim is sweating bullets as the pressure in the cafeteria continues to rise. He can feel the glares from the other students and the intense competition coming from the girls sitting right next to him. Ale tries to feed him a snack while Karen and Rika watch with pure hatred in their eyes. Kim is stuck in a nightmare scenario where every move he makes is being judged by three different girls. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Kim's head as he realizes he can use their own weaknesses against them. He has found the perfect way to get some breathing room and escape this harem madness. With a casual smile, he brings up the fact that midterms are coming up soon and asks if they have been studying. The reaction is instantaneous and much more dramatic than he expected. The girls look like they just saw a ghost and immediately lose all their energy. Mentioning exams is clearly the ultimate mood killer for these three, and Rika looks especially devastated by the reminder. The entire table goes dark as the weight of the upcoming tests sinks in for everyone. Kim's plan worked perfectly because the flirtatious atmosphere has been replaced by pure academic dread. Rika slumps over her food, looking like her entire world is ending just because of a few exams. She is clearly one of those students who absolutely hates the stress of finals week. Kim Yoo-sung listens to the explanation about how old classics are written in a language that makes studying them nearly impossible. Our muscular high school boy just smirks while holding his chopsticks, completely unfazed by the academic challenge ahead of him. He suggests that since they are all struggling, they should probably form a study group and help each other out. The girls look at him like he is a genius for suggesting such a logical solution. As the girls agree to the plan, a truly sinister and happy expression takes over Kim's face. He tells them to do their best and work hard together, knowing full well that this frees him up completely. Our boy is internally celebrating because he is finally free from their constant attention until the weekend. He has his own secret plans that he has been dying to get to without any interruptions. The sun is shining bright over a quiet residential building as the sound of birds chirping fills the air. It is the perfect peaceful afternoon for someone who finally managed to ditch their clingy friends. Back at home, Kim wipes the sweat from his forehead with a satisfied grin on his face. He is finally in his element and away from all the high school drama that has been haunting him. Kim Yoo-sung celebrates with a tearful, joyful expression, overwhelmed by the beauty of his new private gym. He strikes a pose, feeling absolutely legendary in his personal sanctuary. His face turns red with excitement as he gazes at his equipment. The mere sight of his weights brings a blush to his cheeks and a sparkle to his eyes that no classmate ever could. A small, proud smile creeps onto his face as he looks over his setup. He feels a deep sense of satisfaction knowing his hard-earned money was well spent on this facility. He reaches down and grips the heavy barbell with both hands, focusing all his energy on the task at hand. The texture of the metal feels perfect as he prepares for the heavy lift. Kim lets out a loud laugh of pure excitement as he starts his bench press routine. He screams about how amazing it feels to finally be alone with his weights, completely in the zone. A sudden, high-pitched buzzing sound cuts through the silence of the room. A phone sitting on a nearby wooden table begins to vibrate and light up, demanding his attention. Kim Yoo-sung stops mid-lift, looking towards the source of the noise with a confused and slightly annoyed expression. He was just getting into his zone when the phone started ringing. He picks up the call with a confused hello, still breathing hard from the workout. Whoever is on the other end seems to be in quite a hurry to get his attention, and he can already tell his gym session is about to be interrupted. Kim Yoo-sung walks over to the window to see what the commotion is about, tossing a towel over his shoulder. He slides the glass open and looks down at the street below to find the source of all the noise. It turns out Rika is right outside his place, waving her arm frantically to catch his eye. She shouts up at him, calling him Ryu-chan and acting like they are just meeting up for a perfectly normal study session. Rika looks incredibly cheerful as she smiles and waves, but there is a massive problem standing right behind her. She is surrounded by a literal wall of the most intimidating, muscle-bound men you have ever seen in your life. Talk about a major red flag. Kim's heart nearly stops as he realizes his afternoon of relaxation is about to be violently interrupted. The sudden appearance of these strangers is a total shock that catches our muscular protagonist completely off guard. Kim Yoo-sung lets out a terrified scream as his eyes bulge in pure shock. He is completely horrified by the group of men he sees standing right outside his window. Kim demands to know who these terrifying men are, while Rika stands there looking completely oblivious. These guys look like professional killers with their cold stares and battle-scarred faces, and they are definitely not here for a simple afternoon study session at his place. That's for sure. Kim Yoo-sung stands there completely baffled, wondering what on earth is going on right now as he stares at the scene unfolding in front of him. Kim Yoo-sung looks completely overwhelmed when a cheerful blonde girl pulls up in a car and invites him to hop in. Standing behind her are several intimidating guys in black shirts who look like they mean serious business. Our protagonist freezes when he sees the driver, a tough-looking dude with a bandage wrapped around his head and a very serious scowl. This is actually Rika's uncle Boris, and Kim Yoo-sung immediately remembers him as the guy he absolutely wrecked in a fight just a few days ago. She cheerfully introduces them like nothing happened, while our boy just stands there screaming internally about the awkward situation. Despite the massive tension, they all pile into the car, and Rika insists that Boris is actually a pretty nice guy once you get to know him. Ale explains that Boris has to follow her everywhere because he is her personal bodyguard, which means she can't even have a day off without him hovering nearby. Kim Yoo-sung is sweating bullets, feeling incredibly uncomfortable sitting inches away from a man he recently beat half to death. The car eventually pulls up to a traditional Japanese-style house, where the group gets ready to head inside and start their long-awaited study session. Karen's dad greets the group with a bright, friendly smile, though his massive build and gold chain still give off an intimidating vibe. Kim Yoo-sung realizes he has definitely met this man before in a past life or a secret meeting, but he decides to play it cool and pretend they are total strangers. Everyone gives a polite bow as our boy introduces himself, thanking the host for having them over while trying his best to hide his nerves. Karen's dad looks at Kim Yoo-sung with a strange, proud expression, thinking to himself that this kid is progressing perfectly as a future husband for his daughter. Our boy has no idea he is being sized up as a potential successor, and just wonders why the big guy is staring so hard. The dad looks on with a satisfied, closed-eye smile, feeling proud of his daughter's choice in friends as Karen watches him with a wary expression. The large man gives a subtle nod and a small smirk, signaling that he approves of the situation and the guest who has arrived. Boris remains silent for now, but his eyes are fixed on our protagonist with an intensity that says he hasn't forgotten their previous violent encounter. Ale suddenly notices the weird connection, asking if Boris and Karen's dad already know each other from their time working together in the past. Boris adjusts the bandage on his head and confirms that they are old acquaintances, which only makes the whole situation much more complicated for Kim Yoo-sung. He leans in toward the group, preparing to drop a truth bomb that might blow up the entire afternoon and ruin the study session. A finger points directly at our boy, singling him out in front of the entire group like he is some kind of wanted criminal. Boris reveals that Kim Yoo-sung is the one responsible for his injuries, and even mentions a certain Lord Noah getting hurt too. Our boy is absolutely floored, wondering why this guy had to go and snitch on him right now of all times when he was trying to be low-key. Rika is totally stunned by the news, her jaw dropping as she tries to process the fact that her friend is actually a secret powerhouse. The dad is genuinely impressed by the reveal, questioning Boris about how this high school kid managed to injure someone as strong as Lord Noah. He is clearly sizing the boy up now. Kim Yoo-sung thinks his life is over, worrying that he is about to be kicked out and banned from the house for his violent history. But then realization hits him, and he wonders if getting kicked out might actually be a good thing since he could just go back to his lazy life. He braces himself for the inevitable explosion of anger, waiting to see how the scary father will react to the news of his bodyguard being defeated. Instead of being angry, the dad bursts out laughing and gives a big thumbs up, declaring that Kim Yoo-sung is the perfect son-in-law material. Karen is completely mortified by the suggestion, her face turning bright red as she tells her dad to stop saying such embarrassing things to her friends. Once the chaos finally settles down, our boy finds a moment of peace in a quiet room, letting out a massive sigh of relief. The girls gather around him, and Ale mentions that Boris was just doing his job by reporting the incident, though Karen is still clearly flustered. They finally settle down at a low table with their books, and Kim Yoo-sung announces that it is finally time for them to actually start studying. Rika raises her hand with a ton of energy, ready to tackle whatever academic challenge our boy throws her way during their session. He lays out the law, telling them that their only goal for the day is to drill every single formula on the test into their heads. He starts handing out the study materials, and the atmosphere in the room shifts from playful to deadly serious in an instant. The girls look absolutely crushed the moment they see the piles of paperwork, realizing that this study session is going to be a total nightmare. Karen tries to psych herself up for the challenge, shouting a determined response even though she looks like she wants to be anywhere else. Kim Yoo-sung ignores their suffering and dives straight into the material, determined to make sure they all pass this upcoming exam no matter what. Karen is fired up about her mnemonic system, while Rika looks completely drained by the heavy academic workload. Ale leans in and asks our boy what he has planned for her specifically during their personalized study session. Our protagonist reaches into his bag to pull out the next set of materials for the group to tackle. He hands Ale some practice sheets he made for himself and suggests they work through the tough parts together to save time. The whole squad settles in for a serious study grind, looking like a group of tiny and very determined scholars. 1 hour later and the fatigue is visible, as Karen stares blankly at her notes while Ale starts to zone out. 2 hours in, and Rika has completely passed out on the table while Ale is busy scrolling on her phone. Kim Yoo-sung finally calls for a break, and the girls celebrate like they have just been granted their total freedom. Karen looks up with a look of surprise and anticipation, wondering what kind of delicious reward he has in mind. Our boy flashes a bright smile and tells the group he is going to whip up a quick snack for them. The girls wait excitedly at the table as their host heads into the kitchen to start preparing the food for everyone. He returns with 4 incredible bowls of bingsu topped with fresh mango red beans and sweet rice cakes. The girls are stunned by the professional quality of the dessert as the colorful fruit and toppings glisten under the light. It is exactly the kind of refreshing treat they needed after hours of intense study. Everyone is blown away by the presentation, and Ale even starts speaking Russian because she is so impressed by how beautiful the food looks. Rika and Karen can barely contain their excitement as they lean in closer to admire the work our boy put into making these. They are all ready to dive in and eat. Wiping some sweat from his brow, he explains he made them in pairs so they can all share and try different flavors. Karen and Ale immediately pull out their phones to take pictures of the beautiful dessert before they even start eating it. Ale looks at our boy with a flirtatious gaze that makes the whole atmosphere in the room feel very different and tense. She scoops up a spoonful of her dessert and offers it to him, suggesting they try each other's food as a group. Our protagonist feels the pressure as he stares down a spoonful of chocolate dessert being offered right to his face. He is sweating bullets while trying to decide if he should actually take a bite of the sweet treat. Ale continues to tease him, claiming her arm is getting tired, while she waits for him to finally accept the bite. She successfully feeds him, while Karen and Rika watch from the background, looking like they are absolutely fuming with pure jealousy. He looks totally overwhelmed, while the other 2 girls radiate anger at the sight of him being fed by Ale. Rika and Karen immediately jump in and demand that he taste their portions of the dessert, as well to even things out. The situation spirals into chaos as a girl with red hair and a girl with blonde hair both start bickering over who gets to feed him. They are getting incredibly competitive and demand that he tries their food immediately without playing favorites. A sudden realization hits Karen, and she begins to think she has been a total idiot this entire time during the trip. A sudden flashback shows Karen and Rika arguing with Ale earlier, panicking as they insist they are just friends to hide their true feelings from the group. Back in the present, Karen reflects on Ale's smug look and concludes she was completely mistaken to assume that Ale and Yoo-sung were already dating. Her mind flashes back to a night when our boy was incredibly kind and gave her some much-needed comfort during a tough time. Back in the present, Rika decides to stop holding back and aggressively tries to feed him her own dessert to claim her moment. She holds the spoon right up to his face and insists that he has to try her flavor next. The competitive energy in the room spikes as she makes her move against the other girls. With her heart racing and her face turning red, she tells herself she still has a real chance with him and refuses to quit. The flowers in the background highlight her romantic feelings as she focuses all her energy on winning over our protagonist. She is more determined than ever to make her feelings known. She holds her bowl tight, determined to make her move and prove she is a serious contender for his heart and affection. The story takes quick break here with a warning for all the readers to stay away from illegal sites. We need to support the official release to keep these awesome updates coming every single week. Another important reminder pops up asking everyone to please avoid posting spoilers about the original web novel in the comments. Let's make sure the experience stays fresh and exciting for all the fans following the manhwa journey. The determination in her eyes is clear, as she decides that her chance at romance is far from being over tonight. She presents the bowl of bingsu like it is a challenge to the other girls for the attention of our protagonist. Finally, midterms are over, and the students of Class 2B can breathe a sigh of relief. The stress of exams is behind them, and it's time to celebrate. Rika is absolutely glowing as she looks at her test results. With her blonde ponytail bobbing, she beams with pride over her high scores. Our protagonist Kim Yoo-sung tells her she did a great job. Rika blushes and hopes their friendship won't change now that exams are finished. Yoo-sung suggests the whole group head to karaoke to celebrate the end of the semester. Everyone seems down for a good time after all that studying. Rika is so happy, she even offers to treat everyone to the karaoke session. Her friend nearby looks completely stunned by her sudden generosity. His friend pulls him aside to warn him about some strange rumors circulating the school. Apparently, Yoo-sung is gaining quite a reputation lately. Yoo-sung starts sweating when he hears the gossip. The word on the street is that he single-handedly took down 20 Russian mafia members. The friend laughs it off, saying there is no way anyone would actually believe something that ridiculous. Yoo-sung just tries to play it cool. Ale leans in close and asks him if he is absolutely sure those stories are just nonsense. The blue-haired beauty then strikes a playful pose, making him wonder if she knows something he does not. Ale excitedly asks what song he plans to perform while Rika cheers him on. The other student just sighs at the pure chaos unfolding. The group makes their way into the heart of Shibuya. The city is bright and bustling, perfect for their after-school celebration. Yoo-sung walks with Rika, Ale, Karen, and their friend. They are all in high spirits, singing about how excited they are for a day of fun. Suddenly, the group stops in their tracks as something catches their eye. A look of genuine shock washes over their faces. Their friend points out a handmade burger shop just ahead. But before they can move, a loud engine roar cuts through the air. A biker with red hair zooms past them at high speed, nearly knocking Rika over. In the blur of the moment, he reaches out and snatches something from her. Rika screams in terror as the thief makes his getaway. He has zero shame about robbing a student in broad daylight. Yoo-sung rushes to Rika's side and asks if she is hurt. She frantically checks her pockets and realizes her wallet is missing. She realizes that the biker must have swiped it while he was passing by. The realization leaves her feeling helpless and violated. Yoo-sung does not hesitate for a single second. He adjusts his bag and prepares to give chase, while Rika calls out his name in surprise. Our boy takes off like a rocket, sprinting down the sidewalk with incredible speed. He is not letting that thief get away with Rika's money. The sheer force of his takeoff leaves dust clouds behind him as he pushes his human limits. Rika watches him go with a worried expression. She cannot believe he is actually trying to chase down a motorized vehicle on foot. Yoo-sung glances back and tells her to wait inside the store where it is safe. He has a thief to catch and no time to lose. His feet blur against the pavement as he accelerates. The power in his legs is far beyond what a normal high school student should possess. Meanwhile, the biker pulls into a quiet alleyway to check his prize. He thinks he has made a clean getaway and is safe to gloat. He shows off the thick stack of bills to his buddy with a smug grin. His friend asks if he is sure stealing from students is a good idea. A terrifying sound starts echoing through the alley, making the two thugs freeze. They look up to see Yoo-sung standing there, radiating a dark and menacing aura. He demands that the punk hand over the wallet immediately if he knows what is good for him. The air vibrates with the intensity of his presence. A massive purple aura surrounds him, showing the sheer power Yoo-sung is currently radiating. The biker panics and revs his engine, trying to speed away again. He cannot believe a kid on foot actually managed to track him down. Yoo-sung is literally running alongside the motorcycle as it tries to accelerate. It is a terrifying sight that defies all laws of physics. The thief looks over his shoulder and screams in pure terror. Yoo-sung is right on his tail, closing the gap with every stride. To the thief, Yoo-sung looks like a literal monster with glowing purple eyes. The raw bloodlust in our boy's expression is enough to make anyone crumble. Yu-sung lets out a terrifying demand that echoes with pure authority, ordering the thief to return what he stole immediately. Yu-sung reaches out and slams his hand down onto the back of the moving bike. The metal crunches under the pressure of his grip. In a display of insane strength, Yu-sung lifts the back of the motorcycle into the air. The thief is left dangling, his wheels spinning helplessly as he realizes he is completely trapped. This level of power is definitely not something a normal human can do. The biker bursts into tears, trembling with fear as he looks back at the beast holding his vehicle. He is begging for his life. Yu-sung stares him down and tells him to get off the bike. The terrified thief can only stammer out a frantic agreement as he shakes. Yu-sung finally gets that pink wallet back. The thief is literally trembling as he hands it over, begging for forgiveness while bowing his head in total defeat. Our boy gives him a final warning not to pull that kind of stunt ever again, before the thief peels out on his bike as fast as he can. Yu-sung looks down at the tiny pink wallet and lets out an annoyed sigh. Dealing with low-level crooks is such a waste of his time. He managed to retrieve the stolen item, and honestly, the relief of finishing this chore is palpable as he holds the small accessory. Rika is ecstatic that they can finally head to karaoke for their big celebration. But while she cheers, their friend notices that Yu-sung's terrifyingly intense look hasn't faded, making the whole mood feel completely off. As our protagonist walks away humming to himself, he has no idea he is being watched by a massive guy lurking behind a stone pillar. This mysterious observer watches silently from the shadows, his expression stone cold as he tracks our boy's every move. He remains hidden behind the pillar, staring intently with a silent presence that fills the hallway with tension. As the sun begins to set over the city, the group finally parts ways after their busy afternoon together. Voices echo through the street as they shout their goodbyes into the evening air. Yu-sung waves them off with a satisfied smile, glad the chaos of the day is finally behind him. After a long and tiring day, our protagonist is already planning his evening grind to keep his physical stats peaked. He closes his eyes for a brief moment of peace, thinking about hitting the gym for his mandatory daily workout routine. A sudden shadow looms over our protagonist as someone approaches with an eager, grinning expression. Yu-sung stops in his tracks as a giant figure steps into view. Looking at the sheer size of the guy, he wonders if he just ran into a local boss. Suddenly, a massive guy with a pompadour haircut blocks his path and screams that he has something urgent to say. Yu-sung is caught completely off guard by this giant dude who looks like he walked straight out of a delinquent anime. Our boy is completely bewildered, wondering who this random dude even is as he charges forward with intense energy. Instead of an attack, the giant drops to the ground in a perfect, desperate bow that practically shakes the pavement. He shouts at the top of his lungs, begging Yu-sung to take him on as a disciple. Our protagonist can only stare in total shock. Bystanders start whispering, recognizing the guy as the son of a local restaurant owner, while Yu-sung just stands there wishing the ground would swallow him up. The guy is so desperate, he starts grabbing onto Yu-sung's uniform, pleading for a chance to learn from him. He introduces himself as Katsu, refusing to let go while our boy tries his best to maintain some personal space. As a train passes in the distance, Yu-sung finally asks the big question: just how old is this guy supposed to be? It turns out Katsu is only 17, which leaves Yu-sung wondering how a teenager could possibly look like a middle-aged man already. Katsu drops a bombshell, revealing that he is actually the leader of a biker gang with a terrifying and dramatic name. Yu-sung just stares at him with a skeptical look, wondering how he managed to attract this kind of weird attention just by walking home. Katsu continues his passionate speech, calling our boy the very definition of a true man and a boss. Our protagonist is completely lost, having no clue what prompted this sudden and public confession of loyalty. Katsu begins to explain his past, admitting that despite his naturally massive frame, he always had an incredibly timid personality. He looks back on his childhood, remembering how he was bullied relentlessly by other kids both inside and outside of school. He spent his younger years covered in bruises and tears, feeling like a victim every single day. He truly believed that if he could just become strong, the world would finally stop hurting him. He decided right then that if he got strong enough, no one would ever be able to look down on him or laugh at him again. He dedicated his life to the grind, hitting the punching bags until his hands bled and adopting a delinquent lifestyle to match his growing build. Before he knew it, he was leading a gang from the seat of a motorcycle. But eventually, he realized the truth. He was just a gang leader who looked strong on the outside while still being a coward in his heart. Katsu is overcome with emotion, his eyes welling up as he finally speaks his truth to the one person he respects. The memory of his past and the shame of his fake persona weigh heavily on him, represented by the dark, cracked atmosphere of his self-reflection. That all changed when he saw Yu-sung in action earlier today. Seeing our boy use real power for the right reasons instead of just showing off finally showed him what a real man looks like. The former gang leader bows low, explaining that seeing Yu-sung protect his friends showed him what true strength looks like. He admits he wants to change his ways for good. Yu-sung stares blankly as the guy continues his intense hero worship. Our boy is internally sweating because he honestly just wanted some free karaoke time and definitely didn't sign up for this level of drama. The guy keeps pleading at the top of his lungs, begging to be accepted as a disciple. Yu-sung just stands there wondering what on earth he is supposed to teach this loud dude. Yu-sung sighs in total disbelief, trying to explain that he isn't some legendary martial arts master or hero. He just wants to go home, but the sweating mess of a guy in front of him clearly isn't listening to reason. As the guy continues to wail and beg, Yu-sung realizes he has a strange talent for attracting weirdos. Classic main character energy right there. Suddenly, a light bulb flickers on in his head. A devious plan begins to take shape to deal with this annoying situation once and for all. Yu-sung puts on his best cool guy face and tells the guy that he might consider it. The delinquent looks like his whole world just got brighter. Yu-sung stands firm with his arms crossed, while the massive delinquent cowers before him, hanging on his every word. Tears of gratitude actually start to well up in his eyes. He finally found someone worthy of his loyalty, and he is not going to waste this chance. Our boy holds up 3 fingers and sets a strict condition. He tells the guy that he has to survive a special trial for exactly 3 days. Yu-sung locks eyes with him, making sure the gravity of the challenge is understood. He needs the guy to think this is a serious test of spirit. He explains that if the guy can actually keep up with his daily routine without quitting, then he will officially earn the title of disciple. Yu-sung points a finger at the persistent delinquent and makes a deal to officially take him on as a disciple if he can survive. He lets out a sinister chuckle under his breath, knowing the hellish training he has planned is going to break this guy. He lets out a sinister chuckle under his breath, knowing the hellish training he has planned for the young man. His inner thoughts reveal the true scheme. He plans to make the workout so unbearable that the guy will have no choice but to give up immediately. The delinquent senses the malicious intent and realizes he is in over his head. This training is about to become a brutal nightmare. Our protagonist lets out a full-on villainous laugh, certain that his plan to scare off this guy is going to work. He is banking on the fact that once the guy sees the intensity of the grind, he will run away and never bother him again. Dawn breaks over the city as the clock tower marks the early hours of the morning. Most people are still fast asleep, but for our protagonist, the day is already in full swing. Kim Yu-sung leads the way with a steady jog, while his self-proclaimed disciple struggles to keep up. The guy is panting like he is on his last legs, begging his boss to slow down for just a second. Training under a master like Kim is proving to be a lot harder than he anticipated. Kim looks back at the sweating mess behind him and can't help but feel disappointed. He expected someone with a build like that to have at least a little bit of basic stamina. Instead, he finds himself looking at a walking disaster who is barely holding it together during a simple morning run. Our boy realizes that since this guy is technically his disciple, he has all the power. If the training gets too annoying, he can just push the guy until he quits on his own. It seems like a foolproof plan to get some peace and quiet. Next up on the agenda is pull-up training, and Kim is not going easy on him. He points toward the bars and tells the guy to get moving without any delays. The disciple looks like he is about to face his doom. With a look of absolute terror, the guy reaches up and grabs the bar with both hands. He knows he has to prove himself if he wants to stay in Kim's good graces. This is the moment of truth for his resolve. He lets out a primal roar that echoes through the quiet park, his eyes literally glowing with fire. Even Kim is taken back by the sudden explosion of energy from someone who looked half dead just a moment ago. Maybe there is a spark of potential buried under all that fat after all. The hype dies down almost immediately as the disciple starts shaking like a leaf on the bar. He is giving it everything he has, but his muscles are screaming in protest. It is a pathetic display of raw effort versus zero physical conditioning. Gravity wins the battle as the guy lets go and slams into the pavement with a heavy thud. He groans in pain, completely spent after just a few seconds of hanging there. The gap between them is wider than any ocean. Kim is genuinely shocked as he watches the guy struggle to even get back on his feet. He manages exactly 1 rep before his body gives out entirely. Our boy realizes he might have overestimated what this guy is capable of doing. It turns out this guy is not just a musclehead. He is actually just carrying a lot of weight with zero foundation. Kim tells him straight up that this won't work because his stamina is non-existent. Without a basic level of strength, there is no way he can continue. Desperate not to be abandoned, the disciple lunges forward and grabs Kim's leg with a tearful expression. He is practically sobbing as he begs for another chance, refusing to let go of the only person who can make him strong. It is a pretty embarrassing scene for everyone involved. He shouts out that he knows exactly how weak he is compared to a real fighter. He admits that he is well aware of his own failures and lack of discipline. This sudden burst of honesty catches Kim off guard. With tears streaming down his face, the guy confesses that he has been obsessed with just looking tough. He admits his real combat stamina is terrible and that he has been living a lie. He finally realizes that acting like a thug doesn't make you a warrior. Kim sighs, realizing that if this guy were already truly strong, he wouldn't be begging for a master. The sincerity in the disciple's voice is starting to get to him. It is hard to stay cold when someone is being this vulnerable. He puts his hands together and begins to rub them frantically, pleading with his boss. He is begging for forgiveness and a second chance, desperate not to be kicked out after such a failure. To show him what real strength looks like, Kim hops on the bar and starts doing pull-ups with ease. The disciple watches with stars in his eyes, completely mesmerized by the effortless power. It is like watching a god among men. Encouraged by the display, the disciple gets back up and tries to follow suit with gritted teeth. Kim hovers nearby, shouting instructions and pushing him to find his limit. This is what real mentorship looks like, everyone. The guy ends up face down on the ground again, gasping for every breath of air. Kim just shakes his head, wondering if 3 days will really be enough to fix this mess. The road to becoming a disciple is paved with a lot of sweat. Even though he is clearly suffering, the guy doesn't stay down and reaches for the bar again. That kind of stubbornness is exactly what Kim likes to see in a fighter. He watches with a newfound sense of respect for the guy's grit. Later that morning, school as Kim arrives for class in his uniform. He blends in with the other students, but his mind is still stuck on the training session. Walking through the halls, he looks like any other regular high schooler. He reflects on his original plan to crush the guy's spirit so he would just quit and go away. He thought brutal dawn training would be enough to make any normal person run for the hills. But for some reason, the guy just kept coming back for more. Our boy admits to himself that he got moved by the guy's dedication and started taking the training seriously. This is becoming a major problem because now he is actually invested in this thug's growth. He did not sign up for this kind of emotional attachment. He concludes that while the guy turned out to be better than he thought, a thug is still a thug. You can't just erase a reputation overnight, no matter how hard you train in the morning. He still has his guards up around the guy. Kim Yoo-sung keeps walking through the school, his new sneakers clicking against the tiled floor. He's focused on getting to class, ignoring the chatter of the other students around him. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out to him as his brown-haired friend catches up. The friend is grinning from ear to ear, clearly excited about some juicy school gossip. He has that look of someone who is about to drop a bombshell. The friend starts talking about some incredible person who is transferring to their school very soon. He seems to think this is the biggest news of the century and wants to see Kim's reaction. Our boy, however, could not care less. When Kim asks what he is talking about, the friend is absolutely shocked. He can't believe that Yoo-sung is the only person who doesn't know about the 3 great beauties of Isekai'd Academy. He thinks his friend must be living under a rock. He starts the list with the student council president, Seonji Kumiko. She is a total legend around campus, known for her elegance and that iconic red fan. She carries an aura of authority that makes everyone stop and stare. Next on the list is Fuma Kataro, the vice captain of the Kendo Club. She is a powerhouse with dark purple hair and a serious attitude that matches her skills with a blade. Kim looks at her image and realizes he actually knows these people. Everyone is waiting with bated breath for the reveal of the most special individual at the academy. It is finally time to unveil the final and most glorious member of this elite group. The final beauty is a mysterious girl with a charming smile who has managed to capture the hearts of thousands. She is clearly operating on a completely different level of fame, making her the most anticipated transfer student in the history of the school. The friend continues his explanation, showing off the school uniform and the prestige that comes with being a top student. He is building up the tension before revealing the final name on his list. Kim just stares at his friend, wondering why he is wasting his time with this useless chatter. He has got enough training and personal issues to juggle without worrying about school idols. The hype is completely lost on him. The friend starts crying tears of pure joy, shouting that the famous actress is finally coming back to campus soon. He is clearly a superfan who has been counting down the days for her return. Meanwhile, Kim just watches the emotional breakdown with a blank face. The friend continues to rant with an annoyed expression, his face red with frustration as Kim remains indifferent. He can't believe his buddy is so unimpressed by such monumental school news. Kim starts walking away, waving a hand dismissively as his friend shouts after him. He has heard enough about school beauties and wants to get on with his day, leaving the shouting boy behind in the courtyard. After school, the boys head over to the local gym to put in some serious work. It is time for some grueling physical labor to start the evening. Kim enters the gym with his new disciple, Goru Kazuya, and greets the director as they prepare for a heavy workout. Nakayama is a total mountain of a man who is immediately impressed by the massive physical build Goru is packing. He starts wondering if this big guy is going to be Kim's latest partner for their intense morning sessions. Nakayama laughs with his arms crossed over his massive chest while looking at the new recruit. He thinks he might have found a diamond in the rough with this kid. Goru is totally intimidated and lowers his head so low he might actually hit the floor. He clearly knows he is in the presence of a legendary trainer and does not want to mess up. The director is all smiles and clearly likes the energy the boys are bringing to the facility today. He is always happy to see young people dedicated to building their strength. Kim watches the interaction with a tiny smirk, knowing exactly what kind of hell he is about to put his friend through. Goru looks like he is already starting to regret his life choices. The workout starts, and it is a complete disaster from the very first second. Goru is stuck on a treadmill that is moving way too fast, and he starts screaming for mercy while his feet struggle to keep up. Kim watches from the side, realizing that this might actually be a lot more dangerous than he originally thought. Kim finally tells him to just hit the stop button and get off before he seriously hurts himself. Goru is drenched in sweat, and his face is pale as he tries to reach for the controls. He manages to slam the emergency stop button just before his legs give out completely, forcing the treadmill to finally slow its pace. Momentum is a cruel mistress, and Goru goes flying off the belt, faceplanting right onto the gym floor. Director Nakayama watches the wipeout with a look of pure disappointment and a sweat drop. Nakayama delivers a brutal truth bomb, explaining that Goru's body is just brute muscle slapped on top without any actual talent. His coordination and cardio are light years behind his raw strength. Kim looks down at the director's massive, crossed arms and begins to worry. He wonders if Goru's physical lack of coordination is even something that can be fixed with training. Goru is down on his hands and knees, practically begging for another chance to prove himself. Nakayama sighs, thinking he was going to make him quit, but decides to give the kid one more shot. The director looks down at the pathetic sight with his arms still crossed while Goru grovels for mercy. It is a pretty sad display for a guy with that much muscle. Nakayama shouts at him to get up and wonders why the hell he is kneeling in the middle of a gym. Kim stands back watching his friend cling to the director's leg like a lost puppy. Goru starts crying tears of pure joy and thanks the man while promising he will work harder than anyone else. Kim's face says it all as he is clearly losing his patience with the theatrics. Our boy is visibly drained just from witnessing the extreme emotional breakdown of his friend during a simple workout. The grueling training session finally winds down as the evening sun begins to cast a long shadow over the gym building. By the time they leave the gym, Godu looks like a literal zombie with his eyes rolled back as he stumbles along the street. Kim asks him if he is even still alive while looking at the purple aura of exhaustion surrounding his buddy. It is clear that the training was even more brutal than it looked on the surface. Goru's whole body is shaking from the extreme strain, and his face is contorted in a mask of pure physical agony. He can barely keep his eyes open. Kim looks at him with a cold and serious expression, realizing that their current approach to training just is not going to work out. He stops walking and faces his friend, telling him there is a promise he needs from him before things go too far to be fixed. Godu stops trembling for a second and looks up at Kim with a bead of cold sweat rolling down his face as he listens intently. Kim lays it out straight and tells him that as of this very moment he has to be done with the biker gang. If he wants to get stronger and stay by Kim's side, he has to leave that life behind forever. The sunset behind them makes the heavy ultimatum feel even more final. Godu just stares at the ground in silence as the weight of the demand slowly sinks into his exhausted and aching brain. His eyes go wide, and he looks completely stunned by the request, with his mouth hanging open in total shock at the suggestion. Kim does not blink, and his gaze is piercing right through his friend as he delivers the final blow to their current arrangement. He explains that if Godu cannot make that choice right now, then their partnership ends here. It is finally time for him to decide what kind of man he wants to be. He makes it crystal clear that he cannot keep training him or accept him as his disciple unless he leaves the biker gang once and for all. Godu is absolutely agonizing over his very next move as he prepares to make a life-altering decision that will change his future forever. He starts talking about the people who supported him during his darkest times, his brothers in arms who were more like family than just fellow gang members. Back in his glory days, Godu was the ultimate top dog, leading a rough crowd and ruling the city streets from his motorcycle. Even then, he knew a truly strong man is defined by how he protects those he cares about. Kim Yoo-sung listens intently to the former leader's story, recognizing that there is much more to this man than just muscle and a pompadour. He can see the sincerity in the big guy's eyes as he talks about the things that truly matter in life. Godu is finally ready to drop the tough guy act and show his vulnerable side for the first time as he explains that family is the real reason he wants to change his path forever. Standing face to face in the evening light, Godu finally admits that everything he does is for his mother, the most important person in his life. He wants to be someone she can actually be proud of instead of just a street punk. A soft memory flashes back to Godu's childhood, showing the hardworking woman who raised him all on her own despite the hardships they faced. She was his entire world, and her lonely struggle is the foundation of his desire to become a better man. Thinking about his mother's sacrifices makes Godu realize that he cannot keep living as a delinquent if he ever wants to repay her for everything she has done. Right then and there, Godu declares that he is officially stepping down as the leader of the Hayeki Yako. He wants to leave his old life behind and follow our boy as his loyal disciple, no matter how difficult the path ahead might be. Kim Yoo-sung asks if he is absolutely certain about giving up his hard-earned position, and Godu responds with a passionate shout that echoes through the neighborhood. Our protagonist accepts the promise, patting Godu on the shoulder and warning him that once they start this journey, there is no going back. He thinks Godu has been tied down to his old gang life for far too long anyway. They seal the deal with a firm handshake, marking the beginning of a partnership that will push both of them to their absolute physical and mental limits in the days to come. Kim Yoo-sung wastes no time and tells his new disciple to get ready, because their all-day training session begins the very next morning with no excuses allowed. Godu is actually thrilled about the prospect, showing a level of enthusiasm that you usually do not see from a former gang leader ready to be tortured by exercise. The next day arrives, and our boy heads straight to the local gym, where the real work of transforming this delinquent into a warrior finally begins. Kim Yoo-sung shows up in his tracksuit, looking ready to put Godu through the ringer. He is eager to see if the big man's resolve is as strong as his words from the night before. He finds Godu already deep into his workout, grunting and straining as he moves heavy weights with an intensity that would scare most casual gym goers. It is not just about the upper body either, as Godu focuses on his leg strength, pushing through the intense burning sensation to build a solid foundation from the ground up. A gym regular is absolutely stunned to see Godu grinding through anaerobic exercises like a machine, since long before anyone else even arrived. This guy is a total dedication monster. The old man lets out a hearty laugh at the sight of such raw effort, while our boy just watches Godu's unrelenting drive with a look of mild surprise. Godu is absolutely pouring sweat, but his eyes remain focused as he completes another grueling set. He's been at this for over an hour, yet he refuses to slow down for even a second. Seeing the incredible progress, Kim Yoo-sung gives a small, satisfied smile. He knows that his new disciple's raw power is finally being channeled into something productive and disciplined. Hours fly by until the sun finally begins to set, marking the end of a brutal but productive day of training for everyone inside the gym. By the time they finish, Goru's legs are shaking so much he can barely stand, his body finally reaching its absolute physical breaking point after the non-stop training. Goru is practically sobbing from pure exhaustion after that workout, while our protagonist stands there looking completely unbothered by a full day of torture. Kim Yoo-sung reaches into his bag, searching for something special he brought along as a little reward for Goru's hard work and impressive stamina today. He pulls out a neatly wrapped bundle and hands it over, catching Goru completely off guard with the unexpected gesture of kindness after such a brutal training session. Goru carefully unwraps the gift, and his eyes widen in total shock when he realizes that our boy actually prepared a full meal for him to take home. It's a massive, professionally packed Chinese-style lunchbox, filled with rice and several delicious side dishes. Our boy explains he made plenty because he knows Goru's mother needs to eat a good meal too. When he hears that Kim Yoo-sung even thought about his mother's well-being, the big man loses all composure and starts bawling his eyes out right there. Clinging to the lunchbox as if it were a precious treasure, Goru thanks his new mentor with every ounce of sincerity his exhausted heart can muster. Things get super awkward when Goru prostrates himself on the sidewalk while crying, making every passerby think this massive guy is just some weirdo harassing a student. Despite the public embarrassment, Goru's resolve is stronger than ever, his face a mixture of tears and pure determination to succeed under our boy's guidance. Tomorrow will be even grander, so he better be prepared. As the sun sets on their training day, Kim Yoo-sung prepares to head home, his work with the big man finished for now. Our protagonist strolls away with a satisfied hum, leaving his new disciple behind to reflect on the kindness he was just shown. Goru stares at the green-wrapped lunchbox with a look of pure adoration. He's clearly moved by the gesture from his new mentor and is treasuring every moment. Bro is blushing harder than a heroine in a romance manga right now. He keeps repeating the word Hyung to himself like it's a holy mantra. The peaceful moment is shattered when Goru notices a pair of bandaged legs standing right in front of him. Something is definitely wrong. His subordinates have been absolutely thrashed, and they are covered in bandages from head to toe. They look like they have been through a literal meat grinder. Through their tears, they beg for help, calling out to their leader in desperation. Whatever happened, it was clearly targeted message for him. Goru looks genuinely surprised and worried as he sweats, his eyes wide with an expression that says he didn't expect this situation at all. Back at the gym, the clock is ticking away, and the scheduled training time is rapidly approaching without any sign of our big disciple. Our protagonist is already there getting his lift in and preparing for another intense session with his newest student. Yoo-sung wonders if his training partner finally threw in the towel on the very last day of their intense regime. He quickly dismisses the thought because he knows the man has way too much determination to quit now. Yoo-sung looks around the empty gym, feeling the silence where a giant, muscular man usually stands. It's strangely quiet without all the shouting and heavy breathing. The second hand moves forward, and the time for their meeting has officially passed. It looks like a definite no-show for the big guy. Yoo-sung wipes the sweat from his brow and prepares to call it a day since his student is nowhere to be found. He tosses his bag over his shoulder and heads for the exit feeling a bit lighter than usual without the burden of coaching. Part of him is actually relieved that he didn't get caught up in any more troublesome disciple business. Training people is exhausting work after all. As he strolls away, he tells himself that he's not really in a position to be taking on students anyway. He's got his own life to worry about. Suddenly, the image of Godu bawling his eyes out on the sidewalk flashes through his mind. Godu's crying face is truly a work of tragic art. He remembers how the big man clutched that lunchbox as if it were the most precious treasure in the entire world. It was pure sincerity. The thought lingers in his head, making it impossible to just walk away without a second thought about the man's whereabouts. Our boy stops in his tracks and asks himself if he is actually feeling a little disappointed that the training ended this way. Just as he is lost in thought, one of Godu's men comes sprinting up behind him looking completely out of breath and frantic. The man is so gassed he can barely stand straight, clutching his knees while he tries to suck in some air. Whatever happened to Godu must have been a total disaster for his crew to come running like this. He immediately realizes that something serious must have happened for them to come looking for him in such a hurry. The subordinate bows deeply and asks our protagonist to wait for a moment so he can deliver an important message. Yu-sung demands a full explanation for the sudden no-show, and the nervous subordinate starts to spill the beans. He recounts the sudden arrival of the Devil Riders at their warehouse earlier that morning while Godu was getting ready for gym time. A flashback of motorcycle wheels screeching against the pavement as a rival gang makes their aggressive move on the territory. The leader of the Devil Riders, a man known as Mao, makes his grand entrance wearing a full-face helmet and a crisp white jacket. He stands tall and calls out Godu's name with a tone that suggests they have a long and messy history together in the underworld. Godu grips his wooden staff tightly, his knuckles turning white as he prepares for a confrontation he knows he cannot avoid. This man was the former leader of the Hayeki Yako gang, reminding everyone that he used to be the top dog before trying to change. Mao mocks him, saying he heard that Godu took care of his men recently. The air is thick with hostility as the two leaders face off. Godu laughs it off and corrects him, stating that those guys are his former subordinates now. He is trying his best to distance himself from that life. Mao doesn't care about the past and claims that his group has officially taken over the territory. Godu calls him out on his total bullshit. The Devil Riders stand behind their leader looking smug and ready for a fight, while Godu's former crew looks on in total defeat and shame. The men look ashamed and battered, with one of them calling out to his former boss with a look of pure guilt in his eyes. Seeing his men in this state finally sends Godu over the edge. He screams at Mao, calling him a bastard as he prepares to settle this once and for all. Godu is absolutely fuming now. He vows that he is not going to let these guys get away with what they have done to his crew. A sudden impact rings out as a new combatant enters the fray, cutting off Godu's momentum with a sharp and unexpected blow. A blonde guy with a smug grin steps forward, wielding a wooden staff as he claims that he is the one who will stop the former boss. This newcomer is officially revealed as Maido, a former commander of the 4th Division who apparently decided loyalty was optional today. Seeing a former ally working for the enemy sends Godu into a total frenzy as he screams at Maido for being a traitorous bastard. The battle moves fast as someone lunges forward, their feet blurring against the pavement in a desperate rush to land a finishing blow. The big guy with the pompadour is shocked by the sudden changes in his own body during this clash. He realizes the insane training sessions with his mentor have packed on so much muscle mass that his movements feel completely different now. Just as the clash reaches a breaking point, a cold and commanding voice rings out through the alleyway, demanding that every single person there stop right where they are. The fighters freeze in their tracks, looking over their shoulders in confusion as the heavy atmosphere suddenly shifts. Sunlight pours into the dark space as a familiar figure walks calmly into the middle of the conflict. And boy, talk about a main character entrance. Our protagonist Kim Yu-sung has finally arrived, looking incredibly buff in his casual gear as he stares down the entire gang of thugs without breaking his stride. Maido completely freezes in his tracks, his eyes widening in pure shock as he realizes someone much more dangerous than Godu has just arrived to end this fight. Godu can barely believe his eyes and gasps for air, overwhelmed by a mix of shock and massive relief, now that his Hyung-nim showed up just in time. Kim Yu-sung stands there with a stone-cold expression, his gaze boring into the traders as he prepares to settle the score once and for all. He does not even need to say a word to let everyone know that the real boss of the neighborhood has finally entered the building.